see that everyone's on, but Andrew's on his way to his camera right now, so we don't have camera 3 right now. So at the moment, assume that camera 1 and 2 follow everything, and we'll go live without the announcers until they come in. So stand by. Copy that. All right. So when they come in, let's see. Did we get
I
here?
can't hear you. Did you got to talk to the walkie?
Yeah.
I got AirPods and this on.
You're gonna have to like unplug sometimes at least so that we can actually talk. So like, just can you hear me now, right?
Yes.
So when you gotta get the screen up right here.
Just turn it on.
Having the no cord is money. Did you hear me?
I'll do that.
What?
Having the no cord is money.
Oh, it's lovely.
Yeah, we know. We're fucking professionals. I think I did drop the S word on the last one interview, though. I think I said crap shit.
No, that's fair, and that's totally fair. Don't worry about it. Okay. My bad.
We're live.
Saturday in the Lone Star State here for the final round of the Florida Winter Tour. It's day 2 here from Speed Sports Racing Park in New Caney, Texas. Round 2 of heats followed by pre-finals. Another weird schedule here as we're getting to the bottom half of the second rounds of heats, but it's going to get started, and we kick it off here with ROK Minis. For our producer, Brandon Hacker, alongside Jason Ewers, I'm Jackson Lambros. Jason, again, a weird schedule, a weird way we're lining things up today, but an exciting day of racing ahead of us. And if it's been anything like this weekend so far, what we're about to see on track is going to be a heck of a show.
Yeah, and not weird. Just this is your first event, so this is my third now. And Saturdays are typically a very long day.
Right.
So I hats off to the team putting together a different schedule to kind of just get everyone out of here at a decent time today and not being so exhausted. So looking forward to it. Again, we're starting it off with probably one of the best competitive classes that we have today, the ROK Mini. Saw some great racing yesterday. Going to assume we're going to see as good, if not better, racing today as the stakes get higher each round.
Exactly.
So this is setting them up. Again, it's a non-progressive format, so you're just trying to gain as many points as you possibly can and get yourself into a better starting position in that pre-final, which sets the stage for the final.
Same qualifying order as Heat 1 that we saw yesterday as we watched the field check up to begin their second heat. But again, as you heard from Jason, that this is pivotal. This is what's going to help you set the grid for the pre-final, as your points from the last two is what kind of helps set that order. Again, these are the mini carts, 9 to 13-year-old drivers, about 245 pounds. Fastest cars we run on the smallest mini engine, no restrictor, no fixed gear like the micros.
Yep.
So a little more oomph in these cars compared to what we see in the micros, but still just as good of a show.
Yeah, and I think what we got to watch out for is Jaden Francisco in that kart 131 out of Canada. ended up winning yesterday. Didn't have a great qualifying spot. I think he qualified in 7th or 8th around there, but ended up coming up, working his way up to get the win. So, again, we said this is non-progressive, so he's starting right back in that 7th, 8th, or 7th position. See if he can work his way up. Alex Chandler ended up 2nd, Nico Salazar 3rd to round out your podium finishers back there. So keep an eye out, too, on that 111 of Cam Johnson. Cam was up there and then got kind of shuffled back, as we kind of see. But as we take the green here, no green, waved off. So one more lap around, and we'll go do this all over again. But as we get going, this is the final round, so there's points at stake. There's trips to Italy. There's trips to Vegas. All at stake here, so I'm going to be working through, and as we get through this stuff, try to get you guys as updated points results we have, because we do have some tight battles. We've got Francisco and Chandler right there with each other, with Cam Johnson not too far out of it, and with the points that are up and available right now, it's pretty much top 3. Anybody has a chance.
ROK Mini, one of the tighter championship battles among the classes we have here this weekend. No Briggs Riley, no shifters, but still plenty of good shows here. I don't think it was a good choice for them to have us try and do math and kind of figure this out on the fly, but we're going to do our best regardless.
I'll do old school math. We'll be fine. Yeah, I'm going to go in here and see if they updated the points from yesterday, but we'll see. All right, as we're lining back up, they've got them nice and tight. I didn't see what happened and why they waved off that start, but I'm sure somebody jumped.
I'd imagine it's a jump. It's the first time we've had a waved off start. This obviously will not count. We haven't had the timer running here, so we're just going to try to run it back and re-rack them here. But again, it's interesting in these second heats because you're getting a direct repeat of the scenario you got yesterday. No change in starting order. We saw a really good example in the junior heats yesterday, and that beautiful duel for the win there. It lets you run back different scenarios all over again. And it gives you a lot of learning opportunities.
Yep, and we'll see. There may be someone who made the adjustments to the cart that they needed to make, and we'll see someone else kind of pop their way up to the front. I mean, I'm telling you right now, if I'm starting, kind of behind our Francisco there, I'd be following him all the way through the field.
Let's try this again. Jane Francisco leading ROK Minis to the field here. Heat 2 underway proper. Relatively clean first corner, almost 3 abreast further back. Francisco under a little bit of fire there as second and third battle. Now side by side for a fourth, as we've got one big check up there. One of the Saudi carts, I believe. But relatively clean opening sector here, working through turn 11 for the first time.
Yeah, I think they're just all kind of settling themselves in.
One goes wide, hits the cones there. Ooh. Still kept it on the track, but almost mowed the lawn there. Across the stride for the first time. Already pressure for Francisco for the lead, as we've got 7.5 minutes on the clock here. Again, want to thank our sponsors supporting ROK Mini Racing here, AM Engines, Florida-based engine builders. As it is now becoming a 3-car freight train for the lead.
Yeah, it seems like they're just being very patient here. There's 7 minutes to go in this race, so just kind of all lined up. There's a little pass right there for 5th, I believe.
Side by side into the final hairpin. We were mentioning yesterday, we were anticipating this being a big potential battle spot for some Hail Marys at the end of laps. I don't think we were expecting that much action, though, in the run from turn 12 into 13 and 14, that big final hairpin where we've got that static GoPro for you guys.
Yeah, absolutely. And it's seen a lot of, we did an interview with Alan Rudolph today, we'll see it a little later, but yeah, he designed his track specifically to make it as racy as possible, and we saw that yesterday with a lot of overtaking and re-overtaking and plenty of braking zones and passing zones. So as we get into the more events that are more crucial for these guys, we're going to start seeing a lot more risks being taken and all that kind of stuff, because these kids absolutely know that points are essential right now. A DNF will kill you.
Right. Just under 6 minutes to go here. It's Cooper Lorenzo Lopez leading over Nico Salazar. Kimo Ahmed is third, and we're watching him fend that off from the 196. That's Alex Chandler and Jaden Francisco, who lost a handful of positions there at the start. Chandler looking for a way past here. Big dive to the inside through turn number 5. Gets it done. Clean move there from the 196 to get his way up into 4th, as they will all stay single file down the back straight. Clean moves there, as now there's another peek to the inside. I believe that's for 7th. It's the pink cart of, I want to say that is Jaden Francisco in the 131, trying to move his way forward.
Yeah, we'll see if anybody has their cart set up for the back half of the run on this, and see if someone's going to start making some moves up through the field. But everyone's being very patient. You know, no one's really pushing each other, kind of just spaced out pretty evenly. And imagine they're buying some time for that 2 to go sign.
I know there's no major difference here. Again, very similar conditions to what we had yesterday. Clear skies, very open sunlight. Is there any difference in approaching the car? Obviously, it's earlier in the day than when we got started yesterday, so track might be a little bit cooler, but is there any difference in approach for setup at this point in the day?
I mean, not necessarily this point in the day, but, you know, last time they were on track, there's been hundreds of go-karts on the track when it got rough.
Right.
So, you know, you're going to try to make changes to that chassis to kind of free it up. Making a guess record, they did have a morning warm-up this morning, but, you know, that's really just to make sure that nothing's going to fall off your cart and make sure everything runs right. So there was a pass for, what was that?
That was Alex Chandler, I believe, in the 196, getting by Nico Salazar, gets second. It's a 3-car battle right now for second between those two, Kimo Ahmed, and then everybody behind there, Jaden Francisco, Ashton Wyatt, Colton Schickenberg, Cameron Johnson.
Yeah, and there's Francisco making his way back up to 4th. As you can see, just made the pass. So doing kind of what he did yesterday.
Trying to get his elbows out for sure, using just the right amount of bumper there to maybe help his competition out as they all kind of push themselves to the front. Francisco looking to the inside, but gets back in line going into turn number 6. He's happy with third right now. Now takes a look to the inside here as he is defending heavily from Ashton Wyatt further behind.
Yeah, that's good. This is a good run for Lorenzo Lopez. You know, didn't have a great finish yesterday, but proven that he definitely has pace in that chassis and that cart to lead this pack. But you know, as you can see, you have Chandler and Salazar right there working with each other. They're going to end up catching Lopez here pretty quick if they kind of stay in line and freight train each other.
Chandler and Salazar continuing to battle for second. Move to the inside further back as Ashton Wyatt tries to clear Nico Salazar. Purple lap for Jaden Francisco with 58.57, but still smooth air relatively out front right now for Cooper Lorenzo Lopez.
Yeah.
But he's getting out the popcorn. He's watching this battle behind him.
Yeah, it's not going to be, Francisco's got, again, the chassis just rolling. He's already on his back bumper right here, and he obviously has got Chandler in tow with him. Very smart for Chandler to kind of ride that wave all the way to the front.
If you're realizing you've got a battle behind you, you're just trying to put your head down and get as big of a gap as possible.
Really are, and the last thing you want to do is start being defensive and worrying about it. You know, there's a reason why you're up front and running up front is because you have a fast cart. So, you know, now he's got Francisco right on his bumper, so we'll see if he's going to be able to defend this, or if Francisco's just going to be able to roll by. And I'm guessing probably within a lap that Francisco's
90 seconds on the clock. Your podium has broken away. Cooper Lorenzo Lopez, Jaden Francisco, Alex Chandler. Chandler looking to the inside at turn number 4. Can't get it done as we work our way in, seeing guys tuck their heads down. Try and make that aerodynamic profile as small as possible. Look to the inside from Francisco. Here come the brakes. We'll try to stick to the inside.
Oh, good move. Way not to give it up with Lopez. Lopez held it there, but Francisco, there's that over we're talking about that makes this track so much fun, and there's Chandler just passing Francisco for second place.
Francisco got very eager to get to the lead, but got checked up again, was open to those over-unders, was looking for first, ended up with third. Watches Chandler fly by in the 196. Here's the swing back into the hairpin. Can't get it fully, but tries to fire it into the outside. Now Alex Chandler trying to find a way through as well. Gonna have about 3 laps to go here.
And you have Wyatt and Salazar joining the party, so that podium breakaway is now a 5-kart breakaway.
I think a little bit of working together there maybe from Ashton Wyatt, Nico Salazar, a little bit of pushing down the back straightaway, and again keeping it drama-free between those two, knowing that there is greener pastures ahead as Ashton Wyatt now kind of breaks away from all three. A little bit of a look to the inside or to the outside from Jaden Francisco. Doesn't get it done. But now here comes, oh my goodness, great move there.
Francisco went from 2nd to 5th right there. Held on to 4th, actually. But, man, trying to make moves, trying to be aggressive. But I tell you what, hats off to Lorenzo Lopez for being able to make that outside line work and stick and being able to keep his position.
Hasn't cracked under pressure. And, again, that's hard because just like real-life racing, you got real-life marbles. The track isn't as rubbered in, and I know
like
that
real-life racing. This is real-life racing.
I know this is real-life racing, like the big guys, like the big kids.
Yeah.
Ooh, we got one card off here into turn number 11.
That's an odd place to go off.
Ran a little bit. I think maybe got a little bit too quick on the gas there.
Boy, if I only had instant replay. I'll give you the replay.
That's off.
Defensive line there for Lopez as we have 2 laps to go.
Lorenzo Lopez trying to defend here.
And Francisco's right back to 2nd, so.
Spent no time getting back there, looking for any alternate line there to try and carry that momentum. He says, I'll stay in line here, but I'm looking for options. Right on the bumper of the 104 of Cooper Lorenzo Lopez. Now looks to the outside. This is exactly like we saw with the micros, trying to get that exit on turn number 8 and get that extra momentum. Now side by side, but Lorenzo Lopez sticking to the middle, trying
Wyatt
to get that card as wide as possible.
4 wide.
Wow! Some really, really great battles here. 2 laps to go, but it is still an absolute duel for the win here. Jaden Francisco has worked his way from 4th all the way back to the front. Cooper Lorenzo Lopez has not cracked at all. Can he hold him off for one more time around? Looks to the inside now.
Just a drag race down that 750-foot straightaway. Holds it off. Let's see if Francisco's going to try an over-under here. But really the next passing zone is going to be going into 15 or 14 into 15. But we've seen a lot of passes there on 13 as well. So they're coming into the passing areas.
Watch Chandler in that lime green helmet. He's going to try and potentially spoil the party. If you've got a chance for an opportunity to overtake, this is going to be your last chance to do it. What does Jaden Francisco have? Looks for real estate. Big dive to the inside from Alex Chandler. Gets his way up into 2nd. Salazar up to the inside. 2 abreast for the lead. 2 wide. 2 by 2. And oh my goodness, another fantastic
Chandler
finish.
goes from 2nd to 5th in that one corner.
Wow.
What a battle. Look at that finish. Unbelievable. That's why I love these little guys, man. They put on what a great show. Whew.
So Cooper Lorenzo Lopez walks away with it, but in a NASCAR-esque finish, a 2x2 finish for the rest of the podium. And for the first time here on Saturday, we got to pay the bills, so we're going to step away really quickly. It's round 3 of the Florida Winter Tour here on ROK Cup USA. Stay with us.
27 years ago, Bill Wright began the Florida Winter Tour to break up the slow winter months for karters. And as the word spread, the tour grew. Importers, teams, manufacturers, and drivers alike all came to Florida to prepare for the upcoming season. One weekend became 2, and the fun became serious fun. Since then, the karting season has started with the Florida Winter Tour, where teams compete to establish dominance for the coming summer. Drivers from all over the world look to make their name and leave their mark on the national scene, much like Pato O'Ward, Enzo Fittipaldi, and others have done in Florida Winter Tours of the past. The original Florida Winter Tour, the series that made karting a year-round sport in North America and where tomorrow's superstar drivers are discovered. 27 years later, you can still go karting and have some serious fun. Are you ready to join the action?
As they enter into the acceleration zone. Green flag flies. We are racing. Big slide farther back in the pack. Couple of micros going a little bit slideways, but they're going to hold it together. Pressure from Luca Besseril. Besseril looks inside for speed. Now down into turn 4. Got it. This position going to go to the inside of turn 1. Got it. The lead of it. Whoa, cross back, crossover.
I don't think battling each other is the way to go right here.
Oh, almost a little bit of a swiggle there for Trusho in that purple car. Here comes Delbon to the line. Look at him, he's so excited.
VLR Masters out on track, getting set for Heat 2 of 3.
Yeah, that was my fault. I don't know what I was thinking. Whew.
I didn't know either. So
I'm going to have the schedule in front of me.
It's
It's
a learning experience for all of us. Jason Ewers joined alongside Jackson Lambros. Happy Saturday from wherever you are watching us, as we are watching the grown-ups come out on track. VLR Masters getting set for their second heat here at Speed Sports Racing Park in New Caney, Texas.
Yeah, the VLR Masters sponsored by Rocket Racing. Appreciate the sponsorship, guys. Actually, Rocket Racing's own Paul Elefante was sitting second in points, but had some other arrangements where he couldn't make it this weekend, so understand that. But, hey, we saw some good racing yesterday. Scott Falcone got kind of shuffled back at the beginning, but was starting to kind of catch up with the winner yesterday, which was Brent Harper. So we'll see if Scott's going to be able to kind of get a cleaner start this time and not let Brent kind of check out like he did.
32 and older, the age requirement to make the Masters.
Not enough.
Really?
I mean, at 32 years old, you should not be a master. Unless you're like in karate.
Karting's black belt set to get started here for Heat 2. Light cart count, but still some great racing ahead as we get set for Heat 2 underway. Side by side into turn number 6. Keeps it very drama-free working through. These guys know how to race each other. Already a heavy breakaway right now from our leader.
Which I believe that is Brent Harper.
Again, Harper, relatively new to ROK Cup USA. We haven't seen him before here in the Florida Winter Tour. We want to say he's a local guy. Not entirely sure. So what can Scott Falcone do from the back of the pack?
I'm sure he's going to do the same thing he did yesterday, but he can't wait too long because the pace that Harper had was pretty hard to match. But he was able to do it, but just a little too late.
Trying to sort out second already here heading into lap 2. It's a 3-car battle for second. Then our 2 carts further back trying to sort it out for 5th. Side by side here. Again, what I love about turn 6 is that's not your deciding corner. It's the setup for the whole complex of over-unders that can last pretty much all the way till turn 10.
Yeah, absolutely. So we're going to see what happens here. Again, kind of a repeat of yesterday as of right now. Looks like, Falcone's not able to do what he did yesterday, but the other 2 guys could have made their changes to their chassis and got them rolling. But again, remember, we've got a pretty tight, about 160-point gap between Pavon and Falcone, and Falcone finished in front of Pavon yesterday. So that gap has shrunk a little bit more, but as you can see right now, Pavon is a couple carts ahead of Falcone, or a cart ahead of Falcone. But yeah, we'll see what happens. And someone's got to figure something out to be able to catch Harper. He's pretty much got this in command.
They're bumper to bumper right now. We saw this exact same sort of set of affairs yesterday where Caligaro was trying to close that gap to Brent Harper, couldn't necessarily get it done just because of so much fire from our two ROK veterans behind Pavon and Falcone. Randy Rogers there further back in 5th, Evan Kozak in 6th. Those two battling each other in the 773 and the 723. But again, you've got two potential champions here going at it. Mark Pavon, Scott Falcone, bumper to bumper right now in 3rd and 4th.
Yeah, pretty quiet right now. It's about time for us to break out the Jason and Jackson podcast.
We'd like to welcome you to the Jason and Jackson podcast, which we do with no disrespect.
No, these guys are just
product.
buying some time. There's 7 minutes to go. I'm sure we're going to start seeing some moves here by Falcone. He's not going to be comfortable sitting there behind Pavon and Caligaro for too long.
Favorite color, but be insanely specific.
Oh, I'm a flow guy. Flow yellow, flow orange.
There we go. Like super, super high vis. Got to be able to see it from space.
Yep, my helmet is very flow.
You said it was European yesterday, and that's starting to make a lot of sense.
Yep, my chassis are flow. Like it's all very bright colors.
There you go. Pavon now trying to break away a little bit from Falcone, getting to the bumper of Adamar Caligaro. I'm a big blue guy, teal guy. I really, really like... I mean, a lot of these guys are giving me really, really good shades of blue. Not the Masters, unfortunately.
Yeah, the camera doesn't do justice in the liveries on these chassis.
This is true.
I mean, the metallic flakes and the colors that they have in them, it really does pop. And when you're really close up to them, it's pretty beautiful. I said beautiful.
There you go.
Yeah.
So now very much becoming a 3-car battle behind Pavon, fending off Scott Falcone. 6 minutes on the clock here. Been a little bit of a study session so far for Scott Falcone. Hasn't made a move yet, but looking for where he might be able to over that lime green helmet in front of him, Scott Falcone. He goes fastest, by the way, 56.41. Evan Kozak starting to fall to Randy Rogers in 5th. And those two are within distance. You can see Falcone go to the middle of the track here.
Just getting a little look again, maybe just trying to see what's there, if he can get that little bit late braking, but Pavon's doing a great job holding them off.
Again, I think there's a big deal of patience between all of these guys right now. I don't know if there's a knowledge that they maybe can't get to the front here and get to Brent Harper, but as we say that, we know Falcone is the fastest man on track, and we know that Brent Harper really hasn't broken away, only still just now under a second as I'm seeing it. Oh, yeah. Yeah, that's European as heck.
Yeah.
I wish we could get that up and show you guys.
Yeah, it's bright. Yeah, it was my cousin's second helmet he ever painted.
Really?
Yeah, Jeremy McCone did a great job.
There we go.
Yep, it looks great.
Got that bright blue, a little bit of red in there as well.
Yeah.
Turning into a battle for the lead now as Caligaro has closed it to within half a second to Brent Harper further back.
Yeah, Caligaro just slowly was chipping away. Like, it really wasn't paying that much attention to it. Next thing you know, look up, he's within striking distance with, plenty of time to go here.
And further back, watching the standoff between Mark Pavon, Scott Falcone. Again, I think it's maybe saving the dramatics for the pre-final later today and maybe the final on Sunday. Not too much action here. Just looking for maybe potential opportunities, but getting back in line. This is the most aggressive we've seen Falcone so far today, but again, instantly gets back in line here, working through the S's.
Yeah, another thing you got to think here is tire preservation, and me and DJ talked about this at the last races. There's a lot of racing, and these guys are on the same tires they qualified for, and you're not going to put your new tires on unless you absolutely have to until you get to the main. So, they're thinking, hey, I need to probably just preserve, not push as hard, just kind of these tires have got to last another heat and a pre-final, what do you want to do here? Do you want to have fresher tires for the pre-final? I would. Like, if I'm comfortable with this situation right here, I've got, I've like if I'm Falcone, I've finished ahead of Pavon. Now I'm behind Pavon, but I got a second, and Pavon will have, a third and a fourth. So my points are going to be, again, I'm not sure if they're all thinking this in their head when they're out on the track, but, you kind of think about scenarios that you have when you come into, before you hit the track, and think about those things, and that might be exactly what Falcone's thinking. I'm just going to sit back, save my tires a little bit, maybe get a better start in Heat 3 to where I can get up and maybe challenge Harper.
So no pit stops, obviously.
No pit stops.
ROK Cup, but this adds in that aspect of strategy, right? Because, again, there's nothing specifically in the rule book saying that new set of tires go on.
No, you get 2 sets of tires. You can use them however you want to use them.
But again, the ideal strategy is you run these all the way to the end of the pre-finals, and then you put the new set on Sunday.
Yeah, that's the thought process usually. Yep.
So what the forecast is then that I'm predicting is some very loose, very drifty racing for the pre-finals.
We're going to see some stuff that's going on, but you also, like in the bigger classes, you may have some kids, taking a chance putting the new tires on the pre-final to get as far up. It's much easier to defend than it is to attack. So, you can defend with more used tires than it is to attack with more used tires. So, but we've got a battle up there up front right now where Calagaro's definitely closed that gap now, and you can see that visually on the feed and as well as the timer right there. So kind of was watching Harper's chassis a little bit, and it looks like it's a little bound up. You can see it here when he kind of comes through. He gets that inside wheel up, but the chassis is kind of loading and unloading, so it's maybe just a smidge overstuck. Which he'll go back, talk to his engineer, and I'm sure that they'll do something to fix that. Could be tire pressures, could be widths, but it's also something you got to keep in mind. If you're tight now, it's going to get worse as the day progresses and as more rubber gets laid down on the track. So I'm sure they're going to go back and make a little bit of an adjustment to that chassis.
Big dive to the inside here from Calagaro. A major lunge, but Calagaro gets the position done. And he now leads with 1 minute and 30 seconds on the clock. A major move there into turn 14. Gets it from Brent Harper.
Yeah, Harper's not going to let him go easily, though. I can tell you that right now. But that did help Pavon right there kind of catch up a little bit. And Pavon's leaving Falcone back there. Falcone was not able to do anything to stay up with Pavon. So we'll see what happens here as we go through. And if those front two start battling a little bit more, that's just making Pavon happy.
Going to have 2 more laps to go here at the stripe, maybe 3 depending on how the timer sorts us out. But Calagaro now leads, nothing guaranteeing that this battle is over by any means as Brent Harper stays in sight. Mark Pavon also in sight, not too far behind. That battle, by the way, has closed up again between himself and Scott Falcone. So very much a 4-car battle for the lead now. A look to the outside as Pavon and Falcone go side by side here for 3rd and 4th.
Yeah, it looked like Pavon got a little loose and wide there, and that allowed for Falcone to kind of get up and take that pass. And again, these guys are so skilled and so evenly matched. The only chance that you're going to really make a chance to get a pass is if someone makes a mistake like that, or if you're pressuring them to make a mistake. But also, I think Pavon maybe was smelling that second place on Harper and pushed it just maybe a little too hard going into the corner and paid the price.
That whole battle kind of dominoed it, but Scott Falcone in 3rd over Pavon in 4th. 2 laps to go here. What can Brent Harper do to throw it back to Ademar Calagaro? As we just have a handful of opportunities here. Looks to the outside, gets back in line now into the final hairpin. But further back, Pavon and Falcone still giving us a beautiful battle as well. Harper goes purple here, 56-15. He's got the pace. Can he find a place to put it? Right on the bumper of Ademar Calagaro. Little bit of shaking there on the brakes. Still in lockstep, trying to get the late apex and get some kind of lunge working through the technical second sector. But again, the 704 of Calagaro is in the middle of the track. He's trying to make that cart as wide as humanly possible. It's working so far. Final run. This is going to be a good opportunity here for Brent Harper.
Yeah, he got a great run off of, what is that, turn turn 11 into 12 to 13, but I don't think he's going to get enough to go unless there's a bobble sitting there going through 15. But, well, looks like
Tried the light apex.
Caligaro got the victory with Harper, Falcone, Pavon, Rogers, and Kozak.
So Adamar Caligaro gets it back from Brent Harper, a long battle that's been building since yesterday, and Scott Falcone fends off Mark Pavone in round 2. It's bill payment time here at New Caney, Texas. We'll step away briefly. It's ROK Cup USA's YouTube channel.
You're watching a Jason Larea creative ROK Cup USA production.
27 years ago, Bill Wright began the Florida Winter Tour to break up the slow winter months for karters. And as the word spread, the tour grew. Importers, teams, manufacturers, and drivers alike all came to Florida to prepare for the upcoming season. One weekend became 2, and the fun became serious fun. Since then, the karting season has started with the Florida Winter Tour, where teams compete to establish dominance for the coming summer. Drivers from all over the world look to make their name and leave their mark on the national scene, much like Pato O'Ward, Enzo Fittipaldi, and others have done in Florida Winter Tours of the past. The original Florida Winter Tour, the series that made karting a year-round sport in North America, and where tomorrow's superstar drivers are discovered. 27 years later, you can still go karting and have some serious fun. Are you ready to join the action?
Go ahead.
Starting to get set here for VLR Juniors. Penultimate round of our second heats here at Speed Sports Racing Park. Again, happy Saturday. Thank you for everybody tuning in to join us here on the ROK USA YouTube, joining us whether you're trackside or anywhere else in the world. For our producer, Brandon Hacker, it's Jason Ewers alongside Jackson Lambros, as we have had already some brilliant battles here between the micros, between the masters, and now we're on to the VLRs.
Yeah, and had some good races yesterday in this VLR junior class. I mean, it was a good race. Tristan Murphy, new to the ROK Cup, ROK Florida Winter Tour, so ended up with a victory with Marco Romero second, and then Gutierrez in third, then Orbezo, and then Varela. So, our points leader, Alexander Fanchev, was there, but that shuffling, it was so close at the finish that he ended up dropping 5 spots and ended up in 6th place. So always Alexander is a force to be reckoned with out there. So I'm sure starting off on pole up here that he's going to do what he did yesterday, but hopefully get a little bit better finish.
I'm still learning so much as I'm starting my time here at ROK Cup, and I think what I'm realizing is just how different these different classes of cars exist on track. I think the GPs, it's very Formula One style, where you've got a lot of small duels broken up, cart by cart. But you look at, especially the young guys, the micros and the minis, and you look at the VLRs, if you just make one mistake, you've got 5-6 cars ready to pounce on that, and you're going very, very far back on the freight train.
Yeah, it's the parity of these chassis and engines are so close, and the level of driving, they're all just so good these days. Racing almost every weekend, and any form of national event or a regional event, these kids are probably in a go-kart, I would say 70 times, 80 times a year. That counts testing, which is a lot of time. And who knows how much time they're on a simulator. So, they live racing. Their goal is to get to some type of professional racing that pays you. So, karting is one of the most purest form of motorsports out there. And this is definitely your stepping stone to get to that next level if that's where you want to go. Or
And
if you love karting and you just want to stay in karting, you know, and I don't want to call it a hobby sport, but, you know, that's great too.
always something for everybody here, and Rock Cup offers a class for anybody, whether it's the hobbyist or the up-and-comer. Again, I think we haven't really... We talked about it briefly, but we got a really good opportunity to talk to some of the drivers last night about just how much of a wild card this track has served. Not only has it served fantastic racing, but again, this is the first time Rock Cup has been here. It's the first time a lot of these drivers have been here, and they've caught on really quickly, but it's been a lot of different approaches to learning speed sports.
Yeah, it's and we interviewed Alan Rudolph earlier, which we'll play here, the interview a little bit later today, but he kind of goes through that, and the track's not new. I mean, it's been around since 2016, so they're on their 9th year, and this is really like the national scene. Making trips here is relatively new to them, so most of these teams, this track is new. And it's an amazing facility. I mean, top notch. You can definitely tell that a racer designed it.
Yes.
Just by where everything's at, even the buildings, like everything is like perfectly positioned on this track.
Battle for a trip to Vegas about to enter heat number 2 here as we get set for the VLR Juniors. Starter runs off. We are underway. Let's see how much chaos we get here into the first corner.
Clean start for
relatively
Van
clean.
Yep, still 3-4 wide going through turn 15 down there. So, or turn 6, sorry. Yeah, we start on the back here.
Exactly. Want to remind you guys, we actually start on the run in between turns 5 and turn 6. But Vanchev already under fire here from Tristan, but he's got some company of his own further back. Ruben Gutierrez trying to get by the 899, the all-white kart of Tristan Murphy. Nico Orbezo in 4th. Marco Romero in 5th. As nobody has given up any real track position, it's still a 5-car breakaway already for the lead here. This is the freight train stuff we were talking about. Is now Murphy looks to the inside, might have an opportunity for an over-under, but shuts the door, and Murphy will lead here in lap number 2.
Yeah, I think Vanchev is smart enough to know that it's a long race. I'm going to tuck back in, knowing that there's a stack of karts behind him that if he tries something, and we saw that, you know, in a couple of races ahead of time where second place ends up back to 5th place pretty quick.
Gutierrez trying to pounce right now, has the pace, doesn't have anywhere to put it. But, I mean, we saw that kind of eagerness from Vanchev. It was the same kind of eagerness we saw, actually, in Rock Cup, as we now see Vanchev work his way back up to the front of the field. Late dive there to get past Murphy. But, again, that over-eagerness can cost you big time, running wide, losing positions really, really quickly. And, again, one small mistake, we're seeing 5 cars up front here. You could go 1st to 5th in the blink of an eye.
Oh, absolutely. And or, you know, go off track and get a DNF. That's the worst thing that you can possibly do. But these junior kids are experienced race car drivers.
Right.
I mean, they are very experienced, and there's a move right there for Gutierrez on Murphy. Looks like
Gets
Murphy
washed
got
up.
shuffled out.
Abrazo going to go as well.
And that's what we're just talking about. You get washed out to those marbles a little bit, and you're just going to lose space or lose place after place. And best thing to do is, just like you see in NASCAR, is tuck back in line and then start picking people off yourself. So.
And we're seeing shoulders being thrown here as well as Orbezo and Marco Romero go at it into the hairpin battle for 5th. And we are seeing some things out driving. There was some reservations yesterday, knowing you've still got a whole weekend ahead of you. But as you're starting to realize what's at stake, not just in rewards but in points, we're starting to see some aggression here from these kids.
Yeah, and speaking of points, you know, as we looked at yesterday, I mean, Vanchev pretty much has it locked up, especially with a good 200 and something point lead. And I don't know, where is Salamau at? He's down there in 9th, so you know, Theo is sitting in 2nd in points, but you know, he hasn't really been a name we've mentioned much. So
no,
hasn't finished in the top 5. So not surprisingly, because it's a new track for him, but I'm guessing that they're going to do some work on that chassis, and we'll see his name up at the top podium spots before the end of the weekend.
Watching some nuclear moves further back there from Laurencio Valeria, looking for some real estate. Got by, I believe, Nico Orbezo, as Tristan Murphy now sets down the purple lap. Orbezo and Valeria continue to go at it. Welcome to the top 5, a guy we haven't been talking about, but we've expected to work his way up front. It's Nathan Dupuis.
Yeah, the Iron Man of karting is what I like to call him. That kid has been in a kart every weekend from East Coast to West Coast. It's been kind of an incredible venture for him.
Murphy getting past Alexander Vanchev. It's now Ruben Gutierrez leading in the 8:06 as this top 4, frankly, has shuffled here. 6 minutes to go on the clock. Fastest lap, Tristan Murphy, 54.94. But again, it's hard to really balance that single lap pace when everybody's got options for overtaking pretty much every corner.
Yeah, as I said, Vanchev went from first to third here, and we'll see if he can do anything. But Tristan Murphy's got a fast little ride right there, but Gutierrez is just on rails.
Purple lap back to Valeria. Now Nico Katowski, another guy that was running a little bit deeper in the top 10 yesterday. Hasn't had the start he's wanted for this heat, but now single file in the run-up. Here comes Murphy to the inside alongside Ruben Gutierrez. Vanchev's going to go with him, and both of those guys work together and check up Ruben Gutierrez as he'll drop to third.
Yeah, Vanchev just went in tow on that with Murphy. Saw the opportunity to take and hopped on it. So
Marco Romero there in fourth, was running up at the front, has kind of drawn back since now. I think playing the patient game, looking for how he can get involved. Murphy still looking for spots, but a little bit of a block there from Vanchev going into the hairpin. Are we going to see an exit here? Are we going to see anything from Romero?
I don't know, it's just under 5 minutes to go, so plenty of racing left, and this 4 kind of broke away, but we saw this yesterday. The top group starts fighting, starts defending, and then you get that second group, ends up catching it, and then we make it like a mega group.
Right. So 4-car breakaway right now it's Alexander Vanchev looking to the inside. Murphy gets checked up and goes further back.
I stayed in second. That was good with him. He just checked in as fast as he could behind Vanchev to stop Gutierrez from kind of doing that pull with Vanchev across him. So good move there by Murphy. I know he only lost 1 spot, but it could have been a lot worse.
Ruben Gutierrez wants a piece of this lead battle right now, but he's got Marco Romero all over his gearbox right now. But they start to accordion here as they come across the stripe again for lap number 6. 4 minutes on the clock. We want to thank our partners at Rollison Performance Group, by the way, for sponsoring VLR Junior Racing throughout this season, as we are getting an absolute banger of a race right now. Everybody tucking their heads in once more. Are we going to see any moves here? Almost 70 miles an hour working into turn number 6. No moves yet, as we're playing the patience game here. 3.5 minutes on the clock.
Yeah, and I do believe that's an RPG chassis up front right now.
There it is, yeah.
Way to represent the class sponsor.
Oh my
big
goodness!
Pile up there. That's the 82. What is that, the 829, 825?
Big trouble. It's the 825.
That's Steinbrook. And is that Edward Kennedy? Is that, who was he with, Steinbrook?
Oh my goodness.
Yeah.
Thankfully, both drivers appear to be okay, but one of the nastiest pileups we've seen so far this weekend, as one of the karts somehow ramped up over the other. We know these wheels can interlock and they can ramp up on each other fairly easily.
Yeah, we've tried to do a good job in the industry of putting these wider bumpers on, but it still happens. Just kind of catching up on top and climbing up over that tire. But, as you see, everyone's fine. Karts may be a little damaged, but they're all walking away and talking. I wish I could have saw what happened there, but not sure. And I don't even know where Steinbrook was in the...
Both karts now parked in between that turn 6 hairpin. That's a scary place to do it too, and it's basically the fastest part on the racetrack. But again, both drivers appear to be okay. Vanchev in the lead, still trying to hold off Tristan Murphy here. Ruben Gutierrez leading Marco Romero still with 2 minutes on the clock. Murphy with a good run here. A little bit of thought into potentially making a move there. Can't get it done. Finally starting to play the patience game here for all 4 of these karts. It's a 4-car breakaway. Then it's kind of a battle for the rest of the top 10, not too far behind. Nico Orbezo, Nathan Dupuy, Nico Katowski, Luca Popescu, and Juan Parmo further behind. So we've got about 4 laps of racing to go here. Murphy looking for a line. He's got the momentum. But again, Vanchev blocks to the middle, has nowhere he can really put that kart. Down the back straight, Murphy right on the rear bumper of Vanchev. Still no moves. Again, I think it's the timing game from Murphy here, knowing that if he gets past Alexander Vanchev, he's going to have an opportunity to swing right back. Nico Katowski still with the fastest lap of 54.39. As we've got one kart slightly slow here working through turn number 9, has managed to get it back going. Should have about 3 more laps to go here in Heat 2 for the VLR Juniors. And I think this front 4 here, Jason, is going to be a powder keg about to explode here with just 3 laps remaining.
Yeah, especially if Vanchev's going to go down and defend going into this corner here. That's just going to stack up Gutierrez and Romero here, so we'll see.
Interesting, because I feel like Murphy's kind of had the option to maybe get bold and fire it to the inside. But again, has been waiting, maybe trying a little bit of teamwork here to break away from Ruben Gutierrez and Marco Romero. It's definitely kept them out of striking distance, at least from Romero. Again, in this back half of the track, Romero is able to close it. Marco staying a little bit out of conversation right now. You can see him about 2 kart lengths behind this leading 3. As we've got 2 laps to go. Now might be the time for Tristan Murphy, running all of that curbing. He's got that kart dialed in where that won't set up the kart, but we talked yesterday. These are the kind of curbs that don't necessarily upset the karts like other tracks.
Ooh, boy, there's some tracks that you just, Orlando for one, is, normally you put curves up like that to deter people from hitting them, but not with these guys. I mean, they are ramping off those curves. But, Alan Rudolph did a great job when this was designed, and really nice transfer onto the curves where you can actually use them and they're not upsetting the chassis.
The spinal realignment that some of these tracks can offer, the way I describe it. How important is it to set up a kart to be comfortable with those kinds of things? Is that even something you consider, especially if it's a track like this where you can, maybe run a little bit more? White flag here.
If it's the faster line, you're going to do it no matter what the curve
right.
is. I mean, that's what these guys do. So, me being old and not 120 pounds like them, and I need to get up and go to work the next day, and I don't want to have sore ribs, I'm a little bit more conservative on crushing on curbs. But, if I'm up for a championship, I have no problem with full sending.
Vanchev all the way down to the inside here. This is given a really good opportunity for Ruben Gutierrez to close to these 2. Looking for a way around Tristan Murphy is Ruben Gutierrez. Vanchev breaks away. Murphy thrown in to Ruben Gutierrez as both of them are absolutely putting on a steamer. Here comes
Murphy with a little nudge.
A little bit of shoulders thrown here in the final handful of corners. What are we going to see into the hairpin? Gutierrez gets into the bumper of Murphy, pushes him. A little bit of a maybe bump and run here.
Oh,
as here comes Gutierrez up to the inside. Side by side for second. It'll be Vanchev who will lead. But for second, it is Murphy by a nose over Ruben Gutierrez.
Man, I tell you what, that finish going through 14 and 15 is just amazing.
Every single time.
Man, the top 3 have been just killing it going through there, and it's making for amazing, like we said, a dead heat yesterday.
Yeah.
I don't know the last time I've seen that, so.
Oh my goodness, Speed Sports Racing Park, you have delivered, and we will continue delivering you constant trackside action here in New Caney. But first, we got to pay the bills. It's ROK Cup USA here. Stay with us.
27 years ago, Bill Wright began the Florida Winter Tour to break up the slow winter months for karters. And as the word spread, the tour grew. Importers, teams, manufacturers, and drivers alike all came to Florida to prepare for the upcoming season. One weekend became two, and the fun became serious fun. Since then, the karting season has started with the Florida Winter Tour, where teams compete to establish dominance for the coming summer. Drivers from all over the world look to make their name and leave their mark on the national scene, much like Pato O'Ward, Enzo Fittipaldi, and others have done in Florida Winter Tours of the past. The original Florida Winter Tour, the series that made karting a year-round sport in North America and where tomorrow's superstar drivers are discovered. 27 years later, you can still go karting and have some serious fun. Are you ready to join the action?
Speed Sports Racing Park, just a stone toss away from Houston proper here in New Caney, Texas, opened in 2016 by the legendary Alan Rudolph. Our own Jason Ewers just a couple minutes ago got to sit down and talk with him. We'll have that full interview proper with you in just a few minutes here. But, I mean, again, legendary driver in what seemed to be so far as its first national event it's hosted, some legendary racing.
Yeah, it's been great, and I'm hopefully we'll come back. We'll have to change the name of the Florida Winter Tour, but I get Florida Winter Tour, the Houston edition, the Texas edition,
right?
But it's nice. It's nice to get to a different area. It's with SCUSA running here next weekend with their big events, it just makes it easy on the teams to be able to set up camp and not have to undo your tents and then travel. And, I mean, it's a short week because I think they go back on track on Thursday. So imagine tearing everything down and traveling from Texas or from Florida all the way over here to Texas. It takes a lot. So anytime that I think we can work together as organizations just to save the team's money is really good for the sport. And hats off to Mike and Tom Kutcher for working with each other on that and not trying to butt heads and any animosity there and really working together just to better the sport. And that's what we're wanting to do and give more exposure to this sport and allow more kids to kind of come in or adults like me to come in and enjoy a well put on, well-oiled machine of an event.
Right.
All right, so we've got the final race of Heat 2 here. Our VLR Senior, sponsored by Nash Motorsports. Thank you guys so much again for the sponsor. Diego Ramos was the story yesterday, so
absolutely,
kind of had the card to beat right there, and we'll see what's on that Burrell Art machine. We'll see if anybody has anything else for him today, and go from there. I think we're going to see some exciting racing.
Burrell's easy to mark. They're in those kind of Italian white, red, and green colors. Even easier to identify as our partner for this race, Nash Motorsports, running those very, very high-vis teal front bumpers. Can't have too much bias here, but I think probably one of my favorite liveries of the karts here. RPG in those kind of cotton candy pink and blue colors. Everybody making it very, very easy for us to identify up here in the tower. Final round here of Heat 2 in the VLR Seniors. Again, these guys have Vegas up for grabs since VLR engines are kind of a North American special.
Yeah.
So still plenty up for grabs here as a trip to the national finals in Vegas in October are up for play here.
Yeah, and we've got the other newcomer from Canada, Oliver Marac here. So, he ended up second yesterday. But, second off of Ramos, so we'll see what happens there. But if I recall, Heat 1 was kind of more spaced out, wasn't what we've seen. So kind of everyone maybe just feeling out what they have and go back to their engineers and make the adjustments that they need to make to be able to see if they can get that pace to keep up there with Ramos.
Are we going to see some more study sessions from these drivers, or are we going to see maybe a little bit more aggression, starting to get some things out? Still plenty of racing to go, But let's find out. Heat 2 of the VLR seniors underway here. Big start already further back there as Sebastian Garzon gets into the bumper of Diego Ramos, tries to get around but can't get it done. Ramos leads over Mrak, Garzon, and Hernandez. Clean start here as Diego Ramos already trying to build as large of a gap as possible as Mrak and Garzon battle for second further behind. Dive to the inside there from the 994 of Mrak to get that second position back. And already we're seeing some things out driving here, Jason.
Yeah, it's exciting because I think they understand that you can't let Ramos have fresh track.
Right.
You can't let him have anything. You have to go push him if you're going to try to. And I think Mrak understands that. It's like, I got to get around as fast as I can so he just can't check out. Hopefully they're going to play smart together and not try to dive bomb each other. And really
as we
work.
say that, though, we get a big dive bomb further back. I want to say that was Chase Gassiat-Lee getting to the inside of Mauricio Hernandez. That was for fifth.
Racers will be racers, I guess.
Racers will be racers. Three-car battle here. And again, I think it's important for us to mention this concept of clean air, right? Because these guys aren't running wings, but aero push is a thing, and there is always going to be an advantage of having open track in front of you.
Yeah, obviously, and being able to choose your line and not have someone else choose it for you because they're in front of you or whatever, and then maybe your braking zone's a little bit better and deeper than theirs, or just little things that causes you to just disturb your driving style a little bit when you're behind somebody. But and we talked about that yesterday a little bit too. You asked me where I like to be, and I always like start in the rear because I just like to have fun.
Exactly.
Driving through. But if you're running a national event like this, yeah, you definitely want to be up front and have that fresh track, that clean track in front of you where you can just sit there and lay down purple lap after purple lap. And yesterday Ramos was that way, and very impressive the consistency he had. I mean, through the whole run, his consistency was probably within a couple tenths of each other.
Ramos already getting that clean air advantage, sets down the fastest lap of 55.65. We were watching just earlier a big dive bomb as Mauricio Hernandez in the 917 gets back on the move to clear Sebastian Garzon. Jordan DeLeo works his way into the top 5, someone we haven't necessarily seen. Kind of in no man's land right now. It's a 4-car breakaway, then it's DeLeo kind of by his own, and then a huge train. That's essentially the rest of these guys in the VLR seniors. Still a big breakaway from Ramos, but it's a 3-car battle for second, third, and fourth between Mrak, Hernandez, and Garzon. We're always seeing this kind of wiggle on the brakes. I'm not sure if there's a little bit of lockup going on there, but it's almost like the cars are sidestepping when we see that straight camera at the end.
That's exactly what it's doing. They're getting hard on the binders, as my dad would say, and it's just causing the rear end to kind of lock up. And when you lock that motor up, man, it sometimes kills the motor. And then as soon as you release it back again, I mean, they are low stall clutches on these things.
Right.
So very often does that happen. But yeah, you're locking it up, and the cart goes sideways because you're actually putting the input to turn the cart at the same time. So that input turning in and locking up the rears is causing the cart to kind of step out like that. But not anything different.
And you can correct me if I'm wrong, but that's the kind of things where we can see those agencies, and that's why we see some kids maybe get slow on track and then instantly fire it back up and get going again.
Not really. They've got electric starters on these things.
Really?
So
Okay.
that's why you see them. If they die on track, they just start these things.
Yeah, exactly.
So we're going to go to the 6th through 8th position over here, which is DeLeo, Fernandez, and Castles. Seems to be the closest battle on the track right now. And that's the 919 of Jordan DeLeo fighting with the 980 of Santiago Fernandez, and then the 912 of Sidney Castles.
Big freight train here. Essentially, the rest of the pack here still in a massive furball for the rest of these positions. Is that kind of sidestep into 6th, though? Is that the fastest way around, or is it about keeping it smooth? If I'm seeing a straight braking line, I'm knowing that they've got it dialed in.
Just depends how your cart is performing, too. Like, if my cart's tight and I need to get it to rotate, I'm going to have to throw it in to make it rotate.
Right.
So that might be what's happening. And some people like to drive. Like, I like to drive with a stuck front end and a loose rear end, so my cart is always kind of on edge and sliding around. It also maybe just a little bit harder on the binders there.
Right.
So
Hernandez losing, I believe, fourth to Sebastian Garzon, looking for a way back through, as the 917 indeed has been cleared by Sebastian Garzon in the 950. Is already trying to get right back on his bumper and throw the Uno reverse card on Garzon. Can't quite get it done here through the final hairpin, as they all kind of spread out a little bit here for lap 5. 4 minutes, 45 seconds on the clock. Fastest lap, Mauricio Hernandez now running a 54.69. Biggest mover so far, by the way, Gerardo Moreno up 4th, started 18th, is running 14th. Some big moves further up the field as well. Felipe Aguilar working his way into the top 10 after starting in 13th. Jordan DeLeo, who again started 8th, running in 6th. Some big movers so far. Watching the RPG 917 right now of Mauricio Hernandez, who has cleared Sebastian Garzon.
Yeah, and I'm looking at that battle for first and second right there between Ramos and Marak, and Ramos isn't stepping out like he did yesterday, so Marak must have made some changes, and hopefully he can get up there and give Ramos a little bit of a battle.
Ramos with another purple lap here, as we'll set you through the field here. Ramos with a 54.64, Marak with a 54.76, Hernandez with a 54.74, Garzon with a 54.79. Everybody within a tenth of one another. Field starts to kind of set a gap here on Garzon, but still certainly has a seat at the table. Nobody has been able to get to Diego Ramos, though. Started at the front and hasn't looked back since. And it is a battle for second right now between Oliver Marak and Mauricio Hernandez. 3.5 minutes on the clock. Big moves now for Felipe Aguilar in that middle freight train. Gained 2 positions that last lap. Last lap's 54.70 for Ramos, 54.64 for Marak and Hernandez, 9.5 for Garzon. As this field finally starts to stretch out once more. First and fourth starting to break away, but still in lockstep with one another is Marak and Hernandez. We're perfectly matched on lap time. Last lap by. And again, we saw the patience game. Last lap by for the VLR juniors. Would not be surprised to see guys biding their time, waiting for a last lap move here in the seniors. Lap number 8 in the books, 54.59 for Ramos, 6.9 for Marak, 6.0 for Hernandez, 9.3 for Garzon. Garzon running out of steam there in fourth.
Yeah, we're coming down to with a minute and a half left here, plus those 2 laps as we're wrapping up the final event of round 2, heats 2, going into heats 3 immediately after this. So we'll see if Ramos is going to continue dominating this, or if anybody has a last-minute late charge to go. And did the time just go back up?
We've been seeing that a little bit, as there are some smaller hiccups there from our timing system, as it sometimes goes up and down there. Not entirely sure.
Like,
Oliver Marak now.
Am I in the Matrix? Did I just get the glitch?
We're both
See
in
a black cat walk by?
If I'm in the Matrix, you're with me, brother. Fastest lap now for Oliver Marak, 54.54 for lap number 9. It's a 6.6 for Ramos, a 6.3 for Hernandez, and a 55.08 for Garzon, who is starting to run out of pace there. First Matrix was really, really good, and then they just could not bring that back in the second and third one. I don't know if you...
It was, 2 wasn't bad.
2 was okay.
And then it kind of jumped.
Third one was not great.
No. Yeah, it's interesting.
What's like a movie where if you've got it on the TV, like if you're just flipping channels and you get to it, you just like need
Armageddon.
to sit and watch it? Armageddon? Okay.
Armageddon, Twister.
Twister's good.
You know, Twisters, they should have brought Helen, what's her name, back as the mom. And that would have really made that movie so much better.
Some big agreements there from Brandon Hacker, our producer. I mean, as a resident San Diegan, the two movies I'm required to watch constantly is either Top Gun or Anchorman.
Top Gun's another one. Yeah, Anchorman's another one. Yeah, but yeah, Armageddon by far is. Independence Day's another one.
Independence Day's a banger.
Yeah.
We've got a battle for the lead heating up now, by the way. I want to thank the Carters for somehow realizing the minute that me and Jason are sidetracking and then instantly starting to make things interesting. As Marak is now closing the gap for Ramos, he's set down a couple of purple laps here as we see the white flag. Lap number 11, it's a 54.50 from Diego Ramos. It's another purple lap from Oliver Marak doing a 54.46, 54.80 from Hernandez, and another lap over 55 for Garzone. As this is heating up, 0.36 seconds between our provisional two leaders.
Yeah, it's nice to see right there. I mean, Marak set his card up for the late run, and it seems to be catching Ramos there and way deep on the binders right there. Giving a little bit of that. Yep, trying to get that cart.
Be so real with me. How much does that actually do, the little lunge? I do that when I'm drag racing.
Please say you don't do that when you're in your simulator.
I do it virtually because it's like it wants to feel like I'm doing something.
It does make a difference, like especially on the slower, like lower horsepower carts. Getting it up, it kind of helps get that weight off the rear end and gets the motor to rev up a lot faster.
That kind of row forward. Last lap here, big opportunity for Oliver Marak. Stays in line through turn number 6. So it's going to be on, potentially lunging it into the S's, maybe getting that late apex on turn 11 and getting that run into the final hairpin. But Ramos has turned on the jets, and it's going to be a difficult one for Marak if he can do it. Let's watch. Still about 2 kart lengths between the two. No dice for Marak. Diego Ramos started up front, has not looked back the entire time. He'll take heat 2 in the 9:13. Marak second. Mauricio Hernandez is going to come home in third. Sebastian Garzone in fourth. Chase Castiel Lee in fifth.
Yeah, so we're going to go to that interview we talked about with Alan Rudolph here, who's the designer, owner, and runner of Speed Sports. All right, here we go.
Have a look.
Jason Ewers here with Florida Winter Tour, the Texas edition. I have Alan Rudolph here of Speed Sports Race Park and of AR Racing Academy, the Alan Rudolph Racing Academy. Alan, I've known you for a long time. I've seen you and Joe Nowski have some of the most ridiculous battles in shifter cars, especially at Rock Island. Obviously, you've taken your karting career to a different direction right now, and this is one of the nicest facilities I've ever been to. Just talk us through it. Tell us how this all came about and some of the struggles that maybe of designing a track and some of the rewards that you've had.
Yeah, thanks, Jason. It was, man, this is a labor of love, I can tell you that. You're right, this has been the next chapter. I don't really race anymore. My son's racing now, and we have a race team as part of the business. But, yeah, back in 2016, I hooked up with my partner, Tim Crawford, and I got to design the whole thing from scratch. Literally, it was a forest when I got here, and just designing the track and the layout of the buildings and where everything goes, and then managing the construction, which I had never done that before. And so it was quite the project, so let me tell you. It took about a year and a half of planning and then under construction for another year and a half. And we opened in January 2017. And now being able to have big races like this, it brings it all together. You know, it makes me feel really good half the people that are here this weekend have never even been to the place before. We've been open this is going on year 8. And to have these people here for the first time is pretty cool, and hear praises about how great the track is and how it races. And in the end, that's all I really cared about when I was designing the thing. I was thinking about the different type of corners I wanted and make sure it had the right combination of things so that it would race well. That's all that I cared about. It was race well. People would have fun driving it. And as you have already seen from the racing, It yields to a lot of great passing opportunities. And so, anyway, it's just this is my field of dreams, and it's come true, and it's pretty cool.
Yeah, it is awesome. Like I say, you build it, they will come, and it seems like more national series are starting to work their way through here as it's getting more well-known and as people are basically reporting how great racing is here. And we did see that yesterday with those racing events and can't wait to see more today. But, Alan, we appreciate your time. Thank you for putting and building an amazing facility. Hopefully we'll come back more and enjoy this facility. Thank you.
Yeah, thanks for being here. Appreciate it.
Okay, great.
Round of heats underway, and we get started with the micros, and we've already got troubles for one of the carts, although I can't get a number for you right now. We'll keep you posted. But if you were with us yesterday, you already know we had one of the first dead heats in Florida Winter Tour history, and in doing so, young Brody Stoffel got his first ever national heat win.
Yeah, what an impressive run for him. And he battled and then went to second, got back up to first. So it was a great run for him. So we'll see how this goes as we start Heat 3. It'd be interesting to say, like we talked about, who managed their equipment the best for the first two heats. Are they going to work their way up through the field, or we're going to see Stoffel be able to repeat what he did yesterday, get his second win on a national tour? So
beat out Mario Nario of Oralson Racing, who is sponsoring the micros this season. Want to thank them for bringing us all of this action. But the question is, what can Brody Stoffel do? And it's not like he was up front and dominating. Again, he's exactly where he is right now in fifth, had to cut his way up to the front of the field. So we'll have to see if he can do that again and if Mario Nario can follow in suit from seventh.
what a great name to say, too. Just rolls off the tongue.
Mario Nario?
Yeah.
Sick. Awesome.
Well, it's not. It's Morrow. Morrow.
Morrow?
Yeah.
I know, but
you know, I bet you he wouldn't be mad being called
he wouldn't.
Mario.
No, not at all. Issues for the 78. That's Aiden Go.
Oh no, Aiden was one of the carts that were always up front. He's sitting fifth in points right now. So poor Aiden. That's going to hurt with that DNF, but it's going to be fun to watch in the pre-final.
No, absolutely.
Starting in the back. So
big shakeup. More micro action coming your way. First event of the third round of heats underway, and it's Alvaro Medeiros leading us here into turn number one, as we are almost 3 wide further back here, working our way through the S's. Ajax Capitan Garduno in second. Mason Brody already in third. Samuel Chavieri in fourth. Brody Stoffel in fifth. What can the 29 cart do from fifth? Stoffel already wasted no time. Gets himself up into third, sets his sights on Mason Brody in second. Has a good run off of the final corner. Can't clear him here into the S's, but 2 wide further back there as Samuel Chavieri tries to defend from Ajax Capitan Garduno. Saw moves quick in the race from Stoffel in Heat 1. Heat 2, it took a little bit later, but a lot of moves. And again, Brody Stoffel wasting no time. Fires it to the inside of Mason Brody there, clears it, and gets himself up into second. After that now, Mason Brody in third, Samuel Chavieri in fourth, Ajax Capitan Garduno fifth, Mario Nario in sixth, and Dutch Westbrook seventh.
yeah, and this is one of the closer battles we have in points too between Medeiros and Nario. With Dutch sitting back there, Westbrook has a chance, but didn't get the greatest qualifying run. Seems to be working his way through the field a little bit here. But again, this is a trip to Italy.
Yep.
So
fastest lap right now, Mario Nario running a minute, even .02. Almost 0.2 faster than the remainder of the field. So maybe just that little bit of open air, maybe a smidge of a nudge down the back straight, helping Nario as we're watching the 3-car battle right now for fourth and fifth. Big dive to the inside there from the 99 of Mario Nario. He's got the pace. He uses it to get by Capitan Garduno and get himself up into fourth. Garduno going to try and fire back, though. Can't get it done. Want to apologize for the issues you guys might be seeing here on our timing tower on the left-hand side of your screen. We're trying to get that sorted out as quickly as possible.
Yeah, it should sort itself out here right when we go across the start-finish line.
Still an absolutely close race here for everybody within the top 5 or 6 here, as Mediero still leads Stoffel, but it is a freight train between Brody, Chaveri, Nario, and Garduno. Little bit of a look to the inside there from Nario, trying to get a look around Javier. He can't get it done.
Yeah, Moderis is definitely showing the reason why he's the points leader right now. And I think if I'm looking at, he really hasn't won a lot. He's a lot of seconds. He won the final in round 1, but was second. Won the heat, but ended up running second in the pre-final and final. And I believe he lost out to Nario.
Dive to the inside there from Xavier to clear Mason Brody as he drops back further now into 5th as Mauro Nario takes advantage and gets Brody while he's down. Mauro Nario 59.91 last lap. This time by did a 59.96, still absolutely the fastest lap. And Samuel Xavieri separates those two from doing another duel for the win. Mediero still leads, Stoffel still in lockstep here, but Mauro Nario trying to work his way by Samuel Xavieri to get to Brody Stoffel. Bit of a look to the inside, bit of a nudge there on Xavieri.
Are we coming up on some?
Don't think it's lap traffic.
No. Okay.
Look to the inside there. Big air there from the 33 of Dutch Westbrook. Ran just a little bit too much curbing, but got that RPG kart back running again.
Great
Big
recovery.
air
That
for
could
the
have been
33.
bad.
Oh my goodness. So that'll advance Mauro Nario up into 3rd as that little bit of a little too eager of a move there from Westbrook kind of got everybody spooked. And enter once again Stoffel v. Nario. We're watching the battle right now between the 99 of Nario, though, and AX Capitan Garduno right now, as Garduno trying to find his way back into 4th. Couple of Orelson carts going at it here.
Yeah, why not? Sponsor the race. Might as well show off what you have.
Exactly. 99 of Mauro Nario there in 3rd. That's IX Capitan Garduno behind in 4th. Xavieri behind.
Yeah, if any of our viewers out there are interested in ever, like these teams, get on their Instagram, and if you see a team that you kind of like out there, like Orsalon or RPG or Burrell PSL, get on all their Instagrams and reach out to them.
Absolutely.
These guys do track days all the time, and it's a great opportunity to, before you make a large investment, to see if it's something that your kid is interested in. I've seen too many parents go gung-ho and spend thousands of dollars on karting equipment, and they get their kid out there and he absolutely hates it.
Right.
So, don't do that. You use these teams out here who have the experience and the karts, and get your kid out there and see if it's something that you can do. And we did an interview also with Sully from Vassar Sullivan Racing, and his son Shep is running out here, and just to hear the father-son spending the time with your family is really good, and it is something different. You don't need to be playing baseball. You don't have to be all those kinds of things, but very, very family-oriented and a great way to spend time with your children.
The youngest of the other half of Vassar Sullivan Racing, James Sullivan, his son, Shep, running in 17th right now, still very, very new to running the micros, very new to ROK Cup.
Yeah, we just talked to him about that. Like, this is his 3rd time ever in this chassis. He came up from Kid Karts and went into this, and first national event that he's ever been in. So hats off to him to be able to be around, and he finished 11th yesterday. So, we know how fast you can go from 11th or 17th to 10th because their carts are so stacked up.
Don't want to spoil too much because it was a brilliant interview, but is definitely getting some top-level feedback from some of the guys that his dad has signed in his IMSA programs and have IndyCar, former Formula One prestige, some very, very cool names helping Shep in his very, very young career. We've got a yellow out further back as there's trouble for another kart here. It's the 17 of Brody Brown who spun it. I want to say dropped a wheel in the grass and got that kart around, but it has rejoined since. Fastest lap again, Mauro Nario here. 5 seconds to go. We're going to go for 2 more laps here. When the timer hits 0, it's become a battle for the lead here between Stoffel and Alvaro Medeiros. And Mauro Nario continues to go at it with his Orsolon teammate, Ajax Capitan Garduno.
Yeah, we got a little bit of a 2-kart breakaway there with Stoffel and Medeiros, and we'll see if we can get a repeat. If we get another dead heat, I'm out.
Yeah, we're done.
Yeah,
Mic dropped officially.
Yeah, I'm going straight to the casino.
Oh, that's a great shot through the hairpin there. As Medeiros goes to the middle of the track there, trying to make that kart as wide as possible. Stoffel in the mirrors of Alvaro Medeiros, trying to look away around. Tries the outside through the S's. Hard place to carry momentum here.
Yeah, it looked like he got a good run out of turn 5 down the straightaway. Let's see if he just stays in line or if he's going to do a late step out here. Nope, stays in line. Oh, we got a defensive move back there. Is that Cheveri and Gottschalk?
That's Mauro Nario, I believe, in Ajax Capitan Garduno, as it's a handful of duels here. 3-car battle further back there for 5th, 6th, and 7th.
Yeah, you can definitely see Medeiros is feeling the pressure from Stoffel there, getting up on that wheel.
Right.
Tucking in underneath, trying to get everything he can out of that Orsolon chassis.
Garduno trying to get around Nario. Can't get it done, though. Stoffel with a good exit here on 11th. White flag one time by. Get those timing cameras out because we're going to have a close finish somewhere in the order, whether it's for 1st or 3rd. It's going to be tight here with just 1 more lap to go. Medeiros clears some good distance, keeps it kind of out of drafting distance for Stoffel. What can Ajax Capitan Garduno here do on the hairpin? Still not enough to set something up in the S's. Trying to get that late apex to maximize exit speed on his Orsolon teammate of Mauro Nario. Can't get it done. Nario to the middle of the track here. Little bit of a look to the inside now from Ajax.
Oh, thought he had that there, but nope, smart move. Back it back up, try it later on another corner.
Last run here into the final hairpin. Are we going to see a late lunge maybe from Garduno? Nothing here. Could be on the exit. Wide move here. It's going to be Alvaro Medeiros getting the heat win. And just barely Mauro Nario beats out Ajax Capitan Garduno for that final podium spot. And Brody Stoffel has had an absolute magical weekend. It continues with a 2nd place finish.
Yeah, it was a good run for Westbrook. Back up at that little bobble he had, so ended up with the top 10 there, sitting in 7th place. Yeah, I mean, but really the cream of the crop was Medeiros and Stoffel. So someone's got to figure out how they're going to get to them.
We should absolutely expect some more battles from those two as we work our way towards the pre-finals. We'll see them a little bit on, but for now we got to pay the bills and step away. Stay with us, though. It's ROK Cup USA running final round of the Florida Winter Tour here at Speed Sports Racing Park.
27 years ago, Bill Wright began the Florida Winter Tour to break up the slow winter months for karters. And as the word spread, the tour grew. Importers, teams, manufacturers, and drivers alike all came to Florida to prepare for the upcoming season. One weekend became 2, and the fun became serious fun. Since then, the karting season has started with the Florida Winter Tour, where teams compete to establish dominance for the coming summer. Drivers from all over the world look to make their name and leave their mark on the national scene, much like Pato O'Ward, Enzo Fittipaldi, and others have done in Florida Winter Tours of the past. The original Florida Winter Tour, the series that made karting a year-round sport in North America and where tomorrow's superstar drivers are discovered. 27 years later, you can still go karting and have some serious fun. Are you ready to join the action?
You're watching a Jason Larea creative Rock Cup USA production.
Still catching our breath there after Heat 3 of the minis as we work our way on to the juniors here. Heat number 3 for ROK GP Junior Championship as we are starting to set the fields here for the pre-finals in the second half of Saturday.
Yeah, and these are the classes that ran yesterday, so they haven't raced. So this is going to be interesting. They're starting round 3 here, right? Round 3?
Yep.
So we'll see who made some changes. So we had some good battles yesterday. See if we can continue seeing that today.
Want to thank everybody here once again for joining us here on the ROK USA YouTube channel. For our producer, Brady Hackey, it's Jackson Lambros, Brandon Hacker. Our energy is low, but our spirits are high here, folks.
Don't
it's
even
Jackson Lambros alongside Jason Ewers as we're getting set here for ROK Junior GP.
Yeah, and again, this is one of the tighter battles that we have for the overall points, and we keep saying for that trip to Italy, but that's kind of a big deal as a junior karter,
right?
To be able to go to Italy and run with some of the world's best junior karters. I think that's an amazing prize to have, as well as second place getting the trip to Vegas. But, yesterday we had Eric Doan with the win. A couple second lead over Steinbrook. Kind of checked out on that. But the battle that was really kind of close was Bradley and Steinbrook there for a while. Then you had Cole Medeiros, who's the one that is leading the points right now in fourth. And then Alex Vanchev rounding the field out in 5.
So, again, in October, it will be VLR guys going to the national finals in Las Vegas. Internationally, off to Italy and South Garda for the ROK Super Final. Big opportunities up for grabs here for the GP drivers.
Yeah, and I mean the top 2 finishes, Eric Doan and Eli Steinbrook. They're new to the Florida Winter Tour, new to ROK. I'm not sure what their background is. Probably need to do my job and go down there and talk to them. But interesting to see that. So that's a couple guys that came in here and kind of dominated yesterday and really kind of laid the gauntlet down. Say, hey, you Florida Winter Tour people, there's other people to come play. So
for me, it's Sarah Bradley, right? Comes in second in the standings. Still major opportunities here. Hasn't had quite the start she's wanted, but again, she's riding high off of that Radford F4 test. Has some very big opportunities here to follow that up with a trip to Italy.
Yeah, absolutely. So we'll see what happens here as they're getting lined up to get this start, to get our second race in round 3 here. Don't forget, a lot of racing today, so we'll finish out round 3 and then go immediately into our, not immediately, but after round 3, we have lunch break, and then we go into the pre-finals, and then that'll set the stage for the finals tomorrow, which is going to be a barn burner, I'm telling you right now. But other thing to keep in thoughts here is when we go to the pre-finals, the race gets a little bit longer.
Yes.
So there's a little bit of physicality that's going to come into play. So our pre-finals, instead of being 10 minutes, we're going 12 minutes plus 2 laps. So and then the final is 17 minutes, which is huge. So
underway in a big dive to the inside. I think that was Cole Medeiros. snatching that lead from Eli Steinberg, going all the way to the inside. Sarah Bradley follows in suit, but a nuclear start there from Cole Medeiros takes that lead. Some kick up of sand further back as everybody in lockstep working their way through turn number 11. Bradley try to look to the inside there. Medeiros stays. Watch that teal highlighter car, I believe, of Eric Doan trying to work their way through here. But some big moves here on the start as Eli Steinberg drops all the way back to 4th. Cole Medeiros leaves over Alex Vanchev and Eric Doan.
Yeah, a good clean start there. One of our larger fields out here, especially for the GP class. And these kids are hitting up to 80 mile an hour down that 750 foot straightaway. So as you can see, some obviously defending right there going into turn 6, excuse me. But yeah, it's been great racing. You know, we had that interview with Alan Rudolph. You got to listen to him talk a little bit about his thoughts on how to design a racetrack and a facility, and did such a wonderful job at this track. I hope other facilities that are thinking about building a facility can take some notes from this.
Heavy braking into a lot of switchback opportunities is indeed the answer. Watching Alexander Vanchev pushing the limits of this new Caney circuit here. Been dragging those outer left tires into the sand numerous times here. Eric Doan taking that opportunity now, trying to work his way up into second, right on the bumper of the RPG driver, but can't get by him. Big looks to the inside here as everybody follows suit. Big dives to the inside, some major defense, and that lets Steinberg and Murphy come back into the conversation here in the top 5 battle.
Yeah, Medeiros had that last second, I got to protect move real quick on Vanchev. So, you know, it's fun to watch that, but it also allows the field to just stack up, as we just saw there, as you're being more defensive. But that's going to get more and more as we get through the day. So the pre-final, you're going to see that, and far in the final, it's definitely a defensive move for a lot of these drivers, and we're going to see large packs of carts.
Medeiros, Vanchev, Doan, Steinberg, and Murphy all in lockstep here. A 5-car battle for the lead. Vanchev looking fast so far. Looks to the inside, gives the tip check to Cole Medeiros, who sails off into the grass. That might need some official review, as that was certainly argy-bargy. And now here comes Eric Doan to the inside, takes that lead from Alexander Vanchev.
Yeah, and I believe is that Sarah sitting in 3rd?
It is. Set down the fastest lap earlier on. Vanchev instantly took that purple lap back. And some big drama here earlier on, just 2 laps in.
Yeah, that was interesting because it didn't. I don't know what happened there. I don't think it was intentional, but I don't know if he brake checked a little bit on it to get into the corner or what. But yeah, that was definitely Vanchev had different thought on that, and Medeiros took the outside line by accident. So, and now Doan is taking the lead. So we see what happens there.
Tristan Murphy enters in.
Oh, that's Steinberg in 3rd.
Yeah,
I thought that was Sarah, but Sarah's sitting back there in 7th, just behind the Iron Man Nathan Dupuis.
Dupuis working his way forward. Bad start for Sarah Bradley. Started in 4th, dropped back to 8th, trying to battle her way back to the top 5. Again, big points at play for her as she tries to stay in championship contention.
Yeah, absolutely. And I'm sure that Cole Medeiros has something to say about that. He's going to do whatever it takes to keep his car in front of Sarah's.
Both are big championship names here. Outside of the podium, not quite where they want to be.
Yeah, still 6 minutes to go, so plenty of racing left in this, and we've seen how fast one lap can change, shuffle the top 10 easily.
Purple lap here for Cole Medeiros, gets himself a 53.78, 3rd and 4th, both over that 54-second mark.
Yeah,
so
I'm sure he's got a little extra adrenaline going right now after showing the old chrome horn there going into
Absolutely.
the corner.
So 5-car freight train starting to finally die down now after that exciting handful of opening laps. Big moves, though, for Alexander Vanchev. Started 5th, made some gutsy moves into turn 1 on lap 1, and has worked his way up into 3rd. Your biggest mover, however, Leonardo Saraville, who started back in 15th, is currently running in 10th. Want to also shout out Noah Landry and the whole Goodwood Cartways crew sharing the hotel with us. Got to have a great conversation with that whole Goodwood team last night.
Was that when you were playing foosball?
That was when I was doing air hockey, yeah.
Air hockey, yes.
Believe it or not, the young kids with the insanely fast reaction times are stupid good at air hockey, which should not be a shocker to anyone.
No, not at all. So, all right, looks like Doan has got this pretty much under control. Let's see if Vanchev maybe has his cart set up a little bit later for that late race run, if he can get up on the back there, or is Doan going to be able to continue to be mistake-free?
First time we actually might have some track cooling going on here, as we've got a couple of clouds getting in the sun's way here.
Yeah, that's another thing. Today's going to be the hottest day that we've had. Supposedly, what I heard this morning is a record-breaking temperature. So, surprisingly for Houston, I would think it was going to be a lot hotter. But
right.
It's been pretty, not chilly, but chilly in the mornings and really comfortable in the afternoon with a nice breeze. But I guess humidity's supposed to kick up and temperatures are supposed to get hot.
I'll say this so far, like, nothing's going to top the humidity and the stickiness of Florida, but we got so many warning signs in the leading up to this weekend for just how hot and humid it could potentially be. And I mean, yesterday was beautiful. Today has been really, really good so far. A little bit of a shuffle further back there, as I believe Cole Medeiros got by Tristan Murphy for 4th. The weather has been absolutely nails so far this weekend.
Yeah, we've had rain every Florida Winter Tour, so
right.
I should knock on wood right now. But, I did see that there's a chance of pop-up storms later this afternoon. That always makes for an eventful afternoon. So let's keep our fingers crossed that we can stay dry all day.
Would certainly make the on-track product a little bit more interesting, as we saw in Orlando, but definitely don't want to be running around here in the cold and the wet. 2.5 minutes on the clock. Doan still leading Vanchev, who's stayed within conversation, about a third of a second between them. New purple lap, though, goes to Facundo Hernandez, 53.14 from that young man. For reference, your leader, Doan, doing a 53.16 last time by. Ooh. So some good pace there in the 298 cart. Has gained 10 positions from 17th to 7th so far.
Yeah, good run for Hernandez. It's exactly what they need to be able to get those points needed, because this is establishing, we're done with the progression after this. Right. So now you're going to start where where your point situation finishes you out. Reshuffle. Interesting thing is, for 3 heats you've been starting next to the same people.
Right.
Now you're going to be starting next to some different people. So that also plays a little bit into your strategy.
A little bit of a lunge further back there, as I believe that was Nathan Dupuis working by Facundo Hernandez for 7th. But some good stuff going on here in the back half of the field. 90 seconds on the clock here as we are watching.
4th and 5th, I believe, is that Murphy, Medeiros, and Bradley.
Cole Medeiros. Some really, really good stuff here. Still a 5-car freight train, but everybody kind of in a stalemate right now. No moves in that top half of the field. Another purple lap from Facundo Hernandez, 53.06. 10 places gained so far, looking for number 11 in the form of Sarah Bradley.
Yeah, he's got her sights definitely set on Sarah here, so we'll see if Sarah's going to make that cart really wide, or if she's going to be able to kind of stay in line and make Hernandez work his way around.
Want to again thank our partners for GP Junior Karting. PSL, our America's #1 importer of Brielle Art carts for North America. That's pslkarting.com for a variety of karting products, parts, chassis. Major sponsor here for the 2025 ROK Cup season. Gonna be 2 laps to go here when the timer hits 0. Nico Katowski working by Noah Landry there in 14th and 13th. But it is all Eric Doan up front, as there's a little bit of a switchback on the inside, and Vanchev loses second to Eli Steinberg as we finally start to see some reshuffling in this kind of 4-car freight train further back.
Yeah, definitely the closest battle on the track right now. So let's see if that's going to allow that other group that we have behind her, which Sarah, I think, is leading that.
Yep, Vanchev tries to swing back, kind of gives a little bit of a check to Steinberg and gets that position back as we're going to have 2 to go here at the line. Major reshuffling further back as it kind of dominoes these guys back and lets Vanchev take off into second. Teroff going away from Eric Doan there, as it is now Medeiros versus Steinberg versus Murphy. As I say that, Cole Medeiros now getting back.
Yeah, I don't know. What did Vanchev have a mistake there? Because it went from like 0.5 to now 1.5.
Certainly firing up here as we're going to see the white flag here this time by Eric Doan with a 2.5 seconds on this pack. But what can Vanchev do to hold off Cole Medeiros? 4-car freight train here. Vanchev, Medeiros, Steinberg, and Murphy.
Yeah, Vanchev keeps looking over his shoulder there, needing to know, do I need to defend here or not? Do I got enough gap to be able to just kind of run my normal racing line? I'm sure he'll probably go down a little bit here to defend going into turn 6. There's a try to pass.
The inside.
Oh, big slide for the Orsolon chassis right there.
Opposite lock there for Medeiros as he holds off Eli Steinberg, but some very, very good moves further up ahead. Vanchev and Medeiros have kind of broken away. Excuse me, that was Steinberg and Murphy going into turn number 6.
Yeah, it looks like Murphy has something else to say right there with that pass going into 8, right? Or 11.
Big lunge to the inside. By the way, Sarah Bradley still trying to hold off Facundo Hernandez for 6, trying to work his way up 6 spots to the line. Eric Doan will take heat number 3. Vanchev takes it. Murphy beats out Steinberg at the line, and Sarah Bradley holds off Facundo Hernandez, but it will still be absolute flowers for the young man in the 298 who works up 10 positions to get himself from 17th to 7th in heat number 3.
Yeah, and that's exactly what Medeiros did. That maybe just kind of solidified his points victory there, unless he has some issues to the pre-final, and finally finished ahead of Sarah again. So good run for Cole right there. So we'll see. I want to try to get an updated points as I look at Mike Burrell. Updated points.
A head shake and a shrug from Mike Burrell saying, I don't know.
Yeah.
And also a way of telling us to go.
I'll do something, even if I got to do the math.
Yeah,
Not going to be correct, but
hey,
I'll give you something.
Before you do that, though, I think we got to pay the bill. So we're going to step away really quickly, and we'll get back to you as soon as possible. Round 3 of the Florida Winter Tour from Speed Sports Race Park here in New Caney on ROK Cup USA.
You're watching a Jason Larea creative ROK Cup USA production.
Light overcast here in New Caney as we are getting set for ROK GP Pro Heat 3. And Jason, it has been all about Blake Nash versus Ryan Norberg.
Yeah, well, Heat 2.
Yeah.
Norberg kind of checked out on Heat 1. So, match and pace. Blake's just got to get a better start to be able to get up on Norberg right there and see if he can match pace and get around him. Help starting from pole. You can kind of just get that gap that you need to do. So,
got to talk to Blake Nash after Heat 2 yesterday, asked him how he felt. He said, it's on me for not doing qualifying right. I knew the pace was there, but I just couldn't get it out of the cart. And had I started on the front row, it would have been a very different story. Would have been able to bring the battle to Norberg, but I'm feeling good about the pre-final. I just got to get back to work and make sure I can get myself in the right position. And that work time is right here.
Yeah, I think, with his 2 finishes so far and providing not a DNF here, he's going to be able to start outside pole right there with next to Norberg. So I look for the pre-final to be a very, very eventful race.
Do not count out, by the way, the rest of these guys. Aiden and Greta giving us a little bit of a show as well. Victor de Alenkar battling in third as well in the 357. Oliver Mrak on double duty here, running between a couple of different classes. So some very big battles here right now. Green flag is out for heat number 3. And clean run for Norberg. Tries a switchback, though, de Alenkar to the outside. Some big shuffles here, and instantly Blake Nash wastes zero time, gets himself up into third. Dive bomb to the inside, gonna take second before the end of the first lap.
Took no time at all. He did exactly what he needed to do, and now he's got his eyes set on Norberg, and we'll see what happens. See if anybody else can be smart and just kind of play up in tow and ride right behind Blake, and could see Norberg being dethroned so far.
And Greta trying to swing back on Blake Nash, but he's got a head full of steam. Will set his sight for Ryan Norberg, who's won Heat 1 and Heat 2. He is trying to change that little bit of a battle further back between Victor de Alenkar and Oliver Mrak, but it could be a 3-car freight train, and we're going to keep our eyes pinned now on our lap data and see how these two go at it. Again, heat number 2, we were going back and forth on purple laps, going between Ryan Norberg and Blake Nash. What are we going to see now? Is it going to become an on-track battle? Top 5 still relatively close. Further back, Mingyang Zhu and Madison Knox going at it. First full lap underway here. Ryan Norberg, 52.85. Fastest lap for Blake Nash, 52.73. And Greta, 52.33. And Victor de Alenkar, 53.42. Norberg looking confident in these braking zones so far. Not seeing that same level of sidestep on the binders.
Yeah, might not be pushing it so deep right now, but
just a third of a second separating these two. It's the closest they've been all weekend long. Looking for an opportunity. Are we going to see a move here in turn 11? Nothing quite yet, but getting closer. Slowly reeling in Norberg is Blake Nash. Again, all of those Nash Motorsport cards, so easy to identify. That chrome teal kind of colored front bumpers. Now just a quarter of a second between these two. About a 3-car breakaway, 2-car breakaway, then battle for third continuing to go on between Ingretta de Alencar and ROK.
Yeah, it looks like Blake got a really good run right there. Let's see if Norberg is going to defend this.
Norberg to the middle, but
inside.
oh my goodness, big dive! They touch fenders! Oh my goodness, side by side. It wasn't clean, but for the first time this weekend, Blake Nash leads in Houston.
Yep, and then that puts, who's that in third right now? Is that Ingrata right on Norberg's bumper? So that little hoggle there. I just got to see if that did something to Nash's axle, like he got up and came down on it, but looks perfectly fine. But, I mean, Ingrata's not letting Norberg leave him.
We'll have to see if there's any lasting damage to either of those two karts, but what this has done is brought Aiden Ingretta back into this conversation as it's become a 3-car, almost a 4-car battle now as here comes Victor de Alencar.
Yeah, I don't know if that move caught Norberg off guard. I mean, but Blake got a heck of a run going through 11 and definitely saw that move coming from all the way down that little short section that we have.
You think it was maybe just a little bit too late on the brakes from Blake Nash?
You know, maybe it was on purpose. I don't know.
Could have been.
You know, shut the door on them. They have to kill their momentum. You keep the momentum up, and it allows you to get a little bit bigger gap. So, but Norberg's right there. Let's see if Norberg can get back up on Blake, or if Blake just has that pace. What are our lap times right now?
Clean lap right now. Lap number 4 here. It's a 52.56 from Blake Nash. Norberg firing back, though, doing a 52.54.
So their paces are the
55.01.
same. So it's just all about making a mistake. And if you make a mistake, you're going to get penalized for it.
Right. And again, I think we made a really good point yesterday. We were talking after heats yesterday about how to really maximize pace out of these karts, especially with the Goodwood guys, but just the ability to really be fast and knowing that these guys have it dialed in is just driving off of the fingertips, right? Yep. Not manhandling the wheel, not white-knuckling it. Because anytime you're doing that, you're scrubbing speed, right?
Yeah, you don't get what the kart's giving back to you. Like, the idea is kind of have light fingers on it, and that way you can tell, and the kart's just telling you what it needs and the inputs that you're putting into it.
Lap number 5, 52.17, fastest lap from Blake Nash. Ryan Norberg, 52.29, 52.61 from Aiden Ingretta. Gap between them at the line over half a second, so the clean air certainly helping Nash, but Ryan Norberg still relatively staying within conversation here.
Yeah, and I tell you what, hats off to Blake for fighting him. I didn't think anybody had anything for Norberg.
No.
Like, after that win in Heat 1, that dominant victory by several seconds. But like we talked about, Blake went back, checked his data. He said, you talked to him a little bit. He said that he felt like he had the pace, just needed to get better starts, and that's exactly what he did. So, this is going to be interesting to see. So I believe if this is how it finishes, Norberg still starts on pole.
Right.
But we know Nash will be there outside pole.
Eerie consistency here from Blake Nash. Did a 52.56, then improved to 52.17. Last time by 52.14, another fastest lap for Blake Nash.
Yeah, he likes that empty track in front of him, so giving Ryan, something to shoot for here and go back and see what he has to do with making adjustments. And knowing Ryan and his expertise and how good of a driver coach he is, I'm sure that he's sitting there learning, watching Blake's lines and trying to figure out what he may be doing differently and where he may be a little bit more exposed to for passes when it comes down to the final.
Again, last 3 laps for Blake Nash, 52.17, 52.14, and another 52.17. Ryan Norberg running a 52.15, 52.23, and a 52.29. Scary consistency from these guys.
Yeah, but I don't know what happened there either. Norberg picked the pace up a little bit, or Nash had a little bit of bobble somewhere, but it looks like that gap closed a little bit there. Maybe Norberg was letting his tires cool off a little bit to kind of make that late run push for the victory here with just under 3 minutes to go.
I know this isn't a major factor, but again, clouds have started to move out. We're starting to get open track again, so track temps starting to once again heat up here. Another 52-2-7, 52-2-4 from Norberg, as it is becoming certainly a two-car breakaway right now.
Yeah, and if you're sitting back there like with Ingrata and the Allen car, you got to do something. Maybe start making some wholesale changes to your chassis to figure out something to be able to get up there. I mean, I don't know what is their pace compared to the other ones. I mean, they're
still about half a second off of pace.
Yeah, that's a Fortnite karting.
Right.
Never thought you'd hear the word Fortnite in a broadcast, would you? Unless you're talking about Abe Lincoln.
I was going to say the video game, being our generation and being the generation of kids on track right now.
Yes.
Although that's spelled N-I-T-E, so.
I still play it as an adult.
Do you?
I love it. There's so much fun doing it. I go through periods of playing it. Like, Indiana in the wintertime.
Fair.
Not much to do, so.
They've got Lewis Hamilton in the game now.
Do they?
Yeah.
That's pretty awesome.
Got him. They just added Shohei Ohtani.
I'll have to buy his character.
Yeah.
Yeah, pretty much just equalizing right now through this race. I think, Norberg probably understands the situation. Like, I'm going to be pole. Might be just saving his tires for the pre-final.
Still easy for us to say, though, this is going to be a duel that will go on for the remainder of this weekend between these two.
Yeah, I mean, Norberg knows every situation, I imagine, so knows the pre-finals, what really is going to count. So saving your tires. And Nash has had to push his cart a lot harder than what Norberg's had to push his car to try to get through the field, and late braking and late dive bombing. So his tires have definitely got a lot more wear on them than what Ryan's does. So we'll see if that does play a factor in the pre-final. I mean, right now, I truly think that Blake's got this in hand, barring any type of mechanical issue. But these ROK GP and Levanto tires have just been rock solid. I haven't seen any mechanical failures or tire issues in any of the stops of the Florida Winter Tour / Texas edition here. Hats off to ROK for providing a bulletproof motor for these racers to use and run, and the parity of the engines are just phenomenal. So
want to thank all of our league sponsors here: Vortex Engines, Levanto Karting Tires, OMP, Sunoco Racing Fuel, and everybody helping us make this possible. 52.08. Blake Nash keeps digging and working his way up on Delta and putting a gap on Ryan Norberg. I think that urgency there we saw in the opening laps from Blake Nash, we saw that a little bit in Heat 2 yesterday, but I think that urge on the move for first on Norberg was kind of knowing that advantage he would get from the clean air.
Well, and he looked at his, I'm sure he went back and looked at his data and compared it to what Norberg was running on lap time. Just he knew he had the pace. I mean, he was faster than he was yesterday.
Looks like we've got some debris on track here in turn 8.
That could be tape off of the radiators, because they do tape the radiators up, so they'll heat the motors up, and as the race goes, the motors heat up. They pull the tape off. So that's probably my guess what's over there. But again, like to thank Velocity Sody Kart Racing for the sponsoring the GP senior class here. Again, without our sponsors, man, we wouldn't be up here.
Wouldn't be able to do it.
So literally, they help us pay the bills.
Yes.
All right, last lap here. Blake definitely has this in tow. So
anything that Ryan Norberg can throw back, it's going to take aggression from Norberg and bobbles from Nash. But he's kept it clean this entire race, barring the move to get himself to the front, which I think will be looked on might be a word between these two.
Yeah, but they race all the time, so
right.
I'm sure it's not a payback. I'm sure he just kind of went in.
Out of this final hairpin for the last time in Heat 3, and Blake Nash has flipped the script here in GP Pro. He works his way to the front of the field for the first time in the class. Ryan Norberg comes home second, and Greta wins over that kind of best of the rest battle here over Victor de Elencar. Oliver Mrak coming home in 5th, Ming Anju in 6th, and Madison Knox in 7th. Gonna go pay the bills. We'll step away really quickly. It's round 3 of the Florida Winter Tour from New Caney on ROK Cup USA's YouTube channel. Stay with us. So will he just start back of the pack? Yep. Okay. Set here for final heat for ROK Mini Championship here as we get ready for the pre-final. Some motor troubles for Cameron Johnson. Gets refired, but will have to start at the back of the pack. And the man that came into this weekend third in the championship has his work cut out for him in heat number 3. It is all about the battle up front, though, and what Alex Chandler can do to bring the battle to Jaden Francisco. Nico Salazar leads us off like he has all week long. He's alongside Cooper Lorenzo Lopez. Behind him in row 2, Kimo Ahmad and Ashton Wyatt. Alex Chandler and that championship fight will be starting in 5th. Potentially a waved off start here as Cameron Johnson is still working his way back to the field.
Yeah, so frustrating if you're Cam right now, just hoping that they're going to do it, but they may not wave it off. They're lining them up like they're going to go. But the benefit is Cam's going to have a full thing of steam
Exactly.
going. Yeah, they went. You don't wait.
Green flag
just
running
for one
here.
cart. It's not a regional race or a local grassroots race. This is a national event. So if your stuff's not running at the start, sorry.
Yep. Nico Salazar leads them through for the first time here.
But it'll be fun to watch Cam here. Cam will work his way through the field.
And already he's wasted no time. He's worked his way to the back of this field as we do see yellows being waved now. And it looks like we have, in fact, waved off the start. We're going to re-rack him and do it one more time.
Well, don't listen to me.
They were racing like it was a genuine start, so it looks like they're doing it one more time. So let's try that one more time here. Nico Salazar, Cooper Lorenzo Lopez, Kimo Ahmad, and Ashton Wyatt, your top 4.
But they're saying it was a false start. So.
Yeah, they're ruling it as a false start here.
It did look like they started way early.
Mm-hmm.
And that's why they did that. So, well, good for Cam. That worked out.
Great opportunity for Cam, yeah. got just about to the end of pit exit, then had to push it back into the kind of awning area. Crew ran over to help get it refired and has had no issues now. So it's the last to first challenge now for the 111 kart of Cam Johnson. Again, the older brother of the mini karts, drivers 9 to 13. Karts weight about 245, same engine as the micros, but without that restrictor on the exhaust, so getting as much power as possible out of these Vortex mini engines. Trying to get them as slow as possible here so we don't get a false start. Here we go. Heat 3 underway finally for ROK Mini, and it is waved off once again. Oh, boy. And front row, I believe, is going to get some kind of penalty here for getting on the loud pedal just a little bit too early.
Yeah, once you hit that commitment cone, you really have to be, or the acceleration cone, you can't accelerate until you hit that. So just tries to keep the tram lines in line and everything equal for everybody. Until they did that, it was a fun mind game.
But
speed up, hit your brake, speed up, hit your brake.
Oh, yeah.
And then try to get the other people all, braked up and locked up, and then you finally just hit the gas and go.
Right.
But that's the benefit of being on pole.
But you understand why these guys are so eager. Again, no field is quite as competitive, as tight as the minis and the micros. And again, you've got no better opportunity to make early moves in turn number 1. Not only do you have smaller karts, but you're having a lower momentum being carried into turn number 6 when we get started. So a lot of opportunities on these opening laps. We've seen it from Brody Stoffel in the micros, and we've seen it from a lot of guys, Ashton Wyatt especially here in the minis.
Yeah, absolutely. So not like you said, not a lot of horsepower to pull you out of a mistake there.
Exactly.
But, we'll see if anything happens here. If we can get a good, clean start as we is trying to tell somebody needed. Is it look like it was Salazar?
Looks like they're trying to get the front row to move back here.
Well, it might not be the front row. It could be because they're pointing at Salazar. Oh, it's the front row going to the back. Okay.
Can confirm from race control up here with us that they are trying to move Lorenzo Lopez and Kimo Ahmed further back. Want to once again say hello to all 100 and something of you spending your Saturday with us. We appreciate you joining us in ROK Cup USA's YouTube channel. Jason Ewers again alongside Jackson Lambros, and we have potentially the first red flag here, and we are going to have a fully waved off start here. Struggling to see what's going on here, as it looks like they're trying to still reshuffle the field.
Well, yeah, so
They're probably going to switch.
yeah, red flag means stop.
Well, yeah.
It's got to stop. And I think, probably the best thing you can do here is just tell these guys, you got to go to the back. You get to come up. And this is going to dice some things up here
for
a little
sure.
bit. So,
Definitely some confusion here.
and just moving them back one spot. So,
Just get pushed back to the second row as a result. So the first heat we've actually had here in Houston with a different starting order.
yeah, they started. Good job. Are we going? I don't
There's
know
no
what that
shot we're
is.
going from here. Is there?
I didn't even see anybody even wave a flag. So, I don't know. Looks like we're green, so we're going racing.
It appears so. And just like that, we are now finally racing for heat number 3. As I believe it is now...
That's Nico Salazar, I believe, that took the lead from the pole position that was handed to him over Lopez, making a couple jumps there early. So we'll see how long it takes, see if Lopez can get his kart back out front. But, Nico's definitely taken advantage of that opportunity there.
It is actually the 144, I believe, of Kimo Ahmed that leads us.
Oh, is it?
Was demoted, but instantly took that spot back. So leads over Nico Salazar and Alex Chandler. Cooper Lorenzo Lopez still hitting that penalty. Starts in 4th. Jaden Francisco in 5th. Ashton Wyatt in 6th. I'm seeing here that Cameron Johnson might have already moved his way up into 7th. I'm going to have to verify that and see where he's at on track. But we've got a major shuffle here in this 4-car kind of group just outside the podium.
Yeah. So we just found out, though, if it's 2 waved off starts, the front row goes back.
Gotcha.
So not the back of the pack, just goes back and you get the second row the opportunity to start. So.
Gotcha. So again, that allowed Alex Chandler and Kimo Ahmad to be promoted to the front of the field here for this final heat in the micros.
Do I see something going on in kart P2 in the back?
Watching Nico Salazar try to get to work here on Kimo Ahmad. Couldn't get it done. A little bit of a look to the inside.
That's a chain guard. Looks like it's about ready to come off. That might be a meatball flag there. That could be an issue with safety if that thing comes off and hits the driver behind.
Can see that on the P2 card of Nico Salazar there. Was given a golden ticket here to start on the front row, but luck coming right back his way.
Looked like it went back down or if it flew off. Got the pass right there, though, on Ahmed. So, and going back, battling their teammates battling.
Right.
With that Orsolon team. So they have some very strong micro and mini drivers.
Bit of a look to the inside there from Alex Chandler in that all-lime helmet, the 196 kart. He's under fire right now from Jaden Francisco in the pink helmet. Looks for a run here, but looks to the inside. Big look down low from Alex Chandler. Couldn't get it there, though. Now a 6-car freight train as Cooper Lorenzo Lopez and Ashton Wyatt join the conversation.
Yeah, he's just pushing him all the way around the track right now, Ahmed is. So
all-out sprint. You can see the bend on that chain guard still from Nico Salazar. Still haven't seen a meatball for the 138 as we just have 26 seconds to go. This wave-off kind of gives us this super sprint as a little bit of a look to the outside. Nearly 3 wide there as Ahmad and Chandler try to go through, and that's let Salazar slingshot to the front.
Yeah, that timing's not right. The time on the track.
Gotcha.
Right. We still have their normal time, so it should reset itself when it hits zeros here.
Still seeing that we've got about 4 minutes to go. Apologies for that. But a good shot there. Look at the back of Nico Salazar's kart there. As if that gets any more loose or comes off, that might have that if it comes off, it'll certainly be a
They are giving him 2 to go. Wow, they did. I guess to keep on time, you can't extend the race, so the race has its time to run there. So, all right, do not listen to me, the 100 and something people out there. I only know what I know, and there's a lot of stuff I don't know.
Always so much to manage here, especially when you have 100 and something karts and so many different classes and so many different rules to manage and regulate. Fastest lap for Cooper Lorenzo Lopez at 59.28, but Nico Salazar leads over Ashton Chandler. By the way, Cameron Johnson has indeed worked his way up into 7th now. I think in that waved off start, he might have been able to reshuffle where he was starting originally. I'm seeing here that he started in 6th.
Down
he's just about where he started.
Yeah, it's they're battling back there. I mean, everyone's so close on pace, and I mean, you really can throw a blanket over that top 7 karts. Been a little bit of gap to 8th, 9th, and 10th, but Salazar has done a great job of kind of leading from start to finish so far, but he's getting some serious challenge right now.
Under some big pressure as we see the white flag. Alex Chandler had a big dive there, went side by side, but the position went back. Now Ashton Wyatt tries to work his way through, tries the outside in turn number 4. Doesn't get the over-under, but here comes Cooper Lorenzo Lopez.
Yeah.
Oh, my goodness, someone going very far outside and getting jumped over the curves. Everybody beeping and wobbing, trying to find some kind of real estate here as everybody's reshuffling into turn number 6.
That was a lot of activity right there. I don't even know who's where now, so we got to figure it out. I know Salazar kept the lead. That Chandler in the neon yellow, the highlighter helmet, as I like to call it, sitting in 2nd.
Now a little bit of a look to the outside from Lorenzo Lopez. Tries to get the over-under on Francisco. Can't get it done. 111 of Cameron Johnson on the move here. Last opportunity for Alex Chandler. Not too much. Big dive from the inside, though. Johnson gets by Jaden Francisco. Checkered flag is out. Nico Salazar with a hung chain guard. Works his way to the front, gets his golden ticket, and wins heat number 3.
Yeah, shortened race, but hey, great activity.
A lot of excitement. Only 4 laps of green flag running there, but we got it done. Ashton Wyatt comes home in third. Cooper Lorenzo Lopez in fourth. Jaden Francisco in fifth. Cameron Johnson in sixth. And Kimo Ahmad in seventh. Couple more to come here. Masters, VLR juniors, and seniors in round 3. Then we'll get on to the pre-finals. Got to go step away to pay the bills really quick. Stay with us, though. It's round 3 of the Florida Winter Tour from Speed Sports Racing Park here on the ROK Cup USA YouTube channel.
Fist fighting? Everybody kung fu fighting?
Jason, describe it to me. You're live.
Folks, looks like we've got some fighting going on in the scale area. I don't have a camera to show you guys what's going on here, but some shouting and some strong words between some people here as we're trying to get some info here.
Not
got
sure
a camera
exactly
in the
what's
scale
going
area.
on.
I want to say if it was for some
On-track activity is my guess, but
I don't know if it was based on on-track activity or maybe from some people disagreeing with the penalties given for the jump starts. I'm not entirely sure.
yeah, I'm not sure either. But
We'll try to
we
get
never condone fighting.
Yes, let's start with that.
Never condone fighting, especially in a sport that involves children. Like, this is a family, professional event, but never condone that. All right, as we wait, we have our Rocket Racing VLR Masters about to go out. Yeah, Burrell looks like he's over there managing the situation. Officer Mike Burrell, if you guys don't know that, don't want to mess with him.
The ringleader of ROK Cup USA.
He'll take you down old two-finger style, just like Chuck Norris would. So,
Looks like there was some actual, proper melee going on here, and might have a little bit more of a story for you guys when we return from the lunch break, as we'll run around and get some proper stories for you guys. Yeah, you don't need to hear me say that. Don't do that. Ever.
Yeah.
You're a little league dad, but you're spending way more money to do that if you're doing that. So please just don't be that guy.
no.
Ever.
No. We should have that on a shirt. Don't be that guy.
Don't be that guy. VLR Junior set to go, or excuse me, no, Masters getting set to go here.
Yeah, the Rocket Racing sponsored VLR Masters ready to go. Working for a trip to Las Vegas for the Florida, for Rock Vegas in October over Halloween again this year. It was fun last year. They did a costume contest, and somebody showed up as Marshmallow with a whole DJ thing, and it smelled and all that stuff. And I'm not sure if it wasn't Marshmallow. Like no one had any idea who it was that won.
Beautiful.
Yeah, it was fantastic.
Beautiful. One of the beautiful things about Vegas, always some great scenes at ROK Cup in Vegas, but everything is so, there's such a great sense of community there. We're almost always in the same hotel. It's a straight walk from where we're staying to the track. Just a really, really great scene there.
Yeah, absolutely. So, we got to see these gentlemen run earlier today to finish out their Heat 2s. So, again, it was Harper pretty much dominant. So, we'll see, I expect a little bit more out of Falcone.
Absolutely.
Kind of sat there behind Pavon. So, we'll see if maybe they made some changes and he can get up there. Again, Scott's not had the best starts. Seems to get stuck back there a little bit and not making that aggressive move at the beginning. But also wisdom maybe in play there where
I'd rather just finish and not have a DNF.
Absolutely. Brent Harper leading us off again. Has won the first 2 heats thus far. But again, it's all about Mark Pavon versus Scott Falcone, both starting in 2nd and 4th respectively.
As they're working their way down, get those tires warmed up, get set up here, and we'll start lining up to be able to take that green flag here in about a minute.
How badly do you wish you weren't in the booth with me right now and in one of those cars?
Not once at all.
Really?
Not right now.
Not feeling it?
Not feeling it. I mean, I would love to drive, but I haven't been in a kart in 6 months, so thank you, Indiana winter.
It's like riding a bike, though, right?
Oh, yeah, it wouldn't be an issue with that at all. So I'll be back in next week.
Weaving and bobbing there from Adamar Caligaro, trying to get heat into those Levanto karting tires as we are getting set here. Again, only 6 cars here. Actually had 7 in the last heat. Might be some mechanical issues there, I believe.
Who are we missing?
Randy Rogers let us off.
Evan Kozak?
It might have been. Rogers might have beat out Kozak. I'm trying to remember the order here last time by.
We had Falcone, Caligaro, Pavon, Harper, Kozak, and Rogers.
No, I'm right. 2 by 3. Excuse me.
Okay. Well, you know what? You're not doing the points because you can't do math.
Right.
You can't count.
I went. No, that's why I stepped out of engineering and did media, because me no do numbers good, but me do word good. So.
Yeah.
Getting set here for the final heat for ROK Cup Masters. 35 and up, or excuse me, 32 and up. Cars weighing about 390 pounds. And again, if you can't see the class, it's always easy to tell based off of the number plates. These guys running the 700s. Another great way of identifying it. Green flag is out, and Harper will lead them into turn 1. Instantly spearheads them, as some quick moves there from Adamar Caligaro. Holds on to 2nd, looking for real estate. 2 by 2 further back as they work their way through the S's for the first time. Four-car freight train starting out. That's Randy Rogers we were looking at the back of the pack there, trying to work his way forward. Finished 5th last time by. As it is Harper over Mark Pavon, or excuse me, Caligaro. Harper, Caligaro, Falcone, then Pavon, and Evan Kozak over Randy Rogers. Big loser at the start there was indeed Mark, who started on the front row, got lost in the hole shot, and now runs in 4th.
Yeah, I mean, all these guys have the capability of really having this as a 7-car shootout, or a 6-car shootout, easily. You just got to get these guys to not battle with each other and see what happens and just kind of fight it out at the end. But again, Scott, I thought for sure I'd see Falcone make a little bit more of a move, making it up front, but kind of sitting back there. And I don't know if he's just kind of waiting for that cart to come in. But
do you still think there might be some stuff being saved, some pace being saved, some tires being saved for the pre-final?
I mean, I think there's probably a little bit of that to play, but we'll see. I mean, Scott's sitting at 3rd, but it's just set purple, so I don't think he's sitting back.
Right.
But everyone's into 57s except for Kozak, who's just touching the 57s.
Right.
But again, it's interesting to see. Those guys, Kozak and Rogers, are a couple newbies to the Florida Winter Tour and maybe new to the VLR engine, but. Good little battle up there for first.
Caligaro had a really good run going into turn 6, had a look to the inside of Brent Harper, but couldn't make it a done deal, and that's allowed Scott Falcone to enter the chat and now try to take that 2nd place spot. Looks to the inside going through turn number 10 into 11. Can't get it done, but again, this exit on 11 is so paramount, and he's going to have a great opportunity here into the hairpin. Can't get it done. Still plenty of time. 7 minutes, almost 8 minutes to go here as the 99 of Falcone is right on the bumper. It's another fastest lap that time around, a 57.14 from Scott Falcone. Again, Caligaro looking for a heat win here. Has not been able to prove it. Into the mirrors of Brent Harper.
Yeah, Falcone. Big slide job right there.
Woo-hoo.
Didn't make it stick. But, man, he was trying to get that run down that straightaway. He's making that big upper body as small as he possibly could as he was going down that 750-foot straightaway.
Muscling that cart around the middle sector here, Scott Falcone. But Ademar Calogaro has not cracked at all. This has allowed Brent Harper to extend that gap just a little bit as these two have gone at it to about half a second. Still certainly with a seat at the table, and just behind there, Mark Pavon, Randy Rogers still certainly at bay. Lap number 3, Brent Harper's 57.03. Calogaro and Falcone running a 1.9 and 2.7 respectively. Excuse me.
Yeah, I love this. All right, this is good. Like this, we got a little bit of a battle that's going to happen up here, and we were talking about this yesterday.
Right.
When you only have a handful of carts on the track, it's hard as
announcers
us
to do this,
to make it exciting and to talk about it. But I don't care if there's 3 carts on the track. If they're all racing and having good battles out there, I'm happy with that.
And we're absolutely getting that right now as we're playing the waiting game here for Scott Falcone. Has the pace over Adam Calogaro. Lap number 4 in the books here. Another purple lap from Brent Harper, 56.03. Instantly trumped by Ademar Calogaro, who sets his first purple lap of the weekend, 56.79. Exactly the same time as Scott Falcone.
Yeah, Falcone he had a really good first sector right there, like really running through those S's. You could see him close in on Calogaro through that section right there. So he definitely is liking the way that this chassis is working.
Falcone maybe starting to get a little bit hot under the collar here. No, he's got the pace. Bit of a look to the inside there. No contact between him and Calogaro, but still can't get it done. Still just half a second behind the new guy, Brent Harper. Look to the inside now from the 799. Gets back in line. Lap number 5. Falcone now with the fastest lap of 56.75. Brent Harper doing a 56.97. And Ademar Calogaro doing a 56.81. Closest they've been all day here.
Oh, here goes Falcone.
Gives it a look to the inside. Here comes the anchors. Side by side into turn number 6. Opportunity.
Good clean pass. Good job, Scott. See if he has anything. See if Calogaro was holding him up. I mean,
exactly.
He still was going purple. I'm sure that he's got his eyes set on Harper, and if I was Harper, I'd be a little worried here. With 4 minutes to go,
we've started to see Heat 3 as the turning point in a lot of two-way battles here throughout the weekend. Some of the guys that have been waiting to show pace all week long have finally started to get their fangs out and go for leads. Could this be the exact same case right now for Scott Falcone, who finally sees himself trying to get by Brent Harper? It's another fastest lap for him, 56.64. Just a third of a second behind them, and Ademar Calogaro dropping like a stone, 57.18 from him that past lap. Granted, he was pushed off of the ideal line there in that move.
Yeah, that definitely had something to do with that. But Falcone is all over the back of Harper right now, so we'll see if he's going to be patient with 3 minutes to go, or if he's going to not be patient, just make his move here in a minute, because he is so fast through this section that we're coming up to, which is turns 1, 2, and 3, going into 4 and 5 down that straightaway.
Standoff in pace right now between Brent Harper and Scott Falcone. Harper leader of the first 2 heats. Scott Falcone in championship contention. Not needed, but certainly wanted for the 799 cart. Next time by, it's lap number 7. 56.77 from Harper, 7.8 from Falcone, and Calogaro continues to drop back from this 3-car battle.
Yeah, back in the back there with 4th and 5th. That's a good little battle between Rogers and Pavon. But, as Pavon is leading the points right now, but with Falcone battling for the lead here and with better finishes except for Heat 2 on Pavon, and Pavon finishing 5th here, that's just going to eat into that, what do we have there, about 200-point lead? So definitely Falcone, I know, is thinking free trip to Vegas.
Exactly. Two minutes to go here in the final heat for ROK VLR Masters. And there's a look to the inside for the lead. Scott Falcone, for the first time this weekend, will take the lead in Masters. But Brent Harper does not want to say goodbye just yet. A great move there, a sneaky move.
Yeah.
Into the turn 11 hairpin there, or excuse me, the turn 13 hairpin. And Falcone starts to take off.
Yeah, we talk about Nathan Dupuis being an Ironman. I mean, Scott's the Ironman of the Masters because
right.
I mean, he runs COTA on the West Coast. I think he was in Daytona with USPKS last weekend. He's here with us. You know, I mean, he's in the cart just as much as these young kids are. So, hats off for him to be able to just do what he loves to do, and obviously does it very well.
For the love of the game, for the love of the race, shall we say, for Scott Falcone. But just a smidgen of a gap there, 55 from Falcone, 76 from Harper, as it's the first time that Brent Harper's got someone in front of him this weekend, but he has not given up any pace thus far. Going to take this time to say hello to all of you guys in the YouTube chat for ROK Cup. Roll call would be appreciated. Where are you watching from? Who you rooting for? How do we think this battle's going to turn out between Scott Falcone and Brent Harper? Saying hello to Preston Fisher and Leandro Matos. Preston, who has been in here just a couple times, saw him yesterday as well. Two laps to go. Scott Falcone does a 56.80. Brent Harper a 56.95. And it looks like we're starting to see that fall off on grip as this track starts to heat up. Just a second and a half back. Adamar Calagaro in the 704. Still not out of sight, but definitely not in contention for the lead right now. Full throttle, Marley saying, let's go REM. Lane Sanders asking, has Micro went out yet? Did earlier. Still got plenty of racing here as we've got the pre-final coming up here in just a couple of hours. White flag, one more time to go. 56.94 from Falcone. Harper doing a 56.79. Could potentially see a switch back here from Brent Harper and flipping the script back. Tucks in. I don't think it's going to be close enough, though, Jason.
No, unless he completely just dive bombs it, but no. Harper has 2 wins. This is a win for he's going to start pole, so.
This is a battle that is going to, for sure, continue right into the pre-finals in the afternoon, as it should be a Falcone-Harper front row. That doesn't mean Harper doesn't want it back, though. Looking for swinging it late on turn 11, trying to maximize that exit. Out of the final corner to the checkered flag. Scott Falcone gets his first win of the weekend and dethrones Brent Harper. Adamar Calagaro still showing great pace. Mark Pavon not where he wants to probably be, but still comes home in 4th. Randy Rogers gets it there in 5th. Evan Kozak rounds out our grid. Still a handful of VLR heats to go, then we'll break for lunch and get you guys to the pre-finals. First, we got to pay the bills and step away really quick. It's the final round of the Florida Winter Tour from New Caney here on ROK Cup USA. Stay with us.
"27 years ago, Bill Wright began the Florida Winter Tour to break up the slow winter months for karters, and as the word spread, the tour grew. Importers, teams, manufacturers, and drivers alike all came to Florida to prepare for the upcoming season. One weekend became two, and the fun became serious fun. Since then, the karting season has started with the Florida Winter Tour, where teams compete to establish dominance for the coming summer. Drivers from all over the world look to make their name and leave their mark on the national scene, much like Pato O'Ward, Enzo Fittipaldi, and others have done in Florida Winter Tours of the past. The original Florida Winter Tour, the series that made karting a year-round sport in North America and where tomorrow's superstar drivers are discovered. 27 years later, you can still go karting and have some serious fun. Are you ready to join the action?
You're watching a Jason Larea creative ROK Cup USA production.
Welcome back as we are finishing up round 3 of the Florida Winter Tour Texas edition here in Texas.
Yeah.
Houston, little north, little somewhere.
New Caney, about
New
20-minute drive from Houston proper.
As you like to say, a stone's throw.
Stone's toss. Said that way too many times.
That's all right. We also say pay the bills too much, but that's
do,
all right.
That's kind of
That's an homage
kind of par for
to
the
our
course,
old other guy, DJ. Hope he's having fun at Thermal. But, so we're working into our second to last group, the VLR Juniors, which is never disappointing, sponsored by Rollison Performance Group. Appreciate the sponsorship there from RPG.
You can see one of those carts right
there. Alex Vanchev, I believe that's who that is. Yeah, that pretty pink and light blue livery that you see out there is RPG. As you can see, our grid steward right there giving 1 minute to go before we see the track. But Tristan Murphy, a name that we haven't called out in the other two, new to the Florida Winter Tour here in Houston. Believe he's on an Orsilon. I don't know. Maybe not. I can't remember. I got to look what his car is. But very dominant.
Made his name known.
Yeah,
absolutely.
So we'll see if anybody has anything from it. But we've seen some great racing out of this group. Good, clean racing. A lot of shuffling around. I'm sure we're going to see that again here. Now, Tristan is on an RPG.
There we go. Now, I know the sub-makes, we were talking about this yesterday and how OMP's got these different flavors of carts, you know, the Norris carts, the Kubica carts, OTK, excuse me.
Yeah.
How, and we know that is a very minuscule difference, but say if I hopped out of say I jumped out of a Sodi and jumped into, like, a different chassis, how big of a difference would that be?
A lot.
Really?
Yeah. I mean, every chassis is designed a little bit different, and you got to kind of just – it's almost a la carte. Like, the chassis is there, but how you want the front end to react. Every cart's a little different. Some carts have more caster built into the frame. Some carts have less caster, different axles, different, weight seat position, the way the crossbars are set up in the cart all play into effect. And you can make them all work. It's just how you can translate that information on track over to your engineer to make those changes to get the best performance out of that cart.
So it'll be Alexander Vanchev for Rollison Performance. Leading us up front, Nico Orbezo is second. Tristan Murphy in the 899, the new guy. Alongside Ruben Gutierrez, Andrew Yao, Jose Alejandro Halfin, Marco Romero, Cole Medeiros, Lorenzo Valera, and Nathan Dupuy rounding out your top 10. Still plenty of championship points to play for here, as we have got a trip to Vegas on the line. Maybe the V stands for Vegas. I know it stands for Vortex, but in my brain it stands for Vegas. If anyone in chat knows what VLR stands for, we're still trying to figure that out here in the booth.
We should know that.
It's something we absolutely should know.
Hey, Mike Burrell spotting. Mike Burrell spotting.
There we go. Mike Burrell spotting in the
We got a
wild.
Mike Burrell spotting right there.
Showrunner working his way over.
Of course, he's going to the lunch area.
This should be a shocker to nobody, as he will be the first one over there.
No, there he is.
There's the guy.
There's the
oh,
president.
yeah.
There's our Roger Penske.
Atta babe. Green flag running. We have a race going on, by the way. Alexander Vanchev leaving him behind already. Ooh, except for Tristan Murphy, who's right there with him already. 4-car breakaway early on here, as that's Nico Orbezo and Ruben Gutierrez further behind. We've got one cart around.
That's the 807.
It's the 17 of Rodolfo Lavin further back. One other
817.
cart buried in the sand as well. Can't get a name on it, though, as we've already got 2 guys out. First lap in the books, it's Orbezo over Vanchev, Tristan Murphy in third. Orbezo works his way up third to first. Ruben Gutierrez runs as he is. Romero picking up a spot. Andrew Yao falling back. Lorenzo Valera in 7th. Jose Alejandro Haffen is in 8th. There's a big dive bomb to the inside there. Vanchev wants that lead as soon as possible, and he gets it from Nico Orbezo. Back and forth we go there as Nico works his way back to the front of the field. Tristan Murphy, Ruben Gutierrez going at it further behind as there's a push, some help there to get Vanchev to the front of the field from one of the carts. I want to say that was Ruben Gutierrez, as it has been lights out already here in just the first couple of laps.
Great battle in front. Not the separation that we've seen in the previous heats right now, with a couple carts checking out. So this is going to make for, with 8 minutes to go, I mean, it's going to make for a great little finish.
Yep, purple lap goes to Nico Katowski, by the way, way back in 21st. We should see that reshuffle here as we've got some clean running. A little bit of a tussle further back there is Lorenzo Valera, and I believe that's Marco Romero trying to go at it. Just behind that kind of 5-car leading pack. But should see some moves here as Andrew Yao and Nico Orbezo go at it, excuse me.
Yeah, Tristan is all over the back of Vanchev. Wow.
Wants that lead from Alexander badly. Fastest lap now goes to Andrew Yao. Yao goes to Eli Steinberch. Steinberch being involved in that major incident in heat number 2.
A little check
as we've
out
got
there.
some
Who's
big
got
shuffles here. Big dive bomb to the inside
that
there.
That was Yao. Andrew Yao, the 8-10 with a late break situation. Did he make it stick? Oh, nope. Fight back there by Marco Romero, I believe.
Still haven't seen a lot up front from Andrew Yao yet this weekend. Good to see him running up here. Has started 5th every single heat, has just fallen back. And he has not lost a lot of position. Some big shuffles there. Big chaos.
Big accident.
Big spin there. Everybody
okay.
collects okay, but that could have been a proper accident. As, oh my goodness, a major spin there. One car almost ramped up and over. Everybody rejoins, and it seems like there's no harm. There might be some fouls given out here from race control, as some guys were just getting a little bit too racy there, Jason.
Yeah, I think it was one of those, someone was coming on the inside and just did not give them enough room. So racing incident, it looked like on my part, but I do see a push-down bumper, I believe, on one of those cars. So that will be a penalty assessed at the scales.
That was one of the Nash Motorsports cars. I'm not sure who it was specifically, but some fangs out driving goes the wrong way as Ruben Gutierrez tries to get to work here on Tristan Murphy. Andrew Yao just behind them, kind of in no man's land right now. Cole Medeiros and Nico Orbezo. Orbezo falling back big time after that major tussle.
Yeah, Yao sitting in there on an island on his own right now. See if he has anything to be able to get up there. But if these carts start battling, we've seen that, and I've said it several times, that it allows Yao and Orbezo to kind of catch up and join that trio.
Down the straight again, 5.5 minutes to go. What's Murphy got here? Can Vanchev do anything here to defend. Doesn't react, doesn't go to the middle of the tracks. Great confidence there, Jason, from Murphy on the brakes. Is able to stay glued to that bumper of Vanchev, even in the braking zone.
Yeah, very, very controlled. Like, the car didn't step out. It kept his momentum going. Just really buying his time is what I have a feeling right now. Just happy to be in second, waiting for Vanchev to maybe make that mistake and then pounce on it at that time. But, the car to look for here is actually that third place, the 893 of Ruben Gutierrez. He's just waiting to watch those two, and he's probably going to sit there and follow Murphy around Vanchev. And, man, Murphy is all over Vanchev.
Gutierrez looking for any place he can put the 893. Can't find it right now as Murphy is going back and forth as well, trying to find a way to the lead.
Murphy's just being really smart. Like, he's pushing Vanchev where he could push, but then he lets off so he doesn't get him squirrely going through those S's. Very mature moves by him for just being in a junior class.
A little bit of a tussle further back there, as it looks like it was Nico Orbezo losing a position to Cole Medeiros just a little bit further back. Could see a little bit of a lunge here from Ruben Gutierrez. Don't see it just yet, but Murphy looking closer than ever this race so far as they work into the hairpin. Are we going to see a pop out to the inside? Everybody stays in line, but Powder Keg in the top three, bound to explode soon. Local yellow out here as the 811, I think, got around and has kept it going again. One of the orange carts trying to figure out, I think that's the 817 of Rodolfo Lavin, who had an issue there, has managed to get it refired here. As it looks like we've got a penalty potentially out for the 820 of Franco Escoto Lechuga. Looks like, an investigation for the 820. I think that was for causing that major incident we saw on the run into the final hairpin. But we'll keep you posted if anything happens there, as stewards are investigating some avoidable contact there. Gutierrez with a bit of a look to the inside here will instantly tuck back in, needs that draft. And now Murphy with a good run, actually going to give a little bit of a nudge to the leader, Vanchev. And leading three has managed to kind of stay at its own distance. The rest of the top 10 here kind of in a whole train further back. And it looks like after that, everybody has kind of decided to keep it clean here. Two and a half minutes to go. Vanchev still over Murphy and Gutierrez. Again, Andrew Yao running solidly in fifth. A little bit of a look there from Tristan Murphy. Gets back in line. Again, still a absolute newbie to the world of ROK Cup USA, and has let his name be known already in just these couple of days across numerous classes.
Yeah, and it's been, I thought a little more battling that would be happening right there, but got a great run there going into 13, into 14, coming through 15 for Murphy. See if he can keep that momentum going out of 15 down to the straightaway here. Not as close as he's been to Vanchev, but gets such a great run right there and kind of closes back up on him. You know, maybe he's just being patient and just waiting to see, and then we'll see Vanchev here in a second probably start to defend. But yeah, it looks like we got a battle brewing back in the pack a little bit with fourth and fifth, Andrew Yao and Orbezo. So we'll see what happened. Orbezo did get around Yao there. And I think is that Yao in that white helmet?
Yao has stayed in fifth. He's in that cotton candy colored 810.
RPG. Yep.
Hasn't been able to clear it, looking for his best heat finish. of the weekend so far with the pass on Nico Orbezo right in front of him. Good run here into the hairpin. A little bit later on the break, still not enough for a dive bomb, as we're going to have 2 more laps to go here.
Yeah, this is where we'll see if Murphy has something for Vanchev. Yeah, this is one of those these classes where I think Vanchev has the championship points wrapped up. We have Salamau second, and where's Theo sitting there in 12th. Vanchev has been very dominant up front all weekend, so yeah, I think he's going to get his ticket punched to Vegas. So good for him.
What do you think Tristan Murphy is thinking here? Again, he still wants to prove himself, but he certainly doesn't want to knock anybody out of a championship in doing so.
I mean, I don't think he's going to make a dumb mistake because he does not want a DNF, but he's definitely got the pace. You also don't want any penalties. I'm trying to look at that front bumper, and if it looks like it's pushed down a little bit, where there might be a partial pushback. But again, there's Gutierrez sitting there in third with 2 laps to go.
Murphy right on the bumper.
Yeah, back up on Vanchev. So we'll see what happens here in these last 2 laps. And again, you're going to see Vanchev probably start defending a little bit more.
Looks to the inside in turn number 6.
I am shocked Vanchev didn't defend.
Think it's knowing what's better.
Oh,
and now Gutierrez is going to go through as well.
Yes. Wow, I don't know what happened to Vanchev. They just got washed up. Probably maybe got in those marbles, got off the racing line a little bit, got on those marbles and just worked his way up the track. But well, this is going to be interesting to see. Now Murphy has clean track in front of him. We haven't seen that yet. We'll see what his pace is going to be like with these 2 laps to go, because he'll have 1 full lap to go that's going to be clean, and see what kind of pace he has.
A rare mistake from Alexander Vanchev, who still has the point championship very close to locked up here in VLR Jr. Loses the lead to Tristan Murphy and loses second to Ruben Gutierrez. The question is, can Vanchev fight back? What does Gutierrez have to potentially challenge the lead for the new guy, Tristan Murphy, down the backstretch for the final time? Still very much within striking distance, all 3 here, as we get to the last call here in Heat 3.
Definitely Gutierrez is closing the gap on Murphy. I thought Murphy
last chance for an opportunity. Looks to the outside now, tries to fire it.
Defensive move right there, but we're going to see it.
To the line here. Closed the door, almost was able to clear him, Ruben Gutierrez, but Tristan Murphy shut the door on him and took Heat 3 with Alexander Vanchev in 3rd, Nico Orbezo in 4th, and Andrew Yao in 5th. Quick bill pay time before we get you guys to the final heat of the weekend. Then it's on to the pre-finals. We'll step away really quickly, but don't go anywhere. It's ROK Cup USA from Speed Sports Racing Park.
They enter into the acceleration zone. Green flag flies. We are racing. Big slide farther back in the pack. Couple of micros going a little bit slideways, but they're going to hold it together. Pressure from Luca Besseril. Besseril looks outside for speed. Now down into turn 4. Got it. This position going to go to the inside of turn 1. Got it. The lead of it. Whoa, cross back, crossover.
I don't think battling each other is the way to go right here.
Oh, almost a little bit of a squiggle there for Trusho in that purple car. Here comes Del Bon to the line. Look at him, he's so excited.
You're watching a Jason Larea creative ROK Cup USA production.
Years ago, Bill Wright began the Florida Winter Tour to break up the slow winter months for karters, and as the word spread, the tour grew. Importers, teams, manufacturers, and drivers alike all came to Florida to prepare for the upcoming season. One weekend became two, and the fun became serious fun. Since then, the karting season has started with the Florida Winter Tour, where teams compete to establish dominance for the coming summer. Drivers from all over the world look to make their name and leave their mark on the national scene, much like Pato O'Ward, Enzo Fittipaldi, and others have done in Florida Winter Tours of the past. The original Florida Winter Tour, the series that made karting a year-round sport in North America and where tomorrow's superstar drivers are discovered. 27 years later, you can still go karting and have some serious fun. Are you ready to join the action?
Final heat here from Speed Sports. It's the VLR Seniors as we get set for pre-finals here Saturday and round 3 of the Florida Winter Tour. As these guys have absolutely given us some fantastic close racing. For Brandon Hacker, alongside Jason Ewers, I'm Jackson Lambros. Jason, final heat of the day, and then we're on to pre-finals.
Yeah, absolutely. And again, this is our VLR Senior Nash Motorsports sponsored class. You know, Ramos has been pretty good. Had a little bit of a challenge that last race, Heat 2. So we'll see if anybody else is going to bring anything to the game.
Exciting, exciting stuff here as this championship battle continues to heat up as well. Again, finishing results from all 3 of these heats will determine the starting order for the pre-final. Getting bunched up relatively clean here at almost a snail's pace. And
Nah, it's not a good start.
waved off.
No.
Maybe not. No! Racing for the final time.
Huh, I guess someone
in
wants
the
to go to
heats.
lunch.
Yeah. Well, no, because the lesson we've learned now is regardless of when, I think timing starts when the first green flag waves. Right? Which is why we had that weird sprint earlier on with the
that's
the
exactly
minis.
what happened. But that obviously something happened up there, but Ramos took advantage of that start. So we'll see what can go on here and see if that Orsolon cart is any pace to challenge the Burrell.
By the stripe for the first time, Ramos over Garzon, who gets Mrak at the start. Then it's Chance Gassi-Ali, Mauricio Hernandez, and Sandy Fernandez in 6th. Already big breakaway right now, but could see a challenge here on Gassi-Ali as Mauricio Hernandez takes a little bit of a look, maybe tries to get around for 4th. Can't get it done, and clean air for Diego Ramos as he sets sail for turn number 10. Battle further back here for 4th. Gassi-Ali holding off all of these guys in that Nash Motorsports machine. Big dive to the inside there as Mauricio Hernandez gets through side by side here between the 934 and I believe that was the 980 of Santiago Hernandez. Some very, very close battling here outside of the podium spots, but just up ahead, Sebastian Garzon and Oliver Mrak continue to go at it.
Oh, pass right there going into 6.
Side by side there. And Marak looks like he cleared Garzone, but that battle is far from over as the swing back is going on.
Yeah, and Marak's another one of the newbies to the Florida Winter Tour Texas edition. So definitely been a force all weekend. So he's racing somewhere and very competitive. And he's the one that was giving Ramos a battle. So see if he can get back up there and close that gap a little bit. But the field's pretty tight right now. Like not a lot of breakaways with this group. So we'll see if that continues and if we're going to be able to see some last minute shuffles in the field that's going to change up that pre-final order.
Ramos, then new guy Marak. Sebastian Garzone is 3rd. Mauricio Hernandez 4th. Santiago Hernandez is 5th. As biggest mover so far, starting 13th, currently running 9th, Felipe Aguilar in the 9:15. Big slide there from Oliver Marak, trying to close that gap to leader Ramos. Big battle for 7th and 8th right now at the tail of the field between Rahim Abai and Felipe Aguilar. Still charging forward here. Still yet to find a way through. Can't find real estate. A very tight technical first sector, a long straightaway followed by some over-unders in the middle sector, and then you end the lap with a great opportunity to make a Hail Mary. And you heard the interview earlier with Alan Rudolph. Designed it to make the racing product on this track as good as possible, and it has not disappointed, Jason.
No, not at all. I'm extremely impressed with this track. Just the little details of everything. Like as I walk the track, just the transition with the curbs and everything is just top-notch quality. Everything has been done to the best of the ability that Alan had out here. And if you look at the facility, money was obviously no object.
Right.
So it's anybody who's in karting, and if you have an opportunity to come out here and race, you need to come out here and race.
Jace Gassiat-Lee clears Santiago Fernandez. He sets the fastest lap of the day in doing so, a 59.94, and continues to charge forward. 6th position so far, though, for Santiago Fernandez, working his way from, for Felipe Aguilar, working his way from 13th up into 7th. So big moves. Battle for 3rd and 4th going on here, though. Mauricio Hernandez, Sebastian Garzone. Side by side on the exit there of turn number 11. Still going at it, looking for an opportunity there. Can't get it done. As Clean Racing gets the 9:17 of Mauricio Hernandez up into 3rd. As Chase Gassiat-Lee once again sets a purple lap, 54.82. As leader Diego Ramos goes by. Best lap so far, 54.90. Comfortable in first right now, but certainly not out of the woods. Oliver Marak trying to close that gap. 4-car freight train further back. Mauricio Hernandez, Sebastian Garzone. And now Gassiat-Lee and Sandy Fernandez working their way into the picture. One DNF so far, as it appears that we've got issues for Frederick Manning. The 969 cart has parked itself on the apron. Still Clean Racing here, but again, some things out driving should be expected here when these 19 cars come back in a few hours' time for the pre-final. Little bit of a breakaway now from Mauricio Hernandez, trying to get away from Garzon and Gassiot Lee. As watching the battle here with 4th and 5th between Garzon and Gassiot Lee. A little bit of a look to the inside here. Clears him, and through goes Gassiot Lee. Clean move there. And just like that, Chance Gassiot Lee in the 934 gets by Garzon, but not out of the woods yet. And here comes Santiago Fernandez behind in the 980. A little bit of a wiggle there from the 934. I'm not sure if he's got that. I know these, you know these terms way better than me, Jason, but the fairing that almost covers the steering column. I don't want to call it the nose.
It's a fairing.
Fairing? Gotcha.
That's it.
Oh, I did get that
technically
right.
called a Nassau panel.
Yeah, gotcha.
If you want to get technical on it, but I just call it a front fairing.
A little bit of a wiggle on that Nash Motorsports car. Nothing in the way of a black flag yet for Gassiot Lee, but certainly something to look out for. Fastest lap last time by the way, for Oliver Mrak, 54.75. He continues to close that gap. Still not within striking distance just yet, but it's a 3-car freight train further back. Fastest lap again for Oliver Mrak, 57.66. Ramos doing a 54.70, chipping away on that lead. As we've got 90 seconds left in the final heat of the day. We've got the big ones after this. Look to the inside there from the 50 of Garzon. Outside goes Santiago Fernandez. Tries to get the over-under. Can't get it done. Now lunges again to the outside. Trying to carry that momentum around the long way, but can't get it done. Now with a big dive to the inside. Almost contact between the two. It's dirty. It's side by side, but Santiago Fernandez continues his miraculous charge forward and gets his way up into 5th. Here's the swing back, though, as there's a little bit of a gesture between the two. Some brilliant stuff. He went to the Paul Tracy School of Sign Language.
I think that's the Italian. I know he's like, hey!
Brilliant stuff here between these two young men as they keep on going at it for 5th and 6th. Back through now goes the 980 of Fernandez and takes that 5th spot right back. Back and forth we go here with 3 laps on the clock. Diego Ramos leads, but it's Sebastian Garzon and Santiago Fernandez in a deadlock with one another.
Yeah, and again, Mrak's kind of doing exactly what he did before, not letting Ramos really run away with this, but Ramos just has enough pace to just not have Mrak challenge for that top spot.
Setting the fastest lap so far, just has still not been able to close that gap. Slowly chipping away here, but it's going to be too little too late.
Yeah, but that's going to give Mrak enough points to be able to start just off pole with Ramos. So just Ramos got such a big jump off that kind of botched start. I still don't know what happened there, but really kind of checked out, and no one's been able to challenge him since.
Good running still for Felipe Aguilar. 13th to 7th has been watching this battle between Garzon and Fernandez, trying to get in on that action right now, as those two have now kind of separated after that beautiful battle between the two of them. And we were saying before this, very rarely do we see side-by-side racing at this track, or in kart racing in general, but they were truly wheel-to-wheel there, all like half of a lap.
Yeah, and I'm telling you right now, Jackson, you're new to this, really, and by the way, doing a great job.
Thank you, sir.
But wait until the finals tomorrow. Like, it is incredible racing. Like, they're smart enough to know that there's a ton of racing going on this weekend, and you've got to be there in a good position for the final to have a chance to win.
Yep.
So, you think they're aggressive now, you wait until tomorrow.
Expect some things out driving in the coming hours, in the coming days. Make sure you subscribe to Rock Cup USA so you know when we're live and so you don't miss a single moment of karting action from Houston or anywhere else. Rock Cup USA visits. Final lap here, Diego Ramos, Oliver Mrak, but we're watching right now as Ramos works his way in for the final time. We've seen a lot of intense battles, but no one has had smoother sailing in any class than Diego Ramos. Takes up the final heat of the day, but Oliver Mrak firing a message side by side further back, as I believe that was Fernandez and Garzón. Of course it would have to end side by side between those two. And some beautiful, beautiful stuff at the line. It's Mrak, Hernandez, Gassiot, Lee, and Fernandez. It's lunchtime here at Speed Sports Racing Park. Gonna step away for just a couple of minutes, but when we return, it's pre-finals and some intense racing action still at Texas. Grind time here in the Lone Star State as we put the heats in our rearview mirrors and get set for pre-finals here at Speed Sports Racing Park in Houston, Texas. Welcome back, everybody, to day 2 of the final round of the Florida Winter Tour. For our producer, Brandon Hacker, I'm Jackson Lambros, joined alongside Jason Ewers. Jason, it is time for us to really get our head down here and fight for some points.
Yeah, this is a new lineup. You know, it's your total points that you got between the first 3 heats. So you're going to line up a little bit different. I think I mentioned it earlier. It's, you know, these kids are going to be next to people that they haven't been against all weekend. So starts are going to be a little bit different, a little bit more at line right now, a little longer race, 12-minute compared to a 10. Actually, I'm sorry, these kids are 10 minutes, I believe, still.
Minis and the micros are 10 minutes.
Yep. So it's 10 plus 2. Normally they were 8, so they're just adding 2 more minutes to it. So is that going to play a factor for these youngins? Probably not. But, 2 more minutes on a track can always cause more chaos, can always cause an issue, mechanical issues, things like that. But,
right.
The interesting factor is anybody going to take advantage of new tires? And I'm trying to see here on the grid. I don't see anybody with new tires. Maybe some of those kids in the back going to roll the dice, put some new tires on, try to get that extra advantage to get out there and maybe possibly work their way up through the field. But yeah, it looks like everyone's still kept on their used tires. I'm checking to see what we have here.
Looking, but on the pole right now in the 29 cart, it is all about Brody Stoffel. Won a practically dead heat last afternoon to get his first ever national win. He will be leading us to this pre-final.
Yeah, very impressive run with Brody. He's definitely been giving Medeiros there a run all weekend long. But, one of the tightest battles we have for total championship points is between Medeiros and Nario. So we'll see what happens there. And Dutch Westbrook is only a couple hundred behind. So that's all up for grabs still. But, a lot of points up for grabs right here for this pre-final, which I believe is 135 points. So a lot to give up here. So we'll see what happens as we get the carts lined up slowly. Looks like
couple of things here before we get started. First of all, want to wish a happy birthday to Mauro Nario and, of course, our own Jason Ewers in the
birthday
booth.
Buddies.
There we go. Want to also thank Mauro Nario's own team, Orsalon Racing, for sponsoring the micros, both this race and for the entirety of the 2025 Florida Winter Tour.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, they've got them lined up early here, which is always good.
Had a little bit of drama earlier with starts when it came to the Masters, which had us see our first ever reshuffle before the start of the race. So getting them ready early here, trying to slow them down as much as possible. It's Brody Stoffel alongside Ajax Capitan Garduno, Mauro Nario alongside Alvaro Medeiros. After that, Zev Kalchuk around Mason Brody. Mason Brody looking for some really, really solid results. Was fast yesterday, trying to carry that. Samuel Chavieri alongside Dutch Westbrook. Then it's Aiden Go and Liam Francisco rounding out your top 10. So again, 2 more minutes added onto your normal heat time and plenty more points at play here, as this will be the last time we run them before it really matters tomorrow.
Yeah, I mean, this matters. So this is however you finish here is how you're going to start the final tomorrow. So, but, the Holy Grail is the final tomorrow, that 15-minute race that these kids are going to go after tomorrow. So, or 14, excuse me.
Yep. Put finals in your rearview mirror. It's time to look forward and get set for an afternoon of pre-final action here from Speed Sports Racing Park. First pre-final underway. Brody Stoffel leads the entire micro field to the inside. It's a relatively clean start working through turn number 6, and it looks like Ajax Capitan Garduno following Stoffel through turn number 7.
Yeah, good clean start there for these guys, but, we've seen this all week long. Some of the best racing, some of the cleanest racing.
And you really, really got to give it to them. And we've been talking about it, how the minis and the micros have given us the best show, aside from, the absolute stunning finishes we've had in all of these heats thus far. These guys have given us such a fantastic performance. Great start there from Alvaro Medeiros, who works his way from 4th up into 2nd. They'll lead Mason Brody, Ajax Capitan Garduno, and Dutch Westbrook. Great start from Dutch Westbrook, working his way up, gaining a couple spots in that start as well. Single file here, Alvaro trying to challenge that lead for Brody Stoffel early on here. Could we see a move? A little bit of one to the outside, but stays in line.
Yeah, there's a lot of racing here, so I don't see that happening. I believe that he's smart enough to sit back there and work together to try to get as much as a gap as they possibly could get and then battle it with 2 laps to go.
Biggest mover so far is starting in 18th, running in 4th. That's Brody Brown in the 17 cart. After that, best up front here is, in fact, Mason Brody gaining those 2 positions initially. See if we can get a couple of moves here into the hairpin. Still some reservations, but some moves on Mason Brody as one of the Orsalon carts. That's the 23 of Capitan Garduno making that way through and getting himself provisionally on the podium. But a 3-cart fight for that bottom spot on the podium is very much active.
Yeah, and it looks like Stoffel's kind of gave himself a little bit of gap there, a couple of cart lengths, I believe. So his cart is definitely kind of coming in, but let's just see if Medeiros has anything for him as we continue through 6 and 7.
Nario looked like he wanted to make a move there on Mason, couldn't get it done and couldn't get past that teal cart up ahead of him, that Nash Motorsports machine. So again, some very, very early reserve driving, something we haven't really seen from the micros, as you got a lot of extra time to think about your passes and a lot more points at play. So the last thing you want to do is make any dumb decisions here.
Yeah, that's the last thing you need to do when this is going to determine where your starting spot is for the final. But one thing we're noticing is it's getting hot.
Absolutely.
Yeah, the heat, the humidity starting to get up, makes the track a little greasy. See if people made the adjustments to their chassis, and it looks like Stoffel's definitely made the correct adjustments to his chassis because he is just setting some blistering lap times right now.
Already has half a second on Alvaro Medeiros. Great move there from Mauro Nario, by the way. Birthday boy getting his way by Mason Brody for 4th. Sets his sights for AX Capitan Garduno, who sets the fastest time so far. Minute even, 0.01. Still very, very tight up here in the top 5. And once again, more trouble for Mason Brody. He's got Dutch Westbrook all over his rear bumper, as I believe Westbrook just sailed by.
Yeah, I believe that's Dutch in that white helmet, correct?
Believe so. Also hunt off the heels of a weekend at Daytona. A lot of guys we've seen run from that major event coming over to wrap up their spring break season. As a bit of nacelle wiggling there from the 5 of Medeiros. Talked about that earlier with some of the carts. As there's a look to the inside here from Capitan Garduno, side by side here.
Wow, what a
looks
pass.
like the 5 of Medeiros was able to actually hang on there.
That was impressive. We haven't seen anybody make moves there all weekend long. Never even thought that could be a passing zone, but wow, great move.
Only in micros, baby.
Yep.
Garduno was bold. Medeiros was bolder to hold on to that position, and now enter Mauro Nario, the 99 Orsalon cart, trying to get back, trying to get into that spot on the podium, side by side here through turn number 9. And it looks like that was a done deal. I can't entirely tell. Yes, it is. Mauro Nario goes through and passes his teammate.
Yeah, I think that was a good birthday gift. Here's
Absolutely.
your birthday, just take it.
Tries for a move on the backside. Almost knocked him sideways there, as there's another little bit of a bump there. Great battle between these 2 Orsalon teammates, Garduno and Nario.
Yeah, they need to not battle and work together. I mean, that way they can get up there and at least challenge for the 2nd spot, and maybe both cars can be put up on the podium. But Medeiros has probably got a little concern here with Nario and the 2 teammates together right behind him.
Alvaro Medeiros still trying to get to work, close that gap to Brody Stoffel. Was as high as half a second, now cut it down to about a 3rd. And
Looks less now. He definitely has gotten a good run on Stoffel, so we'll see if Stoffel can keep that cart and see how wide he can make it as well.
For the back, Dutch Westbrook clearing Zev Goldschuk now as Mason Brody falls back into 7th. As Jack Katowski works his way up also into the top 10. A little bit of pressure further back right now between Mason Brody, Aiden Go, and Samuel Chavieri. Battles wherever you look on track right now, but the biggest one being between Mauro Nario and IX Capitan Garduno.
That position for 4th and 5th, or 5th and 6th is really tight, which is sitting there between Westbrook and Gottschalk.
Dutch in the number 1 car, numero uno, alongside Mason
we got
Brody.
a pass look like it's going on there, which would be Nario, I believe, or Garduno on Nario. I don't know.
Big dive to the inside. I think that's Garduno taking that position back.
Okay. But that allowed, I mean, seriously, look at Medeiros all over the back of it.
Medeiros now getting to work on Stoffel,
And then the other group has caught them. So.
Exactly. All of this tangling up front, we thought that maybe with these two Orsilon guys getting at it, it would let, Medeiros and Stoffel get to work and maybe try and separate them, but there has been no separation at all.
Yeah, looks like we have
now a 4-car train for the lead here, it looks like.
Yeah, you have 3 Orsilons, and we have 2 other teammates right there behind them.
Strong running from Orsilon in their sponsored race. Fastest lap, Mauro Nario, 59.67, excuse me, for reference. Stoffel just did a 9.8. Medeiros an 8.1. Back to the run into turn number 6. Look to the inside there from the 23 of Garduno. Got back into the draft and decided to think smarter of it. But Medeiros looking for any way he can work past the 29, the lone cart of Brody Stoffel. You've got a lot of teammates trying to work together to get by this kid in the 29.
Yeah, and he's making that cart pretty wide and pretty difficult for them to get around him. So, we always talk about it's easy to catch someone, so much more difficult to get around him. And Stoffel's just got a cart that has a really good pace on it.
Right behind them, battle continues between Dutch Westbrook and Zev Goldschalk. As Goldschalk still getting a little bit of a run, hasn't been able to make that a done deal on Westbrook. As I say that was actually a pass that was just made a couple laps prior. As fastest lap now goes to Brody Stoffel, 59.66.
Nice thing to do when you have the front position.
A little bit of a
there's
look.
Nario. Nario is the one that we saw earlier yesterday.
Exactly.
Doing that really wide entrance into turn 6, just trying to carry as much momentum as he can. Not turning your wheel as much as the other guys, hoping to get that cart transition through the corner with more pace.
But again, you've got your points leader here, Medeiros. You've got your championship first and second right now, running in second and third. It's some big battles right now. One trying to pass the leader, Brody Stoffel. The other looking to get passed by AX Capitan Garduno in fourth. So a lot of, again, huge championship points at play here to take the Winter Tour crown and book yourself a flight to the Super Final in October. So a lot at play here. A lot of thoughtful driving. Fastest lap now goes to AX Capitan Garduno, 59.61 from the driver of the 23. A little bit of a look to the outside now. Now inside as Alvaro Medeiros goes for the lead. Clear Stoffel. Is there an opportunity for a switchback? Can't quite get it done. Door closed and a new leader. It's Orsilon Racing's Medeiros.
Yeah, I think that was a pretty smart move there by Stoffel, not knowing if he went out and tried to go that outside pass, that he's probably going to lose 2 positions and put him back there behind Nario and Garduno.
A little bit of a look to the inside there from Stoffel to try and maybe use that inside line to get past. Couldn't make it so. Let's see if we have any moves here into turn number 14. Unable to. Can't get quite a run there. As now Stoffel has been thrown to the Lions. Got 2 more Orsilon carts behind him. As things are getting racy. Another little look to the inside from Stoffel. But now Mauro Nario with a good run here on the backstretch. We might be able to see a move here. Stoffel with a run on the leader, Medeiros. A look to the inside. Here come the anchors. Can't get it done. But Stoffel absolutely using that as a shot across the bow to all the Orsilon guys. A little bit of kick up of sand. I want to say that was Garduno or Nario who got a little bit wide there. You can see they've separated. Stoffel to the inside here in that turn 11 hairpin. Takes that lead right back from Medeiros.
Yeah, great pass. He set that one up coming out of 6. Well done there with coming to 2 laps to go at the line here, surely. That Stoffel is going to try to do his best to make that chassis about 16 feet wide.
Going to do everything he can here as we've got 2 laps to go. Orsilon Racing throwing everything they can at this young kid, the young gun Brody Stoffel, new to ROK Cup. Still trying to see what he can do. And if he can get his first ever, trouble.
Madero's off track, just trying to get as much momentum off that turn 6 into the straightaway, or turn 5 into the straightaway, but cost him right there as he just dropped 2 spots.
So who else to take second and challenge this win from Stoffel than the main man trying to snatch that win from Stoffel yesterday, Mauro Nario, the birthday boy, trying to get that 99 up to the front of the field. Has separated himself from the other 2 Orsolon cars of Garduno and Medeiros. And fight is on. We're going to have the white flag this time by. Ooh, big slide there from Nario, trying to close that gap, get as close as possible to Stoffel. 1 more lap to go. It was Stoffel at the line last time. What can Nario do in this duel? Who will be on top this time? Further back, Mason Brody dropping further back now to 9th as Samuel Chaveri goes through into 8th. Micah Porter dropping back as Max Santana improves up into 12th.
Yeah.
Here's the battle for the lead, though. Nario and Stoffel. Any moves at the bottom of the back straight. Not close enough.
No, but that was not a great turn there for Stoffel, so we'll see if the momentum that Nario was carrying through there was going to give him an advantage as he's going down through this little short chute.
Looking fast through 9 and 10. This is where we saw that attempt last time by from Mauro Nario. He looks to the inside now. Get that replay camera ready, Mom. It's Mauro Nario looking to the inside in the hairpin. Side by side through turn number 13 into 14. Stoffel still has the lead, but the over-under is tried by Nario. Stoffel shuts the door. He just got his first ever national final win. It's his first ever pre-final win. Brody Stoffel wins the pre-final for Micro here at the Florida Winter Tour. Oh my goodness.
Very impressive with him. He gave Nario just enough room to not go off track there, but not any more than he needed to be able to carry any extra speed. So that was a very, I would say, how would you say that? Thought out move for him, I guess. Sure.
Mauro Nario threw everything he could at Brody Stoffel, but after winning his first ever Nationals heat, he wins his first ever Super Final, and he will start the big one from the front row. We got to step away to pay the bills here. We'll be right back. Stay with us.
27 years ago, Bill Wright began the Florida Winter Tour to break up the slow winter months for karters. And as the word spread, the tour grew. Importers, teams, manufacturers, and drivers alike all came to Florida to prepare for the upcoming season. One weekend became 2, and the fun became serious fun. Since then, the karting season has started with the Florida Winter Tour, where teams compete to establish dominance for the coming summer. Drivers from all over the world look to make their name and leave their mark on the national scene, much like Pato O'Ward, Enzo Fittipaldi, and others have done in Florida Winter Tours of the past. The original Florida Winter Tour, the series that made karting a year-round sport in North America, and where tomorrow's superstar drivers are discovered. 27 years later, you can still go karting and have some serious fun. Are you ready to join the action?
Overcast skies and picked up wind here as the track conditions continue to throw us for a couple of loops here at Speed Sports Racing Park in Houston. Welcome back, guys. Jackson Lambros alongside Jason Ewers as we get set for the pre-final for GP Juniors. It'll be Eric Doan leading us behind Eli Steinberg. Very, very exciting racing here as well.
Yeah, and I'd like to thank our partners, PSL Karting, for sponsoring this class. One of our larger classes as well, so we haven't been disappointed in any of the
No.
racing. These 125 water-cooled engines that are just restricted have been performing very, very well.
Crunch time here for Sarah Bradley in the 258 cart. Has been looking for good results all weekend long. Hasn't been able to really execute so far. But as we get to crunch time, and if she wants to keep those championship points alive and bring the battle to Cole Medeiros, time is now.
Yeah, it absolutely is. There's no the time is becoming up, so I don't know where she's starting after her points and everything shuffled out. Does it show over there?
I unfortunately do not. We should have an updated, at the very latest, we'll have an updated championship standings for you guys, at least before the finals tomorrow, and get you guys set as we will be crowning your Florida Winter Tour champions for 2025 tomorrow right here in the Lone Star State. Still feels weird to say, but hard to complain when we've gotten such fantastic racing here at Speed Sports.
Oh, yeah, and the weather's been great, so it's been nice to actually have some dry racing for once.
Yes. Still a little bit of, well, we're getting the opposite end of it now as we are starting to get a little bit sweaty here in the booth, but
yeah,
not
a little hot.
Certainly better than being cold and wet in January. So
yeah, it looks like Sarah is starting third.
Starting third here, yep, alongside Cole Medeiros. So
yep. So it's Eric Doan, Steinbrook, Bradley, Medeiros, Vanchev, Murphy, Saraval, Benito, Katowski, and Dupuis. Top 10. Oh, there's a big start, big push.
Oh my goodness!
Lock
oh,
bumper.
Trouble on the backstretch.
Lock
Two cars
bumpers.
got into it,
and that was.
And they're instantly going to try and pull themselves
the
apart. We're looking through the smoke.
245 and the 211. So the two.
It's Tristan Murphy. And the 215 of, I believe, oh my goodness.
245 is Benito.
Oh my goodness.
Which, yeah.
Felipe J. Benito and Tristan Murphy get into it. But up front, it is the 243 of Eric Doan who continues to lead and continues to produce as Sarah Bradley gets herself right up into second. But here comes Alexander Vanchev in the 206.
Yeah, you can't count Vanchev out. He's been a powerhouse all weekend long on both the classes that he's running. So, but Sarah looks as good as she's looked all weekend long.
Too wide further back, big dive bomb to the inside there. That's the 207 of Cole Medeiros trying to get a move on here. He's got championship points for play as well. He's leading right now, at least at the beginning of the weekend. He needs to move as much as Sarah does.
Oh, absolutely. He had an 80-point lead going into this event. And I believe that he's finished behind Sarah on the past 3 races, so we'll see where that all shakes out in total points. But it looks like a couple cart length checkout right there for our leader, Eric Doan.
Big dive bomb to the inside there as Eli Steinberg's trying to get away around Leonardo Saraville in the 287. And that was actually Cole Medeiros, who's been on the move big time. Got 2 positions in that 1 lap, so works his way up into 4th. Now 2 spots behind Sarah Bradley. It's Alexander Vanchev separating the 2.
Yeah, it looks like Vanchev is slowly starting to catch up to Sarah there. And just saw him peel off some tape off of his radiator. Obviously need to cool his motor down a little bit. See if he can focus in and catch up Sarah and maybe get past her to give Doan a little bit of a battle for the lead.
Is there
plenty of time?
Yeah.
10 minutes left. So.
Let's talk about that, by the way, because that is something you can actively do on the cart. Is there anything necessarily illegal from doing that, or a way where you could do that in accession?
Remove the tape?
Remove the tape, kind of like tear-offs.
Unless you remove it and throw it at the guy next to you. I don't think there's an issue.
Gotcha. Making sure.
The intent to take radiator tape off and then hit the guy next to me again.
Fastest lap goes to Cole Medeiros as a 54.07. Biggest mover so far, getting 6 spots up right now. Kyle Drydesdale, another guy we haven't talked about too much in the 221, started 15th, running 9th.
Oh, nice. Good run, Kyle. Keep it up.
Pressure for the 287 right now. Leonardo Saraville, another guy we haven't really seen running up front in the top 5. A lot of new people on the move right now, getting by the... Yep, that's Nico Katowski trying to work his way through right now.
Is that Katowski or was that 207? Was Medeiros? Was that Saraville on Medeiros?
I believe vice versa, good sir.
Katowski on, okay.
So good stuff there. And further up front, Sarah Bradley still playing the long game here. We've got still plenty of racing. 8 minutes, 45 seconds to go here in the junior pre-final for ROK GP. As Nico Katowski continues to move, Eli Steinberg losing major positions there. Oh my goodness. Steinberg started up in second, is now running all the way back in 11th.
Yeah, what if something's going on with his chassis? Didn't see him go off track anywhere, but to drop that many positions and how fast he's been all weekend long, I'm a little shocked.
Relatively clean running right now as the two major title contenders are kind of where they want to run right now. I know both of them would probably want to obviously prefer to be ahead of one another, and I think Bradley would like that one extra position to get that extra handful of points right now. But again, patience is absolutely a virtue when it comes to high-paying races.
Yeah, a little look over his left shoulder there, Doan did, just to kind of check to see where Bradley's at, and she's right there. And if Doan makes a mistake, Sarah's going to definitely take the advantage of that.
Down the back stretch, closest she's been so far this pre-final. Look to the inside. Still nothing there as it'll stay status quo in this four-car furball. Doan, Bradley, Vanchev, and Medeiros entering the chat.
Yeah, looks like we got a little battle back
big
here.
lunge to the inside there. That was Nico Katowski and Saraville continuing this battle here for 6th and 7th. Some great tussles further back here in the 292 and the 287.
Yeah, haven't seen any lap traffic come into play, but we do have one of those carts that got into incident earlier. We do have a cart off over there going into one. I don't know what happened there.
I believe they were involved in that earlier tangle on 90% sure. As fastest lap now for Alexander Vanchev, 53.4. Trying to close that gap. Those leading three. Big side step from Doan here as he's getting everything he can out of that cart into turn number 6. Here is Jose Shermer, another guy we haven't really seen too much this weekend, running currently in 6th. That's Leonardo Saraville. He got checked a little bit there by Katowski, got dropped back. So good racing thus far, and it is very much becoming now a 3-car battle between Doan, Bradley, and Vanchev. Another fastest lap for Vanchev, 151.31. Nearly a tenth faster than first and second. Again, huge thank you to PSL Karting. Huge thank you to all 120-something of you spending your Saturday afternoon with us here at the Florida Winter Tour in the Lone Star State. Battle for the lead very much on right now. Bradley looking for any way to get her cart past Eric Doan. Doan has been absolutely on fire. I think he's won every single heat up until here.
Yeah, Sarah made the correct adjustments. Obviously, they're sitting at their time that they had in between to make her cart just a little bit faster.
Fires it to the inside. Pushes him a little bit out up track. This might give Vanchev an opportunity to snatch second. No dice, but new leader. Boys move over. Sarah Bradley leads for the first time this weekend in GP Junior.
Yeah, good move by Sarah, being very patient. Probably sitting there kind of stalking her prey there for a while, knowing where she can just pounce, and saw the opening and took it. Good move by Sarah, and that's one of our F4 Radford. We interviewed Wes with them earlier today, and we'll play that interview.
Should have some cool footage for you guys in a little bit. Vanchev looking for a
Vanchev,
move now
move
on the inside of Eric Doan. Clean pass there, just swiped it on the inside. Almost a Dale Jr. slide job there to get it done.
Yeah, that's. I think probably Bradley was hoping that Doan was going to be able to hold Vanchev up just a couple more laps, but we'll see what Sarah has here. Then she has some clean track in front of her. See if she can be consistent and lay down some consistent fast laps.
Cole Medeiros with a chance now. Chucks it up the inside again, just pushing Doan all the way to the outside. And in one lap, Doan has gone from leading this race to back to 4th. A swing back now at Medeiros, but can't get it done.
Yeah, sometimes you just lose your rhythm. Like you're getting such a rhythm out on the track, and then something happens to kind of disrupt that rhythm, and it kind of just gets you out of sorts. And I think that's kind of what happened with Doan right there. But see if he can gather his composure, get back in. He's still right there.
As we've got trouble here, it looks like in between, I believe that's one of the carts off. I could be wrong. On the hairpin outside of turn number 11. Our leader should be going right by them here on the outside. I could be wrong. I believe that's Roman Doria. I'm not entirely sure. We'll keep you guys posted, but there's one cart that has been abandoned. Over to Alexander Vanchev, though, as he continues to try to go to battle here. He wants to get to Sarah Bradley, but he's got to fend off Medeiros, who just set the fastest lap, 53 even.
Sarah just tucking in underneath that wheel, just trying to get as much body out of the air as she can. Looking good, looking consistent. The cart looks very, very balanced as they go through this. And then, like you said, Vanchev, instead of being the guy who's going to sit on the charge, he's got to be on the defense right now because Medeiros is right there behind him.
Very rare have we seen Alexander Vanchev not on the attack here. But you've got your championship contenders here now in second and third, and Medeiros wants to bring this battle to Bradley as quick as possible. 2.5 minutes on the clock here. Fastest lap still to Cole Medeiros. Goes even on lap time with Sarah Bradley, this time by 55.13.
Good run for Nico Kwiatkowski. Started 9th, up to 5th already.
4 positions gained for him, 5 for Jose Shermer behind him in 6th. Big dive bomb to the inside there, as I believe that was Cole Medeiros. Yeah, Medeiros took that spot.
Yeah, I don't think Vanchev was ready for that, and I think he had a little bobble right there, and that just opened the door enough for Medeiros to take advantage of it. And now let's see, he's got a sight set on Sarah if he can do anything.
A little bit of a swing back opportunity here. Might have a run, might dive it to the inside. Won't be able to close the gap, but as these 3 are tangling, this is given an opportunity for Kwiatkowski as he slowly closes the way into this kind of leading train of the 3-4 cars.
Yeah, so Kwiatkowski's just like keep battling, guys. I'll be there.
Last lap, Sarah Bradley, 53.21, 53.30 from Medeiros. Had to do a little bit of work to get to second, so understandably why it's a little bit slower. But the question now is, what can Medeiros do? Can he fend off Vanchev, and can he close that gap to Sarah Bradley to extend that championship points gap?
Yeah, Vanchev again's got to be in concern here with Doan right behind him. Seems to be closing that gap a little bit, and that's going to be a battle that we're going to see here in about a lap to a lap and a half. And I'm just thinking Vanchev maybe went out with too high a tire pressure. He's just a little tight in that car, and not as free as he needs it to be, because it does seem like he's lost a little bit of pace.
A couple of things that could affect, well, one, obviously the tire pressures. Track conditions have been a little bit different. Track's gotten hotter, but now again we're kind of in that cool down phase as we've got some clouds overhead again. Something else we should mention, wind is really, really picked up here, Jason.
Yeah, I didn't know we were in the middle of a desert, but yeah, it's gotten quite a bit windier here. It's completely different conditions than what we've had the last couple of days.
Right.
But, right there, Doan got around Vanchev.
Back and forth we go as Eric Doan hard on the charge, trying to get back. He started in first. He's trying to get his way back up onto the podium, and he does so by clearing Vanchev.
Yeah, good move for Doan there, but I think Vanchev is just hanging on. It's like 2 laps to go when they cross the line here, and obviously fighting with an ill-handling chassis right now. I'm sure they'll get back to the tent, download the data, and make the appropriate changes that they need. And it's not much, right. It's just a couple tenths here and there is what he needs by freeing that chassis up. And this group is so equally matched, and the parity of the engines and the chassis and the driving skills are so close to each other that just off just a little bit, it looks like it's a mile on the track, but it really isn't much.
Is the wind ever something that you're able to feel out in the kart?
I've never experienced enough wind where it's something that I'd be like, actually, no. Newcastle, going down their straightaway, if there's a big headwind, it feels like your cart
You're
stops.
Getting held up, yeah. I was going to say, it almost has to be like a gale force here, I feel like, to be anything incredibly noticeable.
Our wind's more cross here than it is, so it's more coming, and there's a there's a bunch of trees going down that back straightaway, so that kind of shields them from the wind. But little off-track excursion right there. I was mowing the lawn, as my partner over here likes to say. But Sarah, great job. Complete control in this race. Cart looks great. She looks comfortable. Definitely gained, made that gap up to over 1.25 seconds now.
Yep.
The don'ts, that's good for Sarah. I think that's going to be, she's going to start on pole. So if I'm Vanchev, and Doan, the big one here is Medeiros. So Medeiros is the point leader, sitting there in second. I thought Doan got around, but no, Doan got around Vanchev.
Yep. Further back, one pass on track we didn't see was Noah Landry, the crazed Canadian from Toronto, getting past Leonardo Saraville, works his way up into ninth. That's 3 position gains so far for the 213.
Yeah, and if you're out there listening, you're probably hearing us mention the same kids' names a couple times, more than once during other classes. So a lot of these kids run multiple classes. Sarah chooses not to. She chooses to focus in on this class and this class alone. And I think that helps out a lot. You can really focus in on it. You can take your time with your chassis. And for one, physical exhaustion. I know they're young and they're in shape, but this is not an easy sport. It's very physical, and it really does take a toll on your body.
You're not, obviously you don't have power steering in a go-kart, but you're feeling high forces. You're carrying a lot of things that kind of insulate your body heat.
Yeah.
And you're doing it's a full-body workout out here.
It is. It absolutely is. I mean, there's a reason why your top drivers in the world for Formula One, IndyCar, wherever, NASCAR, they all have shifter karts and go-karts.
First time we saw her running in clean air, and she did not disappoint. Checkered flag flies, and Sarah Bradley takes her first win in GP Junior here in Houston.
Yeah, good run for Sarah. Cole's not making it easy on Sarah.
Not at all
right now, so it's going to be a fun battle, and I need to do the points. So I'm going to look that up, and I don't know if it's a 1-2 where Cole's got to finish compared to Sarah to make that win and punch that ticket to Italy.
We can guarantee to you that this championship is going to reach its boiling point come tomorrow, but where they're exactly standing on points, we're going to figure out right now. We're going to go crunch some numbers and pay some bills. We'll step away, but be back shortly for some more Rock Up action here from Houston. Stay with us.
All right, so actually we're going to break away to an interview, and we're going to do the West with Radford F4 and learn a little bit about another group that helps sponsor the program.
Jason Ewers here with Rock Cup Texas Edition, coming back to you with another interview with Wes Cunningham from the Radford F4 program here. First of all, thank you guys for your sponsorships. We know we sent a scholarship last year with Sarah Bradley, and we interviewed her on the very first stop of the Winter Tour and had some great things to say about her experience. Awesome. But I thought, hey, hearing from you, tell us what it takes, what you guys expect, and how people can get involved.
Well, obviously this series is designed to be that stepping stone between karting and full-size cars. So, this beautiful car that we're looking at here the series has actually been rebranded just in the last couple of weeks to the Ligier Junior Formula Championship, or JFC. So that's how you'll see this car branded for this coming year. This is a logical stepping stone from the go-karts into cars, relatively modest horsepower, but it's got the paddle shift system, and so this is really the similar technology that drivers are going to experience as they move up in the ranks through the world.
Absolutely. So who are some of our karters that we may have seen that have used the program and have stepped up with you guys?
That I really haven't followed a lot of the individual karting people that came through, although let's see, Lisa, help me out. Who's one of our recent Patrick Woods-Toth, who won the Formula 4 Series a couple years ago, came back and won the Formula Regional Series last year, and is looking for his next step in the motorsport world. So, probably one of our most famous graduates of this system is Kyle Kirkwood, who, as everybody knows, is in IndyCar. Kyle came through and won the Formula 4 Championship and then the Formula Regional Championship, and then moved into, Indy NXT, I believe at that point, maybe still Indy Lights, and progressed up through the program, and obviously now is a winner in the IndyCar series. So we're really proud of him.
Oh, that's awesome. So explain to our viewers, if you have a kid that wants to kind of step up, has spent his time in karting and wants to experience the F4, how do they do that?
Well, if they're karting already, they should express an interest to the manager of that series that, hey, you know, I might be interested in moving up into the kart world, and you know, they might want to be considered as one of the scholarship recipients to go to the Radford School. They don't have to go to the Radford School to come into our series, but it's a really good place to start off with. Otherwise, we have a list of teams that they can contact, and you know, the teams have training programs that they put the drivers through as well. So there's a number of different paths that can take people, you know, from karts into the racing world.
Well, that's fantastic. Wes, hey, we appreciate your time and good luck, and anything else we can do for you guys, let us know, and appreciate your support.
Appreciate it. Thank you.
Sarah Bradley, one of the drivers getting that opportunity in that Radford F4 machine. She was our latest heat winner, but we are on to GP Pro Heat Final and the battle we have been looking for all day, all week long, between Ryan Norberg and Blake Nash, about to reach its boiling point. Sharing the front row, Aiden and Greta and Victor de Alencar behind. Oliver Mrak starting in 5th, and it's Ming Enzu in 6th. Madison Knox will be 7th. Again, Nash starting on the back foot, struggling with qualifying. Had to work his way forward in the past couple heats to get to the new guy, Ryan Norberg. So let's see what can happen when these two share the front row together. Big checkup at the start there as Nash struggles to get on the loud pedal. Will almost drop back to 3rd or 4th here as that's Ingretta and de Alencar going through. Will settle for 3rd as Ingretta splits them. But Ryan Norberg picks up right where he left off from Heat 3.
Yeah, that's exactly what Norberg wanted to see right there, is put a kart between him and Nash. But
just Nash, further behind, here goes Nash.
Repeat of Heat 3, so.
Might be a swing back here from Aiden and Greta. Let's see if we've got any moves. A little bit of a look to the outside. Gonna try the late apex. These Nash guys have been pushed around a lot, but the blue bumpers are going to battle. So, Jason, as we're watching Blake Nash try and get to work here and try and catch up to Ryan Norberg, how difficult is it to close a gap to the guy in front of you, not only when you know the pace that that leader potentially has, but when you've got other guys kind of biting at your feet?
I don't think he's even worried about the cars behind him.
Really?
I think he knows he has them covered with pace just because of the other heat races that we've had. So
He's, sorry about that, the mic was away from my face, but he knows he has the pace to match Norberg. We just don't know what Norberg did to his chassis to maybe pick up his pace. So he's in good position right now. This is exactly where he was in Heat 3, and see if he can kind of repeat what he's done.
First full lap's about to be underway here, as Blake Nash fastest 52.98, 53.08, 1/10 separating first and second. Nash trying to close that gap half a second back. Further back in Greta and Victor de Alencar once again trying to go to battle. Two guys that have also been going at it all weekend long, albeit 2 spots back from the front. Slowly but surely starting to close that gap, as we want to take this time really quickly to thank our sponsors at Velocity Racing Sodi for covering GP Pro all season long. Lap number 2 in the books. Now down to 1/4 of a second. No lap improvements from either. But Nash with things out driving right now, looking for a way around Blake Norberg again. Not quite far enough, or not close enough to make a move there through turn number 6. He's been seeming to close that gap here. Again, talked to Blake Nash before the pre-finals after Heat 2 yesterday. He said, I know I'm band for band when it comes to lap time. I just need to be in the same real estate come the start of the race, and I'll be able to really bring this fight. And that's on me. I didn't do all I could in qualifying. I didn't bring everything I could out of the kart, so I'll have to catch up, and that's exactly what he did. Fought his way to the front. He's Still didn't have the optimal start he wanted for this pre-final, but once again with another fantastic opportunity to get around Ryan Norberg. So often through this late sector, this middle sector, are we seeing guys through turn 9 through 10 trying to get that late apex, trying to get a run here and set it all up for the run right here into this final turn 14 hairpin. Look to the outside, fires it up the inside. There it is, the move for the lead. Ryan Norberg loses that lead, and Blake Nash in that blue bumper Nash Motorsports cart takes the lead. Not what Ryan Norberg wanted to see, but can he swing back? What does he have further back? And Greta into Alencar getting at it. To say that these two have been cloned on pace is an understatement. We saw how they went back and forth in single lap pace all day long yesterday, and now we get to see it in such a macro environment when they're just next to each other. So do not be surprised if you see a swing back from Ryan Norberg and attempts to take that lead back. No lunge here. Again, a huge thank you to Sodi Kart Velocity Racing for sponsoring this, and a big reminder for you guys to like this stream and subscribe to ROK Cup USA so you don't miss a single minute of on-track action here for ROK Cup USA, like what we're seeing right now, this brilliant battle for the lead in GP Pro between Blake Nash and Ryan Norberg. Spending this time here to also do a in-chat roll call here. Are you trackside? Where are you calling from? Where are you chatting from? Who you rooting for? Who do you think has this battle, Nash or Norberg? Norberg now with the fastest lap, 52.43. And Greta also improves, 52.99.
All right, sorry, I've been quiet. I've been working.
I know.
on
I've been seeing you in the corner doing math. I haven't wanted to disturb you.
I was just trying to figure out what it's going to take for the GP Junior for Sarah to end up taking over the win there. So she's chomped into Medeiros' lead. She's 59 points behind.
Okay.
So a victory is 300 points. So she wins the final. It's 300. Second is 280. Third is 260. So what's going to happen is she's going to have to win, and Medeiros has to come in 5th place or less. So that's the situation. So if you're going to be with us tomorrow watching that event, trying to figure out in your head, Sarah's got to win, and Medeiros has to finish 5th or less.
Gotcha.
There is 5 points, though, for the fastest lap of the race for the final. And neither one of those guys, gals, got the pole position, so they didn't get the bonus points for that. So, but yeah, so that's very interesting there. Yeah, and guys, that's how long it takes to figure out the point system.
We go about 7 minutes there, if we count it from green flag. Good job, I'm proud of you.
Well, it took me 6 to find it.
Yeah, there you go.
But it is online. The points is on. It's online under ROK Cup USA. Look under the rules and in the point structure. So it's right there. So if anybody wants to do the math on their own, or if you have a driver that's in contention for the championships and needs to know what they need to do or how it needs to all play out, go look for it, do the math, share it in chat so I don't have to.
Norberg thought about a lunge to the inside there on turn 14, thought smarter of it, got back in line. But again, these two have broken away from the rest of the pack. Aiden and Greta and Victor Alencar still in lockstep with one another as well for 3rd and 4th. As that will be a very interesting battle to see tomorrow as they battle it out for the bottom spot on the podium here.
Just want to give a little love to our some of the carts that are also in this field here. Cart number 7 right there, Madison Knox, Probably one of the nicest color liveries I've seen.
Absolutely.
I think we're gonna scan to that real quick here. I love the matching livery. I believe
hot pink, matching helmet
matching
matches
livery as well. So
it's lighting that thing through 14.
Absolutely, it's definitely one of the nicer liveries I've seen. They're all awesome, but this one kind of catches my eye. And I think our cameras are going to try to get to it here in a minute.
Artemis from the commentary box, which we always like.
Yeah, sometimes I feel bad for the, group in the back a little bit there. They aren't getting the love that we give them. But, yeah, look at that livery. It's so nice. I love it. But, she's been struggling all weekend long a little bit. But I think, one of the newer drivers to the program here, I believe. So, we'll see what she does, see if she sticks around and able to go ahead and run the rest of the ROK program as ROK Vegas, and then come back next year and run the Florida Winter Tour.
Seeing what they can do.
Yeah, look at that. I like it. I like pink. I do like pink on a race car.
I'm sure you were a fan then of the Auto Nation.
Oh yeah.
GTPs, Indy cars.
Yep.
Rest in peace, Myron Shane Racing.
Yeah, I'm one of those psychos that run remote control cars and most of my stuff home.
There you go.
All right, go back to the front here to the lead and see what we got going on. Really not much. That kind of stabilized that gap.
Mexican standoff right now between Blake Nash and Ryan Norberg.
Yeah, if I'm Norberg, what do you do? Like, Nash has kind of handed you your behind here the last couple races, so got to go back to the drawing board.
Now it's time for Norberg to go to school.
Yeah.
He's behind him. What can he learn from him leading?
Yeah, absolutely, and that's exactly what he's doing, and trying to feel what the kart's doing. Where's Nash a little faster at? But as we say that, Norberg's kind of closed back up on him. It looks like he's just getting on the brakes a little bit deeper than what Nash is doing right now.
2 minutes to go, and Nash still fending off Norberg, who's turned up the wick here as we are running out of time in the GP Pro pre-final here. Do not be surprised at all if Norberg is able to take that lead right back.
Yeah, he gets into 6 so much deeper than what Nash is doing and gets that kart rotated and back on that gas. And really, that's where he's making up most of his distance on Blake Nash.
Going to throw another dumb question for you for everybody watching who's not behind the kart as much. How much are you driving this kart with the foot?
More brake than gas. Because you can... Oh, Norberg made it happen.
Wow, the one time we step away, but another late lunge. That's a move he's been setting up for the past couple of laps. And a sneaky lunge there into turn 14 is what gets Ryan Norberg back to the front and ahead of Blake Nash.
Yeah, let's see with Nash if he can sit back here and get his position back, or if Norberg's just going to be like, I'm going to check out now. But they both are just... It's so hard to lead because you have no reference to brake. When you have a kart in front of you and you're chasing them down, you can see that gap close as you go into a corner and you brake. So you can just brake a little deeper. You have a reference point to go off of. That's why when you see any type of major racing, they have the signs and stuff, the braking zone signs, and you kind of pick those out, and that's where you kind of set your braking zones at. But, it's much easier to follow and catch than it is to lead and step away. But Ramos, I think, has a different thing in mind. He's been able to do that all weekend long. But, that's from my experience.
And we've got cones and a couple other things here, but I'm sure these guys have other markers, be it trees, certain parts of the runoff access roads. You've got plenty of other options you can use visually to mark out when you need to lift, when you need to tap the brakes.
Just don't pick shadows.
Exactly. Love that. And of course, the other thing, make sure you've got backups for your backups in case, a cone gets nudged, a barrier gets knocked out of place.
Yeah, I always try to pick something in the pavement that never moves.
Really?
Like, something like there'll be like a blotch in the pavement. You can kind of look down and see, and that's where your braking zone is going to be. Even barriers, there might be something on the barrier over there that's a little banged up that you don't notice, and it allows you to kind of use that as a reference point. 2 laps to go here as we see Norberg back up top, but Nash looks like he's closing it down. Well, it didn't get out out of turn 5 that well. Thought he was going to get a good run down there, but definitely on the binders a little later than what Norberg's doing there. Closes that gap up. Now they're going through 7 into 8 here. See if Nash has anything to give him with 2 to go.
Feels like Nash is carrying so much more speed there. Able to bring it to the bumper of Ryan Norberg. Cotton candy colored 348 versus the chrome teal 348 of Blake Nash. One more time to go. No look there from Nash as we get final call here for GP Pro here in the pre-final. What can Blake Nash throw at Norberg?
I mean, Blake's already got his ticket punched, so Diego didn't show up this weekend, so that was the only one that was really within striking distance. So he's pretty much, especially with a couple wins and a nice second place finish here, maybe first place, who knows if he can get by Norberg. But so he'll be going to Italy. Good for him. Congrats to that team for putting together a great program and really showing what these ROK GP motors can do, and just the longevity of the motor package, the great tire package that the ROK program brings that like I mentioned earlier, we don't see any mechanical DNFs. Like, there's no engine failures. Like, they've done such a great job with these engines and the power that they put out and the smooth power band and the wide power band that they have just makes it for some great racing, as we've seen. So.
Checkered flag out. Ryan Norberg once again on top over Blake Nash. But still plenty of racing to go in GP Pro. Aiden and Greta winning that battle for that bottom spot of the podium over Victor De Alencar. VLR and others up next. We're going to step away to pay some bills, but don't go anywhere. It's final round of the Florida Winter Tour from the Lone Star State for free on ROK Cup YouTube. But first, an interview here with...
Yeah, so we had a little interview. Someone decided to get into a car. Let's see how that worked out.
Oh, boy.
Absolutely. Right now, this is the K20 motor from Honda. It's from the Type R motor. Removed the turbo, and it's 160 wheel horsepower. And this is the Ligier JS F4 chassis from 2016, the Gen 1. And it is a fantastic platform. Very, very easy to adapt from karting into this level. And if you'd like, please hop in.
Am I going to hop?
Absolutely.
I feel like Bowser. I'm saying I feel like I'm going to look like Donkey Kong in Mario Kart with how little some of these guys are. I'm 5'11", 6'0" on Tinder, but, like, it's a lot here for me. But we're going to give it a shot here. Left foot, I may or may not have nudged the mirror. We're good.
Watch out with that mirror.
There we go.
And then just slide in.
So what people always forget to tell you here is that you are literally, like, lying down. And, wow, that's tight with the horseshoe. Oh, there we go. Get the wheel back in. That is cozy.
There you go.
So obviously got a couple of lights here. Got radio, pit. Careful there, Jason. Page for, I believe that's different stuff on the telemetry. What are my lights up here for?
Here is the safety system. This is our yellow light system for when we have a yellow flag or
Gotcha.
a car off track, and safety cars.
Gotcha. Wow. I mean, it's comfy, but I already feel kind of right at home here. Definitely for sure some plug-and-play availability here. I'm sure if you're a little bit shorter and a little bit younger than me, it's going to be a little bit easier to do this. But some really cool stuff here Radford's offering to these young drivers and some really, really cool opportunities. Probably should have removed the over-shoulder horseshoe there before jumping in the car originally. That was a tight squeeze. Not as bad as I thought, though, honestly. If you're a bigger guy, it's cozy, but you're going to be okay. But again, very, very cool to see the opportunities that Radford Racing Academy has given a lot of these young drivers here in ROK Cup. I will say there was I think a thumb there in the final shot. I don't know.
I'm all there. Thumbs.
All right, there we go.
Yep. So, the good thing, what I like about what Wes said was like, hey, how do you get involved with this program? And it's like, talk to your people who direct the race directors and who run the series. So, we got 1 minute to go before we go. So we're going to pay the bills real quick.
There it is.
And see you guys in a minute.
You're watching a Jason Larea creative ROK Cup USA production.
27 years ago, Bill Wright began the Florida Winter Tour to break up the slow winter months for karters. And as the word spread, the tour grew. Importers, teams, manufacturers, and drivers alike all came to Florida to prepare for the upcoming season. One weekend became two, and the fun became serious fun. Since then, the karting season has started with the Florida Winter Tour, where teams compete to establish dominance for the coming summer. Drivers from all over the world look to make their name and leave their mark on the national scene, much like Pato Award, Enzo Fittipaldi, and others have done in Florida Winter Tours of the past. The original Florida Winter Tour, the series that made karting a year-round sport in North America, and where tomorrow's superstar drivers are discovered. 27 years later, you can still go karting and have some serious fun. Are you ready to join the action?
You can take me live really quick. Okay. Jackson Lambros, Jason Ewers here in the comms box from Houston. Looks like we've got a slight timing and scoring issue here from one of the loops, one of the systems. We're trying to figure that out right now before we get ROK Minis out for their pre-final. So we are going to step away once again just momentarily, but as soon as we are on track, it is right back to free coverage of all ROK Cup action here on the ROK Cup USA YouTube channel. Stay with us.
As they enter into the acceleration zone, green flag flies. We are racing. Big slide farther back in the pack. Couple of micros going a little bit slideways, but they're going to hold it together. Pressure from Luca Besseril. Look outside for speed. Now down into turn 4. Got it. This position going to go to the inside of turn 1. Got it. The lead of it. Whoa, cross back, crossover.
I don't think battling each other is the way to go right here.
Oh, almost a little bit of a swiggle there for Trusho in that purple car. Here comes Del Bon to the line. Look at him, he's so excited.
Ray Stewards and Mike Burrell talking over as we are still sorting out timing and scoring issues here at Speed Sports Racing Park.
I don't think they're talking about it. I think he's tapping his watch like it's about beer 30.
Still sorting some things out here, but as we've talked about here, Jason, plenty of big names here at the track this weekend. One of them, the other name of Vassar Sullivan Racing, James Sullivan. And here's our own Jason Ewers with more on that.
All right, welcome back. Jason Ewers here with Florida Winter Tour, the Texas edition. Hey, we're here with Sully with Vassar Sullivan Racing. Some interesting things here. We see your son out here, Shep. It's I'd like to know a little bit more. How is it racing with your son? Like bringing your son to the track, especially you were just telling me his third time ever and micro, and then first national event. So a lot of things at stake here.
Yeah, I called Vassar last night, and I told him, you know what, I really don't like racing with family because you can't fire him. You know, you can hire him, but you can't fire him for sure. But in all seriousness, it's been really special for us. I'm just peanut butter and jelly. I hug him. I stay out of it. Hey, bud, good job. We've got John Russell and Sean Owens taking care of him, but it's his third micro race ever. So we kind of just dropped him in the deep end here, you know, to get him to level up. But this experience karting for us has been really special because my first experience as a team owner was at the Indy 500. So I had no junior open wheel. We didn't do karting growing up, right? I started literally at the Indy 500 owning a race car. That was my first time ever. So this is actually kind of backfilling a really special part of the sport that I'd never experienced and quite frankly don't have any perspective on. So I'll tell you this, I speak to parents and I treat them a lot differently now, having gone through this just even for a few months with Shep. But it's really special. It's raw. You know, I don't get an opportunity to stare at a racetrack in totality like that anymore, right? It's 60 screens that you're in front of, and it's just numbers and math and what have you. So to stand on the building and just watch, even if it's go-karts, is really raw and pure, right? So it's been really nice.
They call it the purest form of racing, and I've been in this for 45 years of my life now, and I always am in a go-kart. Like, no matter wherever I've raced, I always come back to karting because it is the most purest form, and I just enjoy it. And it's family and friends, and when I go to a track, I know most of the people, so it's always kind of almost like a little reunion. But so what are you guys hoping to get out of this weekend? And I heard he has a couple special FaceTime people that are kind of helping him and giving him some driving tips.
Yeah, well, he's been at the racetrack with us since he was 5 weeks old, right? So Paco here, Russell, wrenched for Kirkwood, so we've already kept it in the family, right? Hawksworth called him last night. Vassar's FaceTiming him, so he doesn't need me to say a thing to him, right? He's got some proper pros that can coach him up. But to answer your question, our expectations were 3 days ago that he finished. Just finished and try to make a pass or two, right? And the little kiddo finished 11th in his first national heat race yesterday, so we're really proud of him there. The expectations are enjoy it, go learn something. And if we leave here tomorrow and he's got a desire to come back and do this again, then it's a win, right? That's where we're at at the moment. This is a lot different than Kid Kart. He's never touched a brake in his life in Kid Kart, right? He's flat out all the time, so he's learning how to brake. But that's our expectation, is that he enjoys it, that he wants to do it again. But we'll see how the chips fall. You know,
fantastic. Hey, Sully, good luck this weekend. I appreciate it. Nice to meet you as well. So.
Ready to go here for the ROK Mini pre-final here at the Florida Winter Tour Round 3 from Speed Sports Racing Park. Alongside our producer, Brandon Hacker, I'm Jackson Lambros, joined by Jason Ewers. Some high drama here in the mini karts. And, Jason, we're ready for some more drama here.
Yeah, you know, some of the best racing we always see with the little kids. But first of all, thanks, Sully, for a great interview. Always great to see, you know, his story is kind of awesome. It's like 100%. Reverse, you know, instead of starting in karting, he just really started in Indy cars, and now he's back to, you know, not back to karting, but doing karting. So, so it looks like we got Jaden Francisco with Nico Salazar, you know, Francisco in that RPM Ryan Perry Motorsports. Really been the fastest car all weekend, but I think, you know, his teammate sitting back there in fourth, Aston Wyatt, also with Ryan Perry Motorsports, the Kart 171, one to watch for as well. But good start there for Francisco, and see if he can continue doing what he's been doing.
He leads that lime green helmet of, I believe, Alex Chandler in the 196. A very clean getaway from all of these guys in the micros, and second already under fire here as Alex Chandler and Nico Salazar going at it. Here comes Cooper Lorenzo Lopez.
Yeah, Cooper Lorenzo Lopez has himself down here as a privateer. I apologize to any of his teammates or the team if that's what he has, but that's what it's written down here. And, you know, a lot of times there's not a lot of privateers these days, so hats off to him if that is true.
Very rarely do we see nowadays the kind of mom and pop Lewis Hamilton-esque, you know, parent-ran operations. Financially, and I think a lot of the times, you know, it makes maybe a little bit more choice, a little bit more sense to run with an organization, get help with setups, with coaching.
Oh, absolutely.
Look to the inside here from Alex Chandler. Big dive on the brakes to the inside. And just like that, Cooper Lorenzo Lopez takes second away.
Wow, good run. so far for him. And is that Chandler in third?
Yes, it is.
On that Iron Rock Motorsports. Good for Chandler. But that's a name we've talked about quite a bit.
For sure.
So he's not like he's not out there. So
Nico Salazar fourth. Cameron Johnson, the young man who had that engine trouble at the start of Heat 3, running smooth here in fifth. Another move here. Tries the over-under there. That's the 138 of Nico Salazar, trying to get holds his way in fourth.
Yeah, got a little battle back there. What is that? Third, fourth, fifth, sixth, eighth, seventh, and eighth, I believe.
A little bit of a look to the outside there from Cameron Johnson. He's still got a lot to prove. He had that engine issues earlier on today. He's trying to work his way forward. Fastest lap so far goes to Chandler Lorenzo Lopez, excuse me. Biggest mover so far, 3 position gained is hit. A little bit of a look to the inside there further back. That's one of the lime green helmets.
Yeah, we've got another tight battle here for the overall championship points. So if I go quiet, my brain's going to be working.
Gears are turning. I'll let you be. Cameron Johnson trying to get to work here on Nico Salazar. As the racing will certainly provide me and everyone at home, all 130-something of you, our entertainment here. Still Jaden Francisco with the lead right now. Some good moves, though, from Asher Pavon, who we have not seen in the top 5 too frequently. New fastest lap goes to Simon Jack Klein.
Oh, it's a name we haven't really said
Not
too
at
much
all.
about. Well, good for Simon Jack Klein.
Good run here down the back straight for Pavon, trying to carry that momentum. A look further ahead, though, from Salazar as he tries to go to the inside of Chandler. 3-car battle here between all of these guys. Asher Pavon, Nico Salazar. Reshuffles here, and Pavon leads these guys. Back and forth we go in the pre-final. Pavon on the move, clear Salazar. 111 of Johnson behind. Luca Borelli starting to inch his way into this battle as well. But further up ahead, Cooper Lorenzo Lopez is indeed slowly but surely closing that lead on Jaden Francisco. Just a third separating those two. Closer than ever now, all the way to the bumper. Could we see him move down the back straightaway? Looks to the inside. This will be on the binder, side by side here into turn number 6. Jaden Francisco holds on. Here's the switchback again, though. And Cooper Lorenzo Lopez hanging on, not giving an inch. And on a monster over-under move, Cooper Lorenzo Lopez takes the lead here in the pre-final.
Yeah, great job for him. Really has worked his way up. He started, a little bit back there, not too far, but been patient, just picked them off one by one.
Good run here again, though, from Francisco. Gives maybe a little bit of a look to the inside. Gets a nudge from Chandler here through the hairpin. 2 cars side by side further back. That's Pavon and Salazar. As that sorts out, Lorenzo Lopez now leads. Salazar leads over Pavon. Cameron Johnson still looking for a move there, but those 4th, 5th, and 6th still absolutely going at it. Down the straightaway again, 3-car battle for the lead. Let's see if we got any moves here. Down the back straight, look to the inside from Jaden Francisco. Here come the brakes. Lopez hangs on to the outside. Chandler looking for a way to split him. Can't find it. Still plenty of racing ahead of us. 5 minutes to go here in the ROK Mini pre-final. And it has been a duel at the front between Jaden Francisco and Cooper Lorenzo Lopez. And this championship battle is only heating up as well. Should get that points update for you shortly. Lap number 5, fastest lap still is Lorenzo Lopez. 59.02 from him. 59.01 now from Jaden Francisco. Cooper up 5 positions so far this race. Look to the inside again here from Jaden Francisco. Can't get it done. Lorenzo Lopez not cracking under pressure. 3-car battle up front. Another 3-car battle just behind that you see here between Nico Salazar, Asher Pavon, and Cameron Johnson. That has stayed relatively shuffled. Then another for 6th, 7th, and 8th behind. That's Cameron Johnson, Simon Jack Klein, and Luca Borelli. A little bit of a nudge there from the inside. Doesn't pivot that car at all, but Asher Pavon getting racy here, trying to get by Nico Salazar. No moves there. Francisco right on the bumper now of Lorenzo Lopez. Has had plenty of opportunities to pass, hasn't been able to find one that's stuck just yet. Still plenty of time to go here. Down the straight, on the bumper is Francisco. Move further back, Pavon goes to the inside of Salazar. Gets that a done move. Goes to the middle of the track to close the door, and Pavon advances into 4th as Lorenzo Lopez still holds off Jaden Francisco. In this kind of weather and in these kind of conditions, all I'm thinking of right now, Jason, is constant exhaustion, not just mentally, but physically.
Yeah, it's hot out there, and I mean, they haven't really raced in any super hot conditions this early spring, late winter. So this is the first true heat that we've seen. So, yeah, who has the bill? Who's hydrated enough? Who's ready to go? I mean, definitely something you got to keep in mind.
Cam Johnson into the top 5 right now, trying to get through the 138 of Nico Salazar. Hasn't gotten there just yet, but just like this battle for the lead is right on that bumper. A little glance back from Cooper Lorenzo Lopez. No look from Jaden Francisco. Might try to get him maybe a sneak pass here working through turns 8 and 9. As these two are going at it, have been going at it for the past 10 minutes. When we say the micros and the minis give you the best on-track product in terms of wheel-to-wheel racing, we really, really do mean it.
Oh, yeah, absolutely. It's some of the best racing I've seen in my career.
Almost looked like Lorenzo Lopez opened up that door a little bit, went to the middle of the track going into the hairpin, then swung wide to the outside to close that door. Further back, Cameron Johnson clearing Nico Salazar for 4th. Luca Percelli clearing Kimo Ahmad for 8th. A couple more shuffles up as we've got a couple of 3-car battles throughout. .65 seconds on the clock. Francisco and Lopez in lockstep.
Yeah, so after quick math calculations, there's a 29-point gap between Francisco and Chandler. That's not counting what's going on now, and they're back. They're right on next to each other here. So looks like Francisco will end up, probably extending that gap a little bit. So I'll kind of figure that out and then let you know what's going to happen tomorrow in the final to have Chandler have a chance to.
Seeing that momentum being carried in turn 13 is very, very interesting. I'm seeing Lorenzo Lopez. Watch him again here this next time by through turn number 13. We'll go almost to the middle of the track, then carry it back to the outside. You've got Jaden Francisco almost hugging that left wall all the way into the braking zone. It opens that barrier as we've got a little bit of a look maybe here as Jaden Francisco roars into scene behind Lopez. Didn't try any moves through there. But again, through this final sector, Lopez is using all of the track limits given to him to carry as much momentum as possible.
Yeah, we're going to get that 2 to go when they get across the line here. So that'll see if it opens up any doors for Francisco to be able to pass Lopez here.
Watch this. 13. Middle of the track, then back up to the top for the brakes.
There's a little bump in the track right there, and I don't know if that's something that that our leader, Lopez, just isn't comfortable hitting and doesn't feel like he's losing much speed, so just trying to take the smoother route around the track.
I actually kind of like it. Carry that momentum off of 13. I know you're not giving yourself as wide of an entry to the hairpin as possible, but I feel like that's also a place where you can maybe get away with an earlier apex, get on the gas early.
Yeah.
To the inside now is the 104, defending, trying to make Francisco go the long way. Over-unders are being attempted here through 7 and 8, but can't get it done. Tooth and nail fighting from Francisco, but Cooper Lorenzo Lopez has been rock solid up front all pre-final long. Looking for one more set of opportunities here into the hairpin. Are we going to see a lunge? Are we going to see desperation? Sets it up for the inside now. Now might try the outside. Going to be a struggle on the gas here. For the final time, not going to be enough. And Cooper Lorenzo Lopez will take the pre-final. He will start the big one from the front tomorrow. Jaden Francisco in second as we've got one more lap. Further back now, another opportunity as Lorenzo Lopez forces Jaden Francisco to the outside. Still can't get it done. Some amazing defense here from Cooper Lorenzo Lopez. Exact same place he tried it last time, but still cannot get it done. Closer than ever before. A little bit of a wiggle there from Jaden Francisco, getting on the gas as soon as possible, trying to get a go and get past Cooper. Last chance for real, side by side here into turn number 13. Tries the over-under. This might be it for real. Goes to the middle of the track to try and defend, but the 131 still has momentum. Side by side once again to the line, and by 0.02 seconds, Cooper Lorenzo Lopez in a barnstormer 3 wide further back.
Woo!
You are not going to get this kind of racing anywhere else. Cooper Lorenzo Lopez, under absolute deep ocean pressure, holds off Jaden Francisco, with Alex Chandler finishing in third, Cam Johnson in fourth. Gonna step away, pay some bills, and we'll be right back with more ROK Cup USA action from Houston. Don't go anywhere.
Began the Florida Winter Tour to break up the slow winter months for karters, and as the word spread, the tour grew. Importers, teams, manufacturers, and drivers alike all came to Florida to prepare for the upcoming season. One weekend became two, and the fun became serious fun. Since then, the karting season has started with the Florida Winter Tour, where teams compete to establish dominance for the coming summer. Drivers from all over the world look to make their name and leave their mark on the national scene, much like Pato O'Ward, Enzo Fittipaldi, and others have done in Florida Winter Tours of the past. The original Florida Winter Tour, the series that made karting a year-round sport in North America, and where tomorrow's superstar drivers are discovered. 27 years later, you can still go karting and have some serious fun. Are you ready to join the action?
Free coverage continues here from ROK Cup Houston, third and final round of the Florida Winter Tour. We are getting set for the Unction pre-final here for VLR Masters. And it will be, once again, Brent Harper and Scott Falcone. Will be waved off this time by, though, as we've got a false start.
Yeah, that's this is the first time Scott's been on the front row, so we'll see what he has for Harper here. And we've got kind of a battle for points. Harper's not in it for the championship, but the battle is between Falcone and Pavon. And again, I'm going to do my math here. I'm getting tired. I feel like an accountant. You know, it is tax season.
It is. It is. So in the juniors, we saw this very, very interesting battle between Nash and Norberg, and the battle of the duel of
seniors.
The fates in the seniors. Excuse me, that duel of the fates on lap time, right? And very much are we seeing the same here from Brent Harper and Scott Falcone. Clearly the two gentlemen to beat, but have gone back and forth on lap time. First time we're going to see them sharing the front row here as we get set for the pre-final. 2x3 here. Harper, Falcone. Big guys underway. Great start there from Harper to the inside. It looks like Adamar Caligaro worked his way through, got up into second.
And Falcone, another bad start.
Outside line certainly not ideal, as it gives obviously
not a bad
leaves you
start,
open to dive bombs. But again, Falcone instantly going to get back to work here, try to clear Caligaro. Can't get it done as clouds once again cover the sun up overhead. We've got a very eager Adamar Caligaro trying to fend off side by side further back. That's the 773. Rogers making a move on Mark Pavon. Across the stripe for the first time. Harper leads Caligaro, leads Falcone, leads Rogers. Small grid side is only 6 cars in this Masters field, but they've given us an absolute banger. Side by side further back there as Pavon and Randy Rogers continue to go at it. Over-unders being attempted there. Can't get it done. Randy Rogers holding off the 799 right now, trying to get past Scott Falcone, excuse me. As up ahead, Falcone tries to get to work on Adamar Caligaro. Fastest lap, Brent Harper should be a shocker to anybody. 1/4 of a second up from Adamar Caligaro. Where does Scott Falcone lie within this in terms of pace? Can he clear Caligaro? And after that, can he set sail and close that gap to Brent Harper?
Yeah, I saw Scott reach down there and adjust his needles on his carbs just a little bit, just to probably try to get a little more top end out of that motor. Hopefully he can get that thing singing and get in front of Caligaro and catch up with Harper.
How difficult is it to make those kind of adjustments on the fly, Jason?
Not really. Not much at all. I mean, you're just making micro minutes is what we call them on the carburetor. Down the straightaway, it's not that big of a deal. You're sitting there watching these temperatures. So you tune these things off of your low temperature and your high temperature.
Right.
So you're looking at your tack as you're going out of a corner. You want to glance down real quick and see where your low temperature is at. And then as you're going down the straightaway, you're kind of catching to see where your high temperature is and just gauge it in that way and know what needle you need to turn.
Lap number 2. Brent Harper 57.23. Adamar Caligaro 57.30. This doesn't put Falcone in contention for the lead, but what it does do is get Falcone and Pavon on the same strip of pavement. As this entire 6-car pack has stayed relatively close to one another.
Yeah, interesting. Just going to the points here, I don't know if Falcone wins the pre-final, that gives him, and let's say Pavon gets 4th, that gives him 37 points. Right now, he is 112 behind. So I don't think it's physically possible for Falcone to get the championship here.
Really?
Yeah, I think Pavon has it. If you do the math, no matter what, there's not a 100-point spread in this group because there's only 6. The worst that Pavon could do is get 226 points. The most that Falcone can get is 300 in the final. So that's what, 74 points?
Yep.
And then let's say Falcone wins this. So the 74 into the 112, that gives us basically 40 points. And then there's not enough room. Basically, Pavon has to DNF and Falcone has to basically win.
So that's the slap now goes to Mark Pavon, by the way. But if they're racing with that picture in mind, if they have that and they know that's what the championship picture is like, are you just going for wins at this point and kind of just setting all sights on tomorrow?
Falcone always going for wins. Again, these guys, I don't think it really matters. It's a trip to Vegas. They're going to go to Vegas anyway.
Right.
If you're racing at this level, as what I call, the Masters race, you're going to go to Vegas anyway. You're going to
just depends on whether or not you're paying for it, right?
Yeah, it'd be nice to get a freebie, but either way, it looks like both those guys are going to get a free entry to Vegas. One with more or less expenses than the other, but it's also bragging rights.
Should also mention, by the way, we've been talking about this in the VLRs and also in the Masters. Winners will be advanced to the October finals in Vegas. Second place, you do get a free trip as well, but you're paying for all of your consumables, Jason, so things like tires, fuel.
Yep. Oil.
Yep. Pavon with another scorcher, 56.63 that time by. Leader Harper, 56.70. Calangaro, 56.93. Battle on track here as Falcone looks to the inside of Calangaro side by side. Makes it a done deal. Great spot to clear because it doesn't give an opportunity for an over-under here. Little bit of a fight back there. Pavon tries to dive on Calangaro but can't clear him.
Yeah, Harper made some adjustments to his chassis in between Heat 2 to Heat 3 to the pre-final, and he's got his Orsilon just rolling right now, and nothing that Falcone can do about it. And Falcone's getting a charge from behind here soon. It looks like it's going to be Pavon
there,
and he got around Calangaro for second, so that helps him out in the points championship run. But still, just not enough points out there, not enough drivers to be able to get in between him and Pavon to make really any chance to get that championship.
It still genuinely baffles me. We were talking about this before we even went on air yesterday, but there's still so much you can actually tweak in these karts, in these chassis, that I feel like a lot of people at home don't even know about.
There's so much you can do to them.
Where I feel like it was just initially tire pressures, but we were talking different.
There's seat struts, there's axles, there's multiple seat struts, there's front camber, there's caster, there's toe, there's different stub axles for the front end.
Big slide there from Harper.
Woo!
Eager to get on the loud pedal there. You can see another little bit of an adjustment there, it looked like.
Carb, it went down a little bit. I don't know if he choked his motor a little. I don't know, because he looked like he just went down and just choked it real quick. But, there's a lot of adjustments to do. Different types of rims. You can go to certain rims that dissipate heat faster out of the tire. A little bit more flex with the rim as well. If you go to magnesium over aluminum to, back in the day when we had steel.
Yep.
But we don't run those anymore. But it's it's very, very interesting what they have.
What I do know is there is actually a genuine, heat dissipation is nice, but also sometimes you want that heat, especially in maybe, say, colder weather, because then that brings pressure into the tires.
Yeah, a lot of times as your cart gets a little bit more stuck, you go to those tires that dissipate, free them up. OTK makes an amazing MXC wheel that a lot of us use out there in competition. That it may not be the tire that we start on in the morning, but it's the tire and rim combination that we end up at the end. And it's not uncommon for us to, in these situations like this where you have two sets of tires, and most of these guys are probably running a comparable rim like that. But, in the main, I'm always going to put them on MXCs because the track just gets so grippy.
We talked about strategy a little bit earlier as well. Again, two sets of tires for the whole weekend, at least starting from the heats on Friday. Hard to tell if we've seen anybody make the jump over to fresh slicks.
I was looking. I didn't see. I've been kind of keeping an eye to see if you can see the sticker on it, or usually the tires got a little bit of a shine to it as they get out. Because from our vantage point here, we can watch them come out of the track. Right from the grid, so pretty good vantage point to be able to see that. Yeah, I haven't seen anybody try to take advantage of that yet.
2.5 minutes to go here. Harper with a second and a half over Ademar Calangaro in duel right now with Mark Pavon. Randy Rogers a little bit further behind right now, but he's battling with Evan Kozak.
Yeah, you can kind of see Harper when he's going down. It's like hands are getting tired. You can see him go down the straightaway a couple times and release. And, you know, sometimes that happens. This cart's got quite a bit of vibration to him. And, yeah, I can recall several times that my hands would start going numb and kind of go down the straightaway and kind of shake them out, especially tracks like this that have the super long straightaways.
Get that time to maybe take a little bit of a breather, right?
Yep, absolutely. Oh, here's a little pass on
look to the inside there.
Caligaro. Yeah, I think I kind of caught Caligaro off guard there. I think you just kind of get lulled away in the situation out here when you're just running with a handful of carts and just kind of cranking laps, and all of a sudden it's like, oh, I forgot I'm racing.
So a sneak pass there will advance Mark Pavon into that bottom step of the podium. He sets his sights for Scott Falcone about a second and a half up the road.
Yeah, it's interesting to watch Harper as he's going into that turn 6. Like, watch him counter steer the car and then hit the brake and kind of square it up and then get it in to rotate. So that's when you know your cart's handling really well, when it's just these micro movements of the steering wheel, no sawing at the wheel or anything like that. So for someone who's new to the sport like you, I love the people that have those bright gloves because I can watch them and I can see their hands, and you can tell if the cart's not handling right or not just by how many movements they're making of the steering wheel.
Hear it so much from Townsend Bell when it comes to 500 qualifying or just the Indy 500 in general. You know, quickest guys are always making the most precision adjustments to get that car around those 4 corners at the Brickyard. Kind of the exact same principle regardless of discipline, regardless of track, obviously. But what's interesting for me is obviously, you know, we're seeing these guys kind of straighten out those fingers. I know you need those light hands, but is that a sign of maybe not even just fatigue on the hands, but maybe struggling with the cart setup?
Nah, it's just fatigue.
Just fatigue.
I mean, if you have a cart that's ill handling, that creates more fatigue.
Right.
And, you know, what we like to call white knuckling.
Exactly.
You know, you're just holding on for dear life with a piss poor handling chassis. Excuse my language, kids. But that's truly one of the. I'm just getting the shame look from our producer over here. Like I told him, I'm trying to get fired.
Brandon Hacker giving us the stern look here in the producer box. 30 seconds to go here in the VLR Masters pre-final here at the Florida Winter Tour final round, as we are getting 2 to go here from the Marshall stand.
Or 3. No, 2 to go there. See, again, there's our mismanaged timing and scoring right now, but they're doing their best. Yes. Obviously, they're having some technical difficulties still, but we appreciate all their efforts that they make. But yeah, Harper's just on cruise control this race. Really, no challenges up front for him. I love to see somebody who got beat, makes the adjustments back at the tent, and comes back and just lays down a dominant performance. Now Falcone's got to do something. You know, if he wants any chance at winning this at all, he's going to need some luck.
Right.
But he's got to win the final tomorrow.
Absolutely.
And it helps. You know, final, fastest lap of the race, like he needs to get everything.
Right. 1 to go for Brent Harper. Set another purple lap last time by, excuse me. Now it goes to Scott Falcone, who's saying, I can still dance with you. I just got tangled up with some other guys at the start. Again, Falcone with an opportunity to bring the fight to Brent Harper. Got tangled up with Caligaro and Pavon later on.
You know, what's interesting about Falcone is he runs for Orsolon here, but he runs for another group and a completely different chassis.
Really?
When he runs at Circuit of the Coda out west. So, yeah, I was kind of shocked when I was watching the Coda race.
If I were to look at a pie chart of all of the kart drivers here this weekend, how many guys say they jump team to team weekend by weekend? One. and his name is Scott Falcone.
Yeah.
Good deal. Out of the 14 hairpin for the final time, Brent Harper saw the things given to him by Scott Falcone and flipped the switch. Works his way back up to the front. Pre-final goes to him, and he will lead Scott Falcone and Mark Pavon on to the final tomorrow. Going to step away to pay some bills and keep giving you guys free coverage here on the ROK Cup YouTube. Stay with us.
27 years ago, Bill Wright began the Florida Winter Tour to break up the slow winter months for karters. And as the word spread, the tour grew. Importers, teams, manufacturers, and drivers alike all came to Florida to prepare for the upcoming season. One weekend became 2, and the fun became serious fun. Since then, the karting season has started with the Florida Winter Tour, where teams compete to establish dominance for the coming summer. drivers from all over the world look to make their name and leave their mark on the national scene, much like Pato O'Ward, Enzo Fittipaldi, and others have done in Florida Winter Tours of the past. The original Florida Winter Tour, the series that made karting a year-round sport in North America and where tomorrow's superstar drivers are discovered. 27 years later, you can still go karting and have some serious fun. Are you ready to join the action?
BLR Juniors on track for pre-finals here at round 3 of the Florida Winter Tour from the Lone Star State. Jackson Lambros alongside Jason Ewers. Our producer is Brandon Hacker. Very, very glad you guys can join us in this slightly cloudy, still beautiful regardless, Saturday here at Speed Sports Racing Park.
Yeah, it's our second to the final, pre-final here, and a new grid lineup that we haven't seen yet for this VLR junior class. Kids be starting next to kids they haven't started against next all weekend, so we'll see how that goes. But as we look at the grid here, as I pull this up,
looks like Tristan Murphy is going to be leading us off alongside Alexander Vanchev, then Ruben Gutierrez next to Lorenzo Garlera, Nico Orbezo alongside Marco Romero, Juan Paramo alongside Theo Salamo.
Yeah, so it's the RPM of Ryan Perry Motorsports, Tristan Murphy up there. Definitely been dominant. You know, another new driver to the Florida Winter Tour, laying down the gauntlet with these guys, showing them really what they have and what they can do. And that leaves Alexander Vanchev, who is our points leader here. Looks like he's going to end up taking the championship and getting his card punched for Vegas as well. But great for that Ryan Perry Motorsports team to bring a driver who hasn't raced with these guys and really come out here and show them what that team can do. Get a driver prepared to run, provide good equipment, provide great motors, and have them go out there and be dominant.
Tristan Murphy, an absolute stranger to the ROK Cup, but has taken his first events here in the championship in stride. Up to the front row, it'll be RPM versus RPG. Murphy versus Vanchev. Championship looking like it will go Alex's way in the 806, but still a lot up for grabs here in Texas. Starter out of the way. We are underway here for the pre-final for VLR Juniors. Looks like it's still side by side actually, but Murphy will take it and whole shot will go to Tristan Murphy. A little bit of fender banging further back, one cart further back with a handful of issues right now, but Murphy leads Vanchev into turn number 10.
All right, so far everyone's kind of lined themselves out here, gapped a little bit by everybody. Not a lot of battling going on. Top 4 kind of gave themselves a several cart lead. Then you've got I got to come up with a new word. I don't like gaggle of carts.
I'm rocking with it.
A slew. What would be
a plethora of carts?
What is multiple of K, with word K, with the letter K, and it's let's see, is it we can say a carafe of carts.
Help us out here, Chad.
Yeah. Chat GPT, come on.
Gutierrez getting to work here on Alexander Vanchev. That's Marco Romero further back in that 809. A little bit of a look. Big push there, and you can see the shimmy of the wheel there from Vanchev as a little bit of nonverbals given there from the green helmet.
Yeah, Vanchev got the advantage of that one after being pushed through. You can see wheel full lock turn and still kept going straight. So that's the universal sign of someone's pushing me straight.
Exactly. Fastest lap here for Cole Medeiros in 5th, but up front it is a kerfuffle of karts. Tristan Murphy, Alexander Vanchev, Ruben Gutierrez, and Marco Romero up front.
Yeah, kerfuffle. I like that.
Want to thank ADub427 in chat for giving us that.
Oh, I like it.
A little bit of a dive to the inside further back, but still about a 5-car freight train up front here as Medeiros closed in that gap there to make it a 5-car battle. Further back, 7th and 8th. Andrew Yao trying to get to work on Theo Salomeo. slowdown penalty issued to the 892. That's Nico Katowski as a warning there. Lap 2 underway. Fastest lap now goes to Andrew Yao. 2 positions gained in that lap. Same to Luca Popescu. 55.53 for Andrew Yao.
Oh, we got a pass there for third, which would be Romero on Gutierrez. So he did make that stick. So now that pushed up, but that has allowed Moderos to kind of get on the back of Gutierrez.
Talking about Andrew Yao here, by the way, started in 11th.
Yeah.
Now in 6th. Some massive moves there from the 810 cart.
Kind of an island on his own right now out there, but if that front 5 continues to battle, he's going to catch that group pretty quick, especially if he continues to go purple after purple.
A little bit of a look further back there from one of the Orsilon carts. Can't get it through. 8.5 minutes ago, want to thank our sponsors here at Rollison Performance Group, RPG, for helping us provide you free coverage of VLR Junior all year long. Lap number 3 in the books. Fastest lap now goes to Marco Romero, 55.42. Leader Murphy doing a 55.63 as the top 4 all in lockstep. Cole Mediero still doing just a little bit of pushing to try and close that gap to the main group.
Yeah, this is going to make itself out to be, with 8 minutes left, it's going to be a heck of a final here.
The racing here, phenomenal. All this is really doing, though, is giving us a proper preview of what we can see come Sunday.
Yep, absolutely. And, they have a longer event tomorrow. Like I said, what you got to think here is a couple of these names we've talked about in the GP Junior.
Right.
Not a lot of races in between for them to get rehydrated and ready to go. So is that going to play effect tomorrow when we have a little bit longer stretch for them?
2 more positions gained for Nico Katowski, and the fastest lap in doing so, 55.06 for the 892 cart. But further back, it's Marco Romero there. And that Nash, and a big lunge there from Vanchev.
That was a last minute, I got it.
Massive like Ninja gets his way up into first.
And hats off to Tristan, not being bobbled by that too bad, and kind of kept his position. Easily he could have went back to 5th. But no, he ended up able to tuck himself back in, except that he got the pass and then continue moving on.
Murphy trying to flip the script here. Can't find the real estate to chuck it on the inside here through turn number 14. Lap number 5 in the books. Vanchev leads over Murphy. 3 position gains so far for Marco Romero in that blue Nash 809 machine. Fastest lap again to Katowski. Matches his 55.05 from last lap.
Yeah, and I feel bad for Nico, man. He's got a fast cart. He's just stuck back there. He needs to just do what he can to get as many positions up to be able to have a great starting position tomorrow in that final, to where he can get up there and run with this top group.
Already up 4 positions, started 10th and advancing now up into 6th. A lot of guys gaining a handful of positions right now, but Romero up 3, started in 6th, running in 3rd. But under fire right now from Ruben Gutierrez. Guys getting antsy here in turn 14. Feels like they want to make a move, but they're a little bit scared to. No, they've still got plenty of racing ahead of them. 5 minutes here, and then obviously the big one tomorrow. Last thing you want to do is total a cart before the big one. Lap number 6 in the books. Nico Katowski, another flyer, 54.88. And below the 54s we go, or into the 54s we go.
Yeah, Nico is definitely on a roll, and you can see him right there, kind of just about ready to chase down. And we got a move right there for a second. Tristan did not give that up as they worked their way back through 8, but there we go. Romero makes the pass, says, no, I want this position. I am going to take this.
Some nuclear moves there from Marco Romero, and Tristan Murphy, who's defended like nobody's business throughout all of the classes he's ran in today. Still not enough to let Marco Romero through. Back into the hairpin. Any moves? Maybe a little bit late.
Little move right there.
That's Cole
Medeiros
Medeiros trying to pounce now, I believe, on all 3. Hand out Alexander Vanchev now gets the fastest lap, 54.83, as things are starting to heat up. 5 minutes on the clock here in VLR Juniors. Preston Fisher in chat asking, who is this bro? Hi, I'm Jackson Lambros. I'm joined by Jason Ewers. It's really nice to meet you. Thank you for letting us into your home. Ruben Gutierrez is battling with Tristan Murphy right now for third. And this has been an absolutely brilliant battle. We've seen Murphy battle with everybody.
Did Tristan get around Gutierrez? No, it's Murphy. Yep. No, so Tristan's back into second, so Romero went back to third. We'll see that at the line as timing and scoring will update. I didn't see that pass on track, but I'm also trying to do the next race.
Good deal.
Point spread.
Go crunch them numbers. Alexander Vanchev finally starting to have some smooth sailing in front. Another warning here for the 854 of Theo Salomeo, as he will have to again be warned. Fastest lap now to Tristan Murphy, running a 54.73. Interesting to see the wick being turned up on this pace, even as the track heats up and these tires are running out of lap. Again, this is kind of the lowest point we're going to see these tires in, as everybody tends to make that switch onto that second pair of slicks in the main event.
Getting up to cross the line. It's going to be 3 to go, 3 minutes to go, plus the 2. And see if Vanchev can keep his advantage. Not much, just 0.3 over Murphy. It looks like Murphy really went through that 3, 4, and 5 really well, going down the straightaway. See if he can step out here on that RPM chassis and make a little move on the RPG chassis.
Some good moves up front. I want to talk about these guys outside of the top 5. Nico Kotowski, Andrew Yao, and Nico Orzebo. All of these guys, well, mainly Kotowski and Yao, on some very, very big moves thus far. Both of them that started 10th and 11th respectfully. Both have gained 4 positions and have worked together to get themselves to the front of the field. Kotowski has laid down purple laps. Yao has been in lockstep every single lap of the way, and they have worked with each other to get themselves into 6th and 7th. Great stuff from those two young boys. Two minutes to go. Let's see if we've got any moves here on the inside. No, and I'm expecting, again, we see this sometimes, especially in real life racing, even if it's not necessarily teammates or stablemates, it's always good to have a battle buddy or someone that you know you can coexist with cleanly on track, Jason.
There is nothing worse than being in a race and you're on an island by yourself out there. It's just blah. Like, then you just start dorking around trying to find different lines and see, no, maybe this will work, maybe this won't work, maybe it'll work. But yeah, that's the worst thing to have to happen to yourself.
Absolutely.
Out there.
Preston Fisher and Chatham making Rock Vegas 2020.
Ooh, good run right there.
Yeah.
Is that Yao on Medeiros?
Looks like those two finally got to work.
And there's Kotowski right there, kind of closing in on that group of 4 in that Burrell Art. I believe he is running for the Trinity Karting Group out of Cincinnati, Ohio, close to my home.
There we go.
Beautiful track out there, MCC, the Motorsports Country Club of Cincinnati.
Running the Bureau, right?
Yep.
There we go. So Vanchev had a pretty comfortable lead in the clean air, but enter once again Tristan Murphy as we are running out of time. 30 seconds, then 2 more times around as we've got some pressure further back. A little bit of a look there from the 893 of Ruben Gutierrez on Marco Romero. No moves there, but that is still very much in contention as they battle for that bottom spot of the podium.
You know, we just crossed the line, so that's probably 3 to go as time expires here. So see if Murphy has anything with that Ryan Perry Motorsports chassis for Vanchev here.
Battle between RPM and RPG continues here. Murphy in that plain white 899 car. Vanchev in the cotton candy 806. Last time by 54.75 for Vanchev, 54.77 from Murphy, excuse me, was right on the bumper there. Going into the penultimate hairpin, backed out. Let's see if we get a move.
Definitely got more pace than Vanchev, but it's got to make sure he can get it around him cleanly, not get a penalty for one, and two, don't get a DNF.
Right on the bumper. Let's see if we can maybe get a move. We know 4 and 5 is possible now. It just requires bravery. But more importantly, you want that good exit. You want to set yourself up to get a potential move. Let's see if Tristan Murphy has anything in the cards for a move. Tail of the Dragons it to the inside, goes to the middle of the track. Murphy does. That's going to give him a potentially better exit here on the run into 7 and 10. Can't get it done. Some great defense so far from Alexander Vanchev. Has to do it for one more lap, though.
Yeah, and Vanchev probably understands how important it is to get that pole position spot here. You know, we've seen that over and over again. That outside train line just not really has the advantage. Like, it seems like the second place guy always gets shuffled back to third or fourth. So definitely pole position here is where you want to be, and Vanchev is going to do whatever it takes to make that cart as wide as he can to be able to make sure that he ensures himself a pole spot for that final tomorrow. And again, that final tomorrow is a long race, our listeners. So we're looking at a 17-minute race, which is almost double what we were doing in the final. Going to be an eternity
to the inside for Vanchev. Murphy going to try the outside. Some initial D-esque battling here as these two battle on the Texas tailgate. Vanchev versus Murphy.
And we got a battle back there for 3 and 4 and 5. There's a 3-cart battle between Gutierrez, Katowski, and Romero.
Katowski continues to be on the move here. We haven't talked about him too much. Advances now into 6. A major checkup further back there as one of the carts drops numerous positions, gets thrown to the Wolves. That's the 899 of Murphy. Some major problems for him. Checkered flag comes out. Alexander Vanchev with everything thrown at him. Doesn't crack. He'll take
Katowski ends up second.
Wow!
Wow!
And where were you when Nico Katowski drove from 10th to 2nd?
Wow! There was so much stuff going on that I couldn't see what was going on there. So, way to go for that Trinity Karting group. And like I said, Nico's been fast. He's just got a bad qualifying run and stuck in the back, and it's going to be fun to see tomorrow what he's going to be able to do. But you know, Tristan Murphy there, that's the nature of the beast of that class.
So Alexander Vanchev wins, but when he's been looking for pace all weekend, Nico Katowski gets a real solid result where it matters. Going to step away really quick to pay the bills, but don't go anywhere. Round 3 of the Florida Winter Tour from Texas here on the ROK Cup YouTube.
Seven years ago, Bill Wright began the Florida Winter Tour to break up the slow winter months for karters. And as the word spread, the tour grew. Importers, teams, manufacturers, and drivers alike all came to Florida to prepare for the upcoming season. One weekend became 2, and the fun became serious fun. Since then, the karting season has started with the Florida Winter Tour, where teams compete to establish dominance for the coming summer. Drivers from all over the world look to make their name and leave their mark on the national scene, much like Pato Award, Enzo Fittipaldi, and others have done in Florida Winter Tours of the past. The original Florida Winter Tour, the series that made karting a year-round sport in North America, and where tomorrow's superstar drivers are discovered. 27 years later, you can still go karting and have some serious fun. Are you ready to join the action?
You're watching a Jason Larea creative ROK Cup USA production.
Final pre-final of the day here in New Caney. VLR Senior pre-final out on track. It'll be Diego Ramos leading Oliver Mrak, Mauricio Hernandez, and Sebastian Garzon. For one more time today for our producer, Brandon Hacker, Jackson Lambros, alongside Jason Ewer, as we get set for the final pre-final here on Saturday. Want to thank all 100 and something of you for staying with us here on the ROK Cup USA channel as we provide you free coverage all weekend long and all season long. Reminding you that you like and subscribe. It's always welcome to listening in, watching you guys drop a hi in the chat as we provide free coverage for you throughout the season wherever ROK Cup USA might start. Been very, very lucky here. Covered some amazing things throughout sim racing, sports car racing, in both the real and virtual worlds. Very, very thankful for everybody here at ROK Cup for the invite. And I've been given an absolute coliseum here to commentate on.
So Jackson, what since this is your first event that you've been to, what's the biggest surprise? What's the one wow, I didn't think that.
I was expecting a lot less back and forth reshuffling of carts. I think so much I'm used to in sim racing and real life racing. There's clearly one guy with pace, as we see the green here for VLR Senior, and a major checkup at the start there on the outside lane. And oh my goodness, some major shuffles. You did not want to be in the outside lane there. But it will be Diego Ramos leading the field there. I want to say that's Mauricio Hernandez and others, but a relatively clean start. But just the back and forth in pace here, Jason, because the way guys adapt just throughout the weekend, you can see guys slowly understanding that track. And I know you can take that with a little bit of grain of salt because this is, the first time that so many of these guys have been to this track.
Yeah.
But watching these guys learn it and adapt and get faster as they go along from heat to heat, it's been really, really cool.
Yeah, as we see, Ramos is continuing what he's been doing all weekend long, but that is Hernandez back there in that Rosin Performance Group 917.
Bit of a look to the inside there on the 5. That's Felipe Aguilar, I believe, under fire from Gassiot Lee.
Yeah,
still clean running up front.
Chase, we talked about him a lot in Florida and really haven't brought his name up too much. He's been there, but he hasn't been one of the top 3 carts. So obviously the pace has been there, but there we had a move with that 951. Who's the 951?
Trying to figure that out right now.
I don't have
the 900 number signifying.
Is that Santiago Fernandez?
I believe so. As a major shovel here further back. 10, 12 cars all in a ball for position behind here. And somehow, some way, a kerfuffle of carts. And everybody shuffles out for position right now. But up front, fastest lap for Diego Ramos, 55.75. He leads Mauricio Hernandez and Chase Gassiot Lee. 3 positions gained so far for Sebastian Garzon. But just look outside of third, and it is everybody throwing haymakers right now for a potential to get on that bottom spot of the podium and get on that penultimate row for the final tomorrow morning. Everybody looking for momentum. It's Garzon and Mrak leading DeLeo, Aguilar, anybody looking almost 2 by 2 by 2. 3 wide, a little bit of a shuffle further back. 3 wide on the exit. Everybody scrambling for position further back. A major drop back. I want to say that's the 980 of Fernandez, but everybody reshuffles there. Gerardo Moreno, a major loser in that, but Rahim Abai up 3 positions as a result. Garzon losing that 4th spot to Mrak. So much going on here, and we've still got 9 minutes of racing to go. Big dive bomb to the inside, further back there. Again, battle for the top 3 has been brilliant, but just look back, and nobody has given an inch here. Back and forth, that's the 919, Jordan DeLeo. Struggling right now as that's Felipe Aguilar working his way through. Both of those guys holding off Sandy Fernandez and the 980. Just 3 laps of racing in here. Fastest lap, Mauricio Hernandez, 55.10. Leader Ramos doing a 55.14. Biggest mover so far, Jordan DeLeo started 9th up into 6th now. 3-car battle further back here. DeLeo, Aguilar, Fernandez, Quentin Angeli getting in the scene. So too does Rabim Averi. And a major issue. Oh my goodness. The 912, that's Sidney Castles, I believe. Also, that might be
926.
I think that's Charlie Fonseca. Yes, it is.
No, 926 is
926.
Moreno.
Oh, Moreno. Oh my goodness.
Castles Moreno battling back there for 12th and 13th. I mean, that's where all those carts were at. The kerfluffle, the gathering, the whatever we want to call it, the group of chassis. The carts were back there fighting, but yeah, let's see if there's any damage to that Burrell, but
both have managed to at least get running, but I'm sure there's going to be some lasting damage to both of those carts.
Yeah, I'm a little kind of shocked that the top 3 have spaced out like this and have checked out as far as
everybody has been throwing haymakers up here, brother.
Yeah.
You just have had your head down crunching numbers, which I thank you for.
Yeah, absolutely. I've been listening though.
I know.
It's there, but yeah, but tomorrow will be interesting. You'll it's a different racing when it comes to the final. They start getting very defensive from lap 1.
No, for sure. Ramos with another fastest lap here, 55 evens. And a major move there as one guy goes off some major lawn work, another car backwards. That was turn 12. I want to say that was contact-based, no collection as a result. Major incident there. One of the most chaotic races we've had in the final, in the ultimate pre-final here. That was Jordan DeLeo in the 919 that was involved. Had such a good heat. Had such a good pre-final going, started 9th, got his way up into the top 5. I think just clipped a little bit of the grass and got the cart around.
Yeah, there's 2 carts that were involved there, so I'm not sure what it was.
No.
So.
Are you 2 commentators going to be commentating all rounds of ROK Cup this year? I'm a rotating cast with DJ Clark. I think, Jason, you don't.
This is the last one I believe we're announcing. I don't think we're doing anything for Sonoma.
Not for Sonoma, and I don't know about Vegas.
Well, I'll be at Vegas. I'm sure, unless you've got a conflict, you'll be.
Oh, I would.
You still haven't finished your audition.
I know. Still auditioning in progress here.
You keep unplugging chains.
Hey, that's not important. Over there. We didn't need to mention that. Well, we are none of us perfect people.
No, not
But sometimes you've got your remote for the timing lights that may be a little bit too close to where you need to plug in your laptop charger, and you accidentally shut off all of the timing lights during warm-up. So things happen. We're not perfect. We are constantly improving versions of ourselves.
I just wish we had a camera in here and you could have saw the look on
Shane's glad.
face.
I'm kind of glad we didn't. Lap number 6 underway, 54.81 from Diego Ramos over Mauricio Hernandez, 2nd and a half.
That look was like when your dad asked you to hold the hood up on the car and you look over and it slams on his hand.
Yeah.
It was the same look.
Yeah. Biggest mover so far with this reshuffle. 6 seconds gained from Joshua Somavai. Still 4.5 minutes of racing to go. And Diego Ramos in cruise control. .425 to go. One cart running slightly wide there. But again, this is the kind of running we've seen from Ramos literally all weekend long. Lewis Hamilton-esque, Max Verstappen-esque, however you want to call it. Starts up front, finds clean air, and just sails away from the competition in these VLR senior cars. For the back, Charlie Fonseca getting a pass on Boss Patel. Boss Patel, by the way, in contention in the Jackson Lambros Award for coolest karting nickname, or just karting actual name this weekend. An impressive 2.2 second gap on the competition for Diego Ramos in the 913. Battle here further back as a major shimmy to the outside there. That's the 980, I believe, 950. So this is for fifth. Garzone, Racket, Jelly, and others. Four-car kerfuffle here. Major shuffles. Great defense here. I believe that's an Orsolon leading this pack here, Jason. And a big dive to the inside. Major contact. One gets ripped up. Oh my goodness, the big kahuna happens here in turn 14. I want to say they're almost totaled. Some disappointed hands there from the 98. Oh my goodness. The big one in turn 14. 4 cars involved. Everybody gets going again, but a lot of weekend enders here. So many guys with so many solid runs. This is just going to shuffle this order even more and stir more chaos. Come the final for the VLR seniors, going to be an absolute banger here. It's going to be the final heat, how we're going to say au revoir from France. So very, very excited to get back to it tomorrow.
And Diego just was on rails. Wow, that kart looks so good.
Max Verstappen-esque performance, finding clear air and just going.
Overrated.
We can revisit that later on as we've got one driver taking a hike here. And Brandon Hacker is maybe having different opinions on Max Verstappen. Where can I find the ROK Discord? Dude, I'm going to make the ROK Discord happen. If that doesn't exist yet, do we have a Discord?
Discord.
Okay. I will get the link. If
WhatsApp is where it's at.
All right, we gotta stop here. Battle continues here with the, I believe that's the 969 Frederick Mannon versus Joshua Sumo Vai. Further back, Gerardo Moreno with a double overtake on Sandy Fernandez, Rahim Abai. Both of those guys in very, very good contention, but some guys battling back and forth here. A major move up. So this is going to move Ramos. Ramos leads, but you've got some major push forwards outside of the top 5. Charlie Fonseca, Boss Patel, Joshua Sumvilas, Frederick Manning, Aiden Chimbashi, Felipe Aguilar, Jordan DeLeo on the comeback drive in that 919. Chimbashi still on the move forward there in the 972. Just got by Frederick Manning as we've got 2 laps to go. Main battle on track being led by Seabass. Garzone in the 950. I'm trying to think of the different ingredients that has led to this race specifically being so crazy. And again, it's just like track is the hottest it's been all day. These tires are at the most worn they've been. But again, I think guys are just eager to find, this is where you turn up the jets. This is where you try to charge forward and get yourself in the best position possible for the big one come Sunday.
Oh, yeah,
and some guys have just asked for a little bit too much.
Yeah, it happens, but, racing is racing, and they've been pretty clean so far through 3 heats and half of a pre-final.
Right.
It's just a matter of time before you get a a group of racers together and not get them collected like we just saw.
2 laps to go here. 5.1 seconds on Diego Ramos after 13 laps. Nearly half a second over Mauricio Hernandez on best lap.
Yeah, he's unbelievable.
And all this is doing is setting the stage for an exciting, chaotic, and all-out battle tomorrow.
Yeah, absolutely.
And it will be led off by this man. This is not the 912. This is not the 913. It's the 912.
Yeah, he's making his way.
Sidney Castles, who was involved in that major incident earlier on, has regathered it in 15.
Yeah, making his way down to that 13 bend and the 14th, 15th for the last time here. And here we go. Dominant performance by Diego Ramos on that PSL Burrell art.
Has not faltered at all. Major shuffle up at the front of the field, but it's been the Diego Ramos show all weekend long in VLR Senior. He'll win the pre-final and lead us off with a big one. Chase Gassiat-Lee in second, Mauricio Hernandez in third, and Oliver Mrak in third. Sebastian Garzon fifth. Charlie Fonseca gets beaten out at the line by Bas Patel. Joshua Sumvalis eighth, Aiden Chimbashi ninth, and Frederick Manning in 10th. So, an exciting day of final heats and pre-finals, and we are right back at it here from Houston tomorrow morning. For Jason Larea Productions and our producer Brandon Hackers alongside Jason Ewers, I'm Jackson Lambro. So long from Houston, and until tomorrow.
You're watching a Jason Larea creative ROK Cup USA production.